Hello.
Audio for the people that are watching online.
Okay, that's all. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. So, to me, that's a real negative part of this capital value. I understand you've got generators, capital value, but under the classification, you've actually got beneficiaries. So, and it's a far fairer system. I would talk about the uniform charge. You talk about, and actually in this document here, about being fair and treating everybody the same in Southland because we all got benefits. Actually, by having a uniform charge, higher uniform charge, that's actually a way of actually making sure everybody pays for that benefit. And I really struggled to find what are you going to do with that $2.3 million of capital. In the past, like I farmed at Cinderbush, where a major project was done in 1990 with the flood protection. It was the beneficiaries that was asking for that project. It wasn't told by the council we're going to build a flood bank. It was actually for these the people who lived beside the river that were sick of getting flooded, that actually asked and funded that. I was asked for 30%. Beneficiaries were asked for 30% of that project. The government paid 70%. So the best solution is we've just got to remember that the river should be treated like a road. It's for everybody's benefit, but some people get more benefit than the others. So there's community benefit, but there's also beneficiaries that live beside that river. That increases their land value, so that should be recognised in how things are rated. Any questions?
Okay, just following up on that. So you're actually advocating for a, rather than a flat rate across the catchments, a direct benefit component?
Absolutely. And the classification is not perfect, but it can be adjusted to make it perfect or better what it is now. I kind of consider actually capital rate is actually being lazy, actually. It's just a lazy way of saying, well, so-called rich people, wealthy people you consider with high value properties can pay more. You know, if you look at my property at Winton, you know, I'm getting a 28% increase in my, which is $300 odd. Now, that's nearly as much as some people pay in town. Okay, I've got a property here, Locust Farm, with my son-in-law and daughter at Pahee, 40% increase, $870, nearly twice as much as the average person pays in town. So no benefit, no more benefit, no more services, nothing. I consider that very unfair and actually not very transparent, actually.
Jeremy.
Yeah, thanks, Russell. Just actually, while you're talking, you did two other percentages earlier on. Is that your home house?
Yes.
Quite low. I was just trying to where are they?
Well,
again? Just
my lifestyle block at Winton with a new house on it. It's gone up 28%. So,
28. And you said a neighbour had gone down.
I'm talking about Tussock Creek, where okay. So a neighbouring property has gone down 25%, so it's a dairy farm.
Yeah.
Very similar in size, but ours has gone up 12%. Now, the only thing that's different is that we are in a new conversion. We've got 2 new homes on it, and we've got a very good cow shed on it. And we spent $1.5 million last year putting a wintering shed on. So high capital value. So you know, if you look at your wintering shed, it's going to cost us $750 this year. If these proposed rates go through, it's going to cost me $750 more this year alone to have that wintering shed on. In 10 years' time, it's $1,350. So it's a tax on capital. You know, Environment South should be encouraging people to put wintering sheds on. This is discouraging. Because they add another cost. And it's the same with people in town. If you go into a new home, your capital value goes up, so you pay more rates. Your services and benefits have not changed. Surely we should be encouraging people to get into new homes. We should be encouraging people to build wintering sheds on our farms. We should be encouraging to have a better housing stock in our community. But the way you rate people, it doesn't. It discourages.
Morris.
Yeah, I'll do that myself. The winter barn you build, while it costs a lot, does it give you a better income? Does it improve your income because of the things that you can do with your winter barn?
Well, it improves the income, but we've also got a lot of interest costs. You know, we're paying 8% on that money.
But the reason I'm asking, perhaps I could say it in a different way, is you're not building it solely for environmental benefits, which I acknowledge that's very true, but also because it improves the value of your farm and also improves your income stream by various mechanisms such as improving cow health and.
Yeah.
Well,
There's a mixture there. Actually, banks actually are not, up to about last year, weren't very happy about lending to wintering sheds, because you could actually sell your farm, go away and buy a farm with a wintering shed, and there wouldn't be much difference in cost. So barns were seen as not really that important. But so the main reason why we built the shed was environmental, actually. It wasn't, it really, to our bottom line, there wasn't much in it. But we certainly were, when we damaged our crop, damaged the soil, especially in the springtime, we felt that was detrimental to long-term sustainable farming. And no, as a family, we're long-termists. We've been here since 1850. We're not here to rape and pillage. We're here to encourage and foster that. Hopefully my grandchildren will be involved in agriculture. So it was actually an environmental thing. Our bottom line actually doesn't make much difference, actually. So we're actually better to rape and pillage, actually, more under this new regime. So that's simple as that. Well, no, we could farm under the rules, but still create some damage. Yet build a wintering shed under the capital rating system, not only from this council but from district council, really does take, really hurts you capitally. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission, Russell. You raised an interesting point about wealth tax. I have built 2 wintering sheds on 2 different properties, and currently I don't own them.
Yeah.
And my argument is that QV, in doing a capital value rating, does not recognise investment in capital wintering sheds. And I'm just wondering what your comment might be about that, because it somewhat negates your comment about the wealth tax when it's not actually reflected in the capital value that we pay our rates on.
That's right. Yeah, it really frustrates me that people say my capital is a mechanism to tax. It should be actually on benefit.
Doesn't add value.
No, it doesn't add value. No.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in and submitting this
Thank
morning.
you very much.
And you know the drill. You'll get a response after the.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So thanks very much. Right, is the technology going to allow us to go to Chris, who I see is still online? Chris, can you hear me?
He just needs to unmute.
You need to unmute if you can hear me.
Is that better?
That's fantastic. Welcome, Chris. The floor is yours.
Right. Well, I apologise for not being there in person. Any discussions I have, I prefer to have my eyeball. And the thing I want to ask today is for honesty. It's been lacking in some corners for a long period of time. Now, I've complained the last 11 years over the rating system that was rammed down our neck and never discussed one bit with local ratepayers. This is not the way to do business, or not the way I've been trained to do business. The last 4 years, I continued to bring it all up, and I get ignored. This is not the way I'm used to doing business, and it's not the way I'm going to allow it to continue this way. If you people don't want to listen to what I'm saying, I'm going to do it my way, and I'll take it to Wellington. John Matheson told me years ago, I said, "What's our job?" bring the views of the ratepayer to the table for the council. Well, the last 4 years, we've never received anything. The whole River Committee is run by the Fish and Game Council and not a very honest organisation. Knowles from one end of it to the other. And I don't think we got to put up with that. We want change. And would like to see the Fish and Game Council removed totally and completely from river management, because there's no skills there. There's people grandstanding trying to make out they know something. A self-appointed manager in the Fish and Game who stood for the council in Tiana one time and the ratepayers didn't want him. So he's round the back door sneaking in and taking over management of the waterways in Tiana. Have we got to put up with this? It's not the way I'm used to doing business. The last AGM in Tiana a few weeks ago, I don't think there would have been anything like 5% of the population of Tiana ever received any information of when the meeting was on or anything about it. I seen the ad in a farmer's paper. There wouldn't be a dozen of them issued in Tiana Township. The rest of the ratepayers are not allowed to say. Yeah, I could go on all day on this, but however, yeah. If you would like to see change, and my view now is very clear that you can't change it overnight. And I think next year is the first 12 months out from now, and hold public meetings in the hall in Tiana to advise the ratepayers what your views are. We got this information at the last AGM on the proposed rate increase and everything else. And it's not easy to follow unless you get someone to explain what the total thing is. So we would like to see the rates put on hold for 12 months. Hold open, honest ratepayers meeting to discuss it with ratepayers. I get sick of getting hounded by ratepayers over different things. Some of them, they ask me to bring up at a meeting, and I said, well, we never get a say and they don't listen to us. You come to the meeting and you have a say. Well, they never turned up. I asked them why. They said they never knew the meeting was on, was never advertised. And as I said, the only place I seen it was in a farming magazine. This is not the way to run a business. Back in the early days with Norman Jones and Jim Fent and those people, they were straight up, open, honest people to deal with. And they fronted you up and told you straight up whether they liked what you're doing or they didn't like it. And that's the way it should be.
You want to leave questions, Chris?
Okay.
You want to leave a little bit of time for questions?
Oh, yeah, righto.
Look, I'll start off. I know you've been a staunch advocate of flattening out to the catchment rating for a long time, and that is in this plan. Are you supporting that? It wasn't quite clear. Did you hear that?
But no, what was that again?
You've been an advocate for quite some time about flattening out the the catchment rating base, particularly in Te Anau, where a number of properties pay this considerably more. That is part of this proposal. I was just wanting you to comment on whether you're for that or not.
Yeah. Do you think it's fair when 212 hectares pays more rates than 2,700 odd hectares a few kilometres upstream?
So I take it that's a yes. Any further questions for Chris?
Paul. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for your submission. I like the submission. It's very straightforward. You've got the bullet points that we need to work on or look at, and thank you very much, Chris.
Yeah, well,
Any further questions for Chris? If not, thank you for going to the trouble of coming on board from Queensland this morning, Chris. I know you prefer to be face to face. As you'll know, you will get a follow-up following deliberations. So thanks for making the time, and it'll be quite early over there, but we'll let you get back to that. Thanks for coming in this morning.
well, I'd like to say I would like to meet any years at any time soon as I can get home. I'm sorry I'm not there today. I've got other problems to sort out here. And as soon as I get home, I'll let you know, or let someone know. And I'm quite happy to meet any years, open and honest.
Thanks, Chris.
Righto. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Right, predator-free Rekiora, we got. Okay. Jenny Campbell. Oh, he's on Zoom.
Did you see the article about Jenny in the newspapers? It's on Stuff. It's just like today.
We've got. Right, Kevin?
Any understanding you were coming in by Zoom? Can you hear me?
She's not being. Well, we're early, so.
We're early.
You got that?
We've got a slight interim now for 5 minutes. Oh, she's right? Okay.
Good.
She's on right.
Oh, there. Good morning, Jenny.
Morena, iho.
Well, welcome, Jenny. The floor is yours.
Oh, kia ora. I'm not very good at organising what I want to read and seeing you at the same time. Thank you for the chance to be able to be heard today at the with my oral submission. Ko reti toku awa, ko takatimi takamonga, ko takatimi takawaka, ko ngā tahu toku iwi, ko te rau araha toku marae, no Mossburn toku kāinga, ko Jenny Campbell aho. He waka eke noa, we're all in this together. Thank you for the chance to comment on the long-term plan as you concentrate on priorities for the future of Murihiku and the unpredictable climate change challenges ahead of us. Climate change is a top priority, and stopping using causes like fossil fuels is a must for health reasons alone. Interest loans, as done previously in South City, would help get rid of polluting coal, diesel and gas boilers in both industries and homes. Changing the Invercargill prison boiler is a must. I commend the relationships you have developed with mana whenua and expect that to continue as they bring their wisdom and kaupapa to your mahi. In everything ES does, they must honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi, our founding and living document. Significant natural areas. Work must continue as our biodiversity and valuing our unique flora and fauna is dependent on that for every living thing's survival and thriving. Being mindful of future generations of not only people, but every living thing is a must. Regarding the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity, I agree with Forest and Birds' encouragement for Environment Southland Council to invest in identification of significant natural areas within Murihiku region. Despite the current government indicating they wish to pause this requirement, identification of SNAs is still a legal requirement of the NPSIB, which must be completed by 2028. I agree with that recommendation. The Regional Climate Change Strategy proposal needs to be to fund the development and implementation of a zero carbon strategy first, before using the money from its proposed allocation of $200,000 a year for council to use to implement carbon emission reduction initiatives. Nature-based solutions and room for rivers are both methods of achieving climate resilience, as well as increasing biodiversity and community well-being. Relying on traditional engineering methods as proposed, like investing in larger stormwater pipes, is expensive, intrusive, and outdated. There are many blue-green engineering options to achieve better stormwater outcomes, as well as improving stormwater quality. I agree with your key plans for the three waters, Kawai e Toru. Comments from the General Forest and Bird kaupapa also apply in this section, for example, under the water quality, quantity aspects, including the significance of wetlands across this sector. Wetlands are a priority as we deal with flooding issues, especially in lower reaches of rivers. Social and cultural well-being. Every decision ES makes for its long-term plan should be very mindful of present and future generations, with young people very vulnerable and worried about their future and what they are going to have to deal with as they look at the decisions we are currently making. Their mental health is being impacted significantly. In summary, I support these essential plans and services being continued in your long-term plan. 1, continuing to support ES funding for community conservation and catchment groups alongside QE2 Trust activities. 2, ES funding for predator-free initiatives, including predator-free Rakiura Stewart Islands, is a must in your budget and should be implemented because of all the signs of the destruction by introduced predators. Witness the dire plight of our almost extinct southern New Zealand dotterel nesting on Stewart Island. 3, continuing ES regional planning. 4, I support Environment Southland's biosecurity funding for weed and pest control, including marine pests. Supporting climate resilience projects is an imperative for me, as I see Murihiku being very vulnerable in this space. I, as a member of Coal Action Murihiku and the Secretary of Southland Forest and Bird, accept the kaupapa of the National Forest and Bird projects and agree with the imperative for Environment Southland to see the value of these principles in guiding their work as well, for the good of Te Taiwa and in light of every living being totally dependent on our earthly home. I think of my great-grandchildren and everyone else's great-grandchildren and all of the living beings which we are responsible for, and for those which cannot speak for themselves. We have a moral and ethical duty to care for every living being. I'm prepared to pay rate rises for essential services, for example, Kawai e Toru, in order to take the burden off future generations. We learn from our tipuna and heritage. I commend the work of Environment Southland councillors, staff and contractors for all the commitment and mahi they do to ensure Murihiku is prepared for the many possible threats to our environment locally, regionally, nationally and internationally. Sorry, I got a bit emotional then. Whakatauki, which sums us up, Te tiro whakamuri for kiri whakamua. Look back and reflect so you can move forward. Thank you for listening to my oral submission.
Robert, you've got a question?
Tēnā koe, Jenny.
Kia ora, Robert.
Ka pai tō kōrero ki a mātou. I had just quickly say two things. One, congratulations on the article that was published yesterday. I think it's about you. It's very good. The second thing is I found a bittern standing on the street outside my place yesterday. So that gives me a lot of courage. What my question is, do you find the work and the proposals that we're presenting here to the long-term plan encouraging by comparison with what you're hearing from and about central government?
Hearing what I'm hearing from, sorry, I missed the last part of the sentence. Sorry.
Central government, Jenny.
Yes, I'm very encouraged by what Environment Southland is intending to do, and I want to encourage you in that kaupapa. That's why I put in a submission, because I think our environment is what everyone depends on, and without a healthy environment, we are nothing. The whole world is depending on us to keep these changes going. I'm very concerned about the proposed legislation from the proposed fast track approvals bill, and I've written a submission about that as well, because I think it's not being a voice for nature, which we're all required to be. I have my great-granddaughter behind me here, you understand, while I'm talking. He's now 6.
Yeah, look, Jenny, thank you for your continued stalwart defence and promotion of the environment and its importance. And I read your submission. Much of what we're confronted with as Environment Southland is this new, or this issue of flood protection. And so it comes down to choosing priorities sometimes. And have you got any advice to the council about some of the issues that you've raised around biosecurity and environment, but when it comes to flood protection, where does that sit as a priority and what our role is as councillors?
I think stop banks are a short-sighted solution, and obviously things that people make, and I don't want to say man-made because it's not, it's all of us, are often not the best solutions. And looking at how nature, the winding rivers that slow down the speed of the river as it heads to the places which are floodplains, and we have tried to put things like farms on those particular places, and it's not what the river has a mind of its own, and we, in trying to control it into straight channels and so on, are just making hard work for ourselves. So I think we need to look at longer term solutions, and maybe flood banks for short term, but we need to think a lot longer term than that, because the situation we're coping with climate change is going to change the way we look at things. And I think having a long vision, and that's why I recommend you keep up the relationship with Mana Whenua, because they have this long-term view of 100 years, if not longer, generations, and we need to be mindful of that instead of short-sighted 3 and 5 year plans.
We're all that out of time, but I'll take Peter then, Lyndall. Peter?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Jeannie. You don't have to apologise for becoming emotional. I know you care deeply about the things you're talking about in this submission. I'd also just like to pick up on your submission about wetland restoration. You said it should be a priority. What views do you have on wetland creation? Should this also be a priority?
Yes, I can't put everything in my submission, Peter, I'm sorry. I do belong to the Between the Domes catchment group, in the upper headwaters of, we've actually got in the northern southland area, the headwaters of 3 major rivers. So it's really good to be part of encouraging the farmers in our region to put back often wetlands that have been drained, and to remind them of the significance of this, not only for the good of their own property, but for the good of those further downstream. And that's one of our projects that we've picked up on, and we've got 3 farms which are reinstating mainly. I think one's a brand new one, and 2 are improving the state of the wetlands they have on their farm. And these are to be examples of things you can do on your local property. And we've just up to the stage of putting an interpretation panel in the car park at Lumsden, explaining what we're doing, so that people can go and visit and talk to the property owners and look at what's going on there. So, and we're involving the whole community in using the local nursery in Lumsden to have planting bees and so on. So that's one practical example of the local people responding to this need and seeing how essential it is. So yes, establishing new wetlands and reinstating them, because the whole of Southland Plain was actually almost, you know, a wetland before we came along and interfered with this. So yeah, it's very significant looking at that work.
Lyndall.
Kia ora, Jenny.
Kia ora, Lyndall.
Just a quick question. You refer to the future generations. I'm just wondering if you've had any thoughts about how best council should be engaging with those, some of those young people.
Yeah, I'm just thinking the Invercargill City Council has a youth council, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's something, now that you've brought this up, I'm wondering if that's something that Environment Southland would think of doing, perhaps, because there's lots of people young people out there with excellent ideas and practical ways that we can act now to take the anxiety out of all this. And I think that's what's happening at the moment with this threat of the fast track approvals bill. It's just creating so much tension and anxiety in society. And even if, you know, adults go away to meetings and talk about this, young people often don't get the chance to have an input into these kind of things. And yeah, you've got very good relationships with mana whenua, and I think it might be really good to have some maybe workshops and listen, not just tell, but listen to their views, because young people are very innovative and have very thought-provoking questions and so on. So yeah, that might be an option for you maybe to think about. Kia ora, Lyndall, that was a good question.
Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you very much for presenting, Jenny, and as you know, you will get a follow-up after deliberations. Thanks for taking the time.
Kia ora koutou.
Hi, Jenny. We have Steve Crone.
He's not speaking anymore.
Not speaking. Sue Hill from. Welcome, Sue. Come forward. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you for allowing me to present. By way of introduction, I'm Sue Hill, Group Property Manager for the HA Richardson Group. The group's locally owned. Most people in the room will be aware of it. We're involved in a whole range of industries: transport, concrete, petroleum, waste recycling, tourism, mining, farming and property. The company employs over 2,500 people nationwide, with a significant number of these in Southland. HWR acknowledges the importance of the investment in flood infrastructure to protect the critical road networks. We agree that investment in flood infrastructure is appropriate. and supports the transition into alternative approaches to managing floodplains going forward. It is our submission that the proposed rate increase is not the appropriate approach to fund investment in flood infrastructure. The proposed rate increase will create an increased financial burden for all Southland ratepayers. Commercial and rural property owners will be particularly impacted due to the disproportionate increase proposed based on the capital value of the property. Based on the group's properties in Southland, within the portfolio between the 1 million, 2 million band, the additional cost to HWR will be in excess of 130,000 a year. If you look at the over 5 million band, this will be significantly more. And just to put it into proportion, we're not talking $5 million flash houses here. That's the cost of a palm kernel shed. It's when you're running a business, and to get recovery, the flow-on effect through that is just a ripple. Eventually, food chain, it comes right through the food chain, hitting all of us at the supermarket. I don't think this is a fair way of going about it. HWR probably has invested millions of dollars in upgrading Invercargill just to attract people and business to Southland, to make it attractive to live here, to retain people. When you get good people, to retain them, that's one of the hardest things to do in business today. HWR feels that this progress will be eroded by the proposed cost changes, including increases right across the board. If you have to pay more for something, you push it back down the chain. So eventually, the end user, you end up with rent increases, basic costs of living being impacted right down to the household budget. HWR Group submits that it would be appropriate that flood protection infrastructure be funding be provided solely or primarily by central government. The flood protection infrastructure is critical for ensuring community and economic resilience, and we fully support ongoing commitment to managing and enhancing its infrastructure. However, we submit that investment in flood protection should not be at the expense of Southland business and community. Flood risk is a prevalent and significant natural hazard across many regions in New Zealand. And increased central government funding would be beneficial to communities across the country. It's a nationwide issue. It's not specifically a Southland issue. Thank you for reading the submission and for listening to me today. Any questions?
Thank you. Now questions. I've got a question from Neville, then Peter.
Yeah, thanks for your submission. I'll just note your comments about central government funding. Probably most people in Southland would agree with you. In the meantime, when it's not available, then would you agree that the council is responsible for providing that infrastructure?
I think that it's an easy option to push it back out to the ratepayers. I think council should try a bit harder about advocating to central government.
Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks very much for coming in. HWR Group, we all know 2,000 employees. You see, it's got an enormous reach, not only across the country, but especially in Southland, to all reaches, all areas of the region. And I'm really pleased that you said that it's reliant your business is reliant on having those arteries of roads and infrastructure and bridges kept open at all times, because that's what you run on, isn't it? So, and so you just think that, look, I'm just looking at where's the balance to be found? Business should not pay for all that, but obviously your business does run on that infrastructure.
Yep.
So you think the balance is off? Just a comment on that, please.
I don't think the balance is off. You're talking about road infrastructure, etc. We pay large amounts of road users, which is primarily to look after that infrastructure. What we're talking here is about flood protection. And so there's a distinctive link between the two, but you cannot say because we use the roads, we therefore should pay for flood protection. It's splitting the atom. I think that there is a lazy approach to raising funds in this case, and that we're not looking at it as, not looking at it as a global national problem, which should be the responsibility of central government.
But Morris, then myself.
Thank you, Sue. I assume you are aware that the government has put quite a lot of money into projects here, and the funds for nature work, which were, with part of the funding for the pump station at Stead Street, funding for stop banks over on Mataura, Wyndham and Mataura itself. So what sort of proportion do you think should be funded by nationally and funded locally for these kinds of projects that protect the whole region from flooding and assist economic activities as well? What proportion should the government pay, do you think? I mean,
that's a loaded question. I'm not qualified to answer that question. What I'm saying here is that there is a lot of people, businesses, etc., who are currently doing a lot of work in the environment field. QE2, covenants, different bits and pieces that collectively, privately, we are really supporting the environment. We already pay significant rates to the environment Southland. Should there be a small increase? That's, I think the point here is that we need to be directing more efforts towards making central government more responsible.
Well, just following on from that, as you're probably aware, to secure government funding, there's always going to be a local share. What I'm picking up from you is you're not comfortable with using a flat capital rate to actually fund it. You've mentioned targeted rates in 08 and the annual uniform charge. I'll take Lyndall as the final.
Next, just a quick question. Hi, Sue. Just wondering if you, HWR, are also joining in the call to central government to help fund these things. Are you, as the business, advocating at central government level for that kind of support as well? So, thank you.
Thank you for coming in this morning and presenting. And when we deliberate, you will get a personal follow-up as every submitter will. We appreciate the democratic process of people coming in and making their points. So thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. So it looks like we're adjourning for morning tea slightly early. Talking one or two councillors, just reminding councillors when you're asking questions, try and keep them succinct because it probably we can only have a certain number in the time frame. Apart from that, we welcome Annie and Hamish English to the table. As you're probably aware, you've got 10 minutes. You may want to use 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions, but that's up to you. And you will receive a response following the deliberations. But welcome. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicol. Councillors, thanks for the opportunity to have you with. I've been here before a couple of times. Really, I'd just like to make a few comments, I suppose, on the direction of the proposed LDP. And probably one of the major proposed changes is the move from 140 classifications to just one. Seems like a pretty radical shift and perhaps suggests that the current system is totally wrong. I think really the reality is there's probably some nuance required within that change to recognise at least the variation between the 4 main catchments. Also, I think there's a lot of detail within that 140 classifications. There's not been clear how, for instance, maintenance rates on specific areas are going to be dealt with within under a whole one class of general rate. It seems like there's a lot of stuff that hasn't been kind of tied off or actually communicated to the ratepayers necessarily around how all that's going to work. The YL, for instance, is one that stands out as being somewhat different, quite radically different from the rest of the catchments in terms of the rating base and the maintenance that is done on the over there.
In the level of service that's there.
And the level of service that's applied to that catchment. I mean, currently we own farms in that region, and essentially there's no service provided from the region. It's a bit of a big step to be paying a unit rate to that's going to be spent in the rest of the province. Another issue is, I guess, around the current reserves that reside within the various catchments, and it's not clear to me at least how they're going to be treated, whether they get thrown into the big pot and are spent whatever the next project is, or how that's to be allocated. I certainly would advocate that those catchment reserves should remain in the catchments where they've been accumulated. I guess it sort of moves to the scale and the scope of the 10-year plan, which is actually quite a radical a big step up in rating level. I think the initial the first 3 years is 55% increase. And, you know, a doubling of rates within the 8-year period. You know, that's certainly quite different to previous 10-year plans. And, you know, on the base, and the expenditure for that, sorry, the proposed floodbank projects that aim for 1 in 100 year protection, and largely for urban areas. The scale of that aim, I think, is, you know, some people would put it in the context of trying to protect against Armageddon. You know, I don't think any level of bank height is going to give us 100% protection, which is almost what we're talking about there. So I guess, you know, the LTP proposes an unprecedented increase in rates and debt level. Debt level is something that certainly is unprecedented, and will be a constant burden on those coming behind us. The LTP seems to have been formed as though Southland has a growing population, a good age demographic within that population, and a prospect of a growing agricultural economy. I think none of those things are true. And on top of that, current year's policies, intentional or not, are actually impacting on maintaining the current agricultural output and incomes, let alone any growth to service that much larger footprint that Environment Southland is seeking to have going forward. So really, that's all I've got to say. So thank you.
Thanks, Hamish. Open up for questions. I've got Peter.
Mr. Chairman, thanks very much for that submission. I just noticed reading through, you had a wee bit around representation, especially around maintaining catchment liaison committees, as they are a successful tool for local communities. Where would you see those groups going? With some discussion yesterday in here about that. So would you have anything to add on that?
We think they should just be maintained as they are. I mean, it's great for the local knowledge. The people who dealt within the river team have been excellent. They know what's needed because they're hearing from the people directly affected. Obviously, everybody in the community is affected, but those of us that are close to the river are more affected, arguably. We know where the problems are coming through. They can work their budgets to suit. It worries me that if it's a regional catchment committee, for instance, you might only have one from the Irihi, and that risk could be lost, and important work that could have headed off a problem down the track can be missed. Yeah, so I guess we would say advocate that, maintain the status quo.
You're just following on from a couple of comments you make. I'm assuming that you, rather than having a flat catchment rate, you're in favour of perhaps having a direct benefit ratio rather than a complete doing away with 140 different rates. With the proposal that's pretty much flattening it out. From what I'm picking up, you would like to see a little bit of graduation in there.
I think certainly I think it's pretty obvious that there's room for some nuance around going from 140 to just one. There's all those underlying reasons for those classifications that I don't think you can just flatten in one hit. There's probably not enough time to go through what those might be, but
There has to be some targeted rates for important projects. I mean, if you're talking about, for instance, they're already adding on to the banks in Winton and Lumsden, why wouldn't you use that targeted system to target those people? I mean, the rural people have been paying for 40 years to set up the flood banks for the benefit of everybody. Now that the projects are kind of urban focused, we're getting told that it's actually everybody's problem, everybody's benefit. So I think it's useful to keep those targeted rates in mind.
We've heard that from one or two saying basically that with the direct benefit, it shouldn't be flat. Jeremy.
Just quickly, thanks guys for doing the submission. Just to clarify, you're talking about the reserves, accumulated reserves and things, and probably even where the rating is done, that you'd feel comfortable it would stay within that catchment area, instead of wherever we end up with the rating system, where it's rated, it stays in those. Where it's generated, it's spent in the
correct. Yes. Yeah.
You feel comfortable about that?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, it's, you know, if that's been accumulated there historically, I think that's where the benefits should remain.
Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just squeeze a question in. The current catchment liaison committees are made up mainly of local people. The representation, it could be argued, is not that good, particularly of people who are interested in protecting river ecosystems. What would you comment on that? Do you think it could be better?
Anyone can come along to the meetings.
I think the function of the liaison committees has all been about the works. You know, that's been its major focus. And I think that they've been successful in that regard, in terms of, you know, having input to, you know, overseeing budgets, etc. You know, I think that is a function that we would like to see continue, because it has been successful.
What about protecting the ecosystems, wildlife, and fisheries and stuff like that?
Well, I think that there's enough guys sitting around this table. That is.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions for Hamish and Ali? If not, thank you very much for coming and presenting this morning. As you've probably been here before, Hamish, but everybody will get a response following the deliberation. So thanks for taking the time and thanks for presenting this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
We have Mr. Colin Lindsay and Dave Marshall to the Invercargill Sale Yards Limited. We do. Welcome, come forward.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and councillors. Both Dave and I are directors of the Invercargill Sale Yards. Our biggest concern, I guess, is the percentage increase that we've faced on the rates, and also other services that Environment Southland do out there as well. What may be the increase in those services as well. So the best that my maths come out is that we're facing a 71% increase in our rates at the Invercargill Sale Yards. Also, we have other accounts that we get yearly. There's a quarterly inspection that is done for the stormwater and everything else like that. We also have an annual account for science and research charge to discharge water, which is reasonably substantial, and also another charge for groundwater take, which is obviously to wash and clean the yards on a basis when required. So the question goes that, are we going to be submitted to the same percentage increase over those costs? Is there an increase to be made on those? That's one question we would like. Also, the sale yards run pretty skinny now in terms of numbers with change in land use and things like that. As directors, we're, yes, tasked with providing a return to our shareholders, of which we have. They have shares in the company. If we can't make a profit or run profitably, they are not going to get a return on their shares, therefore they may want to sell them. If we're not in a position to be able to recoup those shares, it puts the sale yards, in a vulnerable position. The thing that happens if there isn't an Invercargill sale yards company, where do farmers at this time of year particularly get rid of their stock if necessary? If the freezing works are full, dairy cows, cull dairy cows have got to be got rid of, and it is a valve, an outlet valve over here. So, those are all things that are facing us with costs. I know everyone's facing increased costs, but with stock numbers going through there that we can't control, we just have to accept what arrives. And that's where our profitability can come from. The other question is, has every other avenue been looked at by Environment Southland? Everything else been trimmed back accordingly, rather than just going straight to the ratepayers to prop all this up. So that's pretty much, the timeline. Also, I don't know when the submissions came in, if they were granted a number in order that they were accepted, but I know ours was in the last week, the extension week, and we were labelled a number 142, and I see the submissions up there that are labelled up to number 320. So that would suggest that a lot of submissions came in the extra week. I don't know, I might be wrong on that, I don't know. But it just seems to be that there wasn't enough put out in the early stages that people picked up on this. Obviously, when there was an article put out about the extension, a lot of people reacted to that. Yes, Dave?
No, that's that sums it up as far as the sale yards go from there.
No, thanks for that. We'll open up for questions. Just from the sound of it, the move to the capital rate is what's affecting you probably most significantly, as well, plus the projected increases.
Yeah, well, it's good that there's going to be other increases on these other charges we incur as well.
In the plan, do I not see that some of these charges are going to have 100% increase? I did see that in some parts. And when you take that onto there, we could be looking at another easy an increase of $4,000 or $5,000, but that's with the increase by the time we get out 3 years of the regular increases plus the site visits and things like that. We're going to go from a rating of paying $2,500 to $5,000 to $6,000, which for a small company is going to be it's going to make it marginal whether it's worth keeping going.
Just a follow-up question, would you prefer to see some sort of targeted rate? I guess you're not quite in a charitable status, but probably almost non-profit.
The way the system is at the moment, we can answer this in two ways. Why aren't we just following inflationary rates on our increases on charges? And why aren't we just tweeting the land value rating system that we have, which is a part of capital rate anyhow? Why aren't we just tweeting the system that we've got so that we're not seeing such an extremity of increases in some places?
Any further questions?
The fees and charges, that's subject to a separate separate part of the long-term plan. So that information is available there. Perhaps you could ask the staff something on the way up and see how it might affect you.
On the other costs, the other charges, yeah.
Would there be, is there going to be like some consultation or some mail on those charges, Morris, that are going to come out, like on those the people that are having those other charges? Is there going to be
that information is already available? It just seems you haven't found it. So
yeah, okay. Right.
It is part of the overall consultation at the moment.
Okay.
If there's no, Jeremy,
I'm trying to search your title online here, it seems to be taking a while. What is your total rate? You said a 71% increase. Do you know what is the numbers? Saves me looking for
The
it.
current one we paid in the last year was $872. The proposed is $1,492, which is an increase of $620. So in terms of monetary, it's not big, but it's a 70, if my math is done correctly, it's 71% increase. Yes, we face it on these other accounts as well, which one is $2,200, the other one's $560, plus the quarterly visits as inspections. So as Dave rightly said, you know, we're going to increase from 3,000, 3 or 4 to 3.5, could be up to $7,000.
Any further questions of clarification? If not, thank you for coming in and presenting this morning, and you will get follow-up.
Thank you for your time. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll be back.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Mr. Gary and Bev Sweeney, are you here? Come forward, welcome. As you probably heard, you've got 10 minutes. For questions. That's up to you, but welcome and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, councillors. I'll assume that you already have submission there. This is an individual submission from us. It's not a company. I will not read that again. But Bev and I have actually added some extra information to that submission. So I will I'll read that out, and once we're finished, we'll open for questions. So good morning. As you can see from our submission, over the years, Bev and I have invested heavily in the infrastructure of our property at Moreton Mains. Although coming at a high cost, there have been significant advances from this investment, including in the areas of animal welfare, soil protection, reduction in solid fertilisers, extending the milking season, and improved staff wellbeing. One of the benefits for ourselves, our community, and the environment is that this infrastructure enables us to attract a high calibre personnel who operate the farm at peak efficiency in all areas. This property is not an island in Southland. We feel it is more like a spider's web, combining with all the business and industries we rely on, that are an integral part of what we are. All these businesses will be affected by the new proposed rating system. Experience tells us that these industries, big and small, operate under a cost-plus system, and we are at the end of the line. We will also be indirectly affected as shareholders of Fonterra, another ratepayer you're trying to catch. As the previous speaker said, their yards as well will also catch us out. For many years, ES has encouraged us all to recognise and minimise our environmental footprint. We have willingly gone beyond what was asked of us. And now 8 years later, faced with being taxed for it in perpetuity, undoubtedly at an increasing rate. To quote your statements in here, which we've done twice, once in the submission as well, moving to a capital value rate would be a more equitable allocation of costs across the region. Our activities have a great focus on protecting the economy of the region as a whole. A capital value rating basis allows our rating system to better reflect where benefits lie. High value properties would pay more, lesser value properties would pay less, quote. We question benefit. To whom? And fail to comprehend how it won't affect our business and that of others substantially. We fear there is a new breed of cow coming to our farm. Yes, cash cow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Presentation, questions? Morris.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we probably all know that you've been very innovative farmers, and I know I've been to your place on field days and you've done a lot of good things there. I wonder, I did ask this question of Russell Pearson as well, who had a similar argument about increasing the value of the farm by having a winter barn. That does provide you with an economic benefit too, doesn't it?
Without that. Absolutely. So if you want to consider Joe Bloggs next door to us, that does not have that facility, he doesn't get disadvantaged, or she. Because the value of our property is up substantially on his, we will get a higher rating under the capital system.
We won't recoup the building costs of our infrastructure. We would only it's only half the value.
So what things could Environment South do to recognise expenditure that results in environmental gains?
Well, what we've sort of said here in this, all these other companies, businesses that will also be affected by a capital rating system, they will pass their costs on to us. So, because whether it be the hourly rate they're charging for will go up. Ontario, of course, has only got a certain pool of money they can pay up, will be directly affected or indirectly affected by that. That is how we are paying extra as well through a capital value rating system. So all those businesses that we deal with, service industries, their hourly rates will go up. As we said, cost plus. We can't have cost plus, we have the end of the line, as we said. So that's how we are paying extra on this proposed new rating system.
Thank you. Neville.
Thank you for your submission. Have you had a look at the current rating compared with what the proposed new rating would be?
As in a value, you mean extra?
Yeah, you can go to the website and see what the new rates are likely to be.
No, we haven't. We have just been, we go away a lot, Bev and I, we're actually semi-retired now, so this has taught us on the hop just a little bit. And we've only been going by feedback from meetings of other farmers in our area of the extra value that their rating will go up, yes.
Okay. Now, I think the information can be available if you look on our website. You can compare what the rating might be.
Jeremy.
Thank you for your submission. I was actually putting, because you've got your address on the thing to find out what it was, but I can't actually, it won't actually log that address in. So I was going to ask the same question. It's always good to have feedback how it has affected your rating system. So you actually asked a question, but I'm sure staff should be able to make sure someone be interested, because you obviously have invested a lot, and I would probably think that it probably is going to go up quite a bit under the capital value. So sorry, I can't give you that numbers because I couldn't find your property, but I'd be interested if we could get, if you're allowing us to see it, it'd be great.
Global Values have just contacted us in the last 2 weeks, and they've got a revaluation. Yeah, so that's interesting.
Yeah, Bev, did I hear you say that by putting your infrastructure on, you don't receive the value for that when you sell it? So
When you see from our submission, we put up a new cash sheet, a new directory, and we did quite a lot of research as to, we contacted real estate agents and other farmers who can buy properties, and we said we were looking at a rotary cow shed versus the herringbone shed. Certainly the real estate agent said you only get, you only get half the value of your cow shed added to the value of your farm. And I suspect, and the barn would be the same. I mean, that price we go for the barn is 8 years old.
And QV should reflect that.
Hopefully it does. Just in front of me now, it's come up, the new rate system will pay an extra $629.05.
I'll just ask for a point of clarification. Is that your dairy farm?
Yes, it is.
And I just thought it sounded, I looked at the valuations, it seemed quite low. So I'm just checking up with your Mill Road North. We don't need to discuss that now, but can we?
We live on Mill Road North.
Yeah.
At a block there.
Might not be the same property, that's all. Sorry.
179 Mills Road.
We can look into that.
Thank you for coming in and presenting this morning, and you've actually heard this a number of times. Should be some dispensation for environmental excellence. So obviously that'll be taken on board during the submissions. You will get a follow-up once we've concluded our deliberations. But thank you for taking the time of coming in this morning.
Great. Thank you very much for listening. And you're most welcome to come and have a look at our property any time you want to. No problem whatsoever to see our operations. We're pretty proud of it. So, Eagle, Morris, Robert, you've been invited twice and you haven't turned up yet.
Apologies for that.
Please come next time if you get an invite. We've had 2 field days there. And to show you our system. So, love to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we have Christine Smith. Welcome, Christine. Come forward. Welcome, Christine. You have 10 minutes. How you like, but the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to my submission. I'll begin with some historical history about the background of the New River, this estuary, and the Ōrāti River. And this is from archival sources. The New River Harbour was the access way for many settlers of Invercargill and the surrounding countryside from the mid-1850s until it silted up and the Bluff Harbour took over as the harbour of choice. The New River Harbour was destroyed as a consequence of the release of rabbits in about 1863. The rabbits were protected by law for several years and thus were not allowed to be hunted. And as an aside, in the later years, there was a canning factory in Ototara which processed 800 rabbits per day for human consumption. But going back to the damage of the rabbits, they ate the ground cover and the roots off the plants all over Sandy Point, devouring loose, drifting sand, and millions of tonnes of this sand was carried by the prevailing wind into the New River Harbour, and it buried areas of bush on Sandy Point, creating a wasteland. I have a photo here which is copied from the book Centenary of Invercargill Municipality 1871 to 1971, and I'll read the text. This is a view of the Invercargill jetty in the days when the New River Harbour was still being used by a considerable number of coastal ships. The harbour served Invercargill for many years, but the ships using it were always in danger of being held up by the adverse bar conditions, that's at Maui, and what was worse, of running aground in the estuary where silting up changed the depth of water. The upper picture shows that quite sizable steamers used to berth at the Invercargill jetty. They were not, of course, very big, but far bigger than might seem possible today. Taking the height of these little men sitting here, standing here actually, that vessel is about 120 feet long. Now to come to the present day. The area just west of the mouth of the Ōrāti River began silting up in the mid-1980s. And the water ski club that had their premises down there asked for that mouth to be dredged with no success, and the ski club is no more. The sand barrier that is there now is of phenomenal size, and it extends upwards in parts before the Duns River Bridge, especially opposite the rowing clubs. This mountain of sand obstructs the river flow and the tidal backflow upriver, resulting in flood and erosion effects. My submission is that Environment Southland, in cooperation with the ICC, should dredge large areas of the estuary and the Ōrāti and perhaps the Waihopai River mouths to a substantial depth. The fall in estuary water levels and tidal flow would eliminate or vastly reduce the flooding risk to the city and upriver farmland properties. The dredged sand could be used along the whole of the length of the western beach aspect of Sandy Point to build dunes like they did in the early 1900s. In the estuary itself, healthy tidal habitats could be re-established, and many other potential water sports or areas of recreation or other attractions could be developed. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Thank you, Christine. I've learned something. I didn't realise that rabbits were protected when they were first released. Morris, you have a question.
Thank you. Yes, very true that rabbits caused a lot of problems a long time ago. But I wonder, two questions. If you dredge the estuary and you have a flood, and then you have a high tide, what is the biggest problem? Is it the amount of sediment in the estuary or the high tide in terms of flooding properties in that area?
There's no flooding that happens down, to my knowledge, in Otara or around dwellings down at Cooper's Creek. But you will kind of see here all of the reclamation that was made over the years. This is the CUNY.
Yeah.
So that's all historic. We can't reverse any of that, but the mud flats out there are very unhealthy, extremely unhealthy. And these gaps here, this is a lower pond and an upper pond, and they were so deep that they didn't have chains long enough to work out what depth they were. And that's why bigger boats even than this one used to come in. So it seems like it's a phenomenal area that is now filled up, completely filled up. And so I'm not sure really what the issue of a high tidal flow on, like you said, Mr. Rodway, on ways and men and me sit and ladies around this table know the answers to some of those things. It's just extremely unhealthy, and we're putting in costly flood protections, and I don't think they would be entirely necessary if we consider some other options.
I know there's a big sandbar opposite the rowing club, and rowing events can't be held there at low tide, so it certainly has built up. There's no doubt about that.
Yes, they used to in the 80s. They could put 8 rowing 8s across there at the finish line. Now they can put 3.
Peter.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Christine, for that.
Thank you.
So, as we see government regulation, we're talking about a catchment, government regulation starting to really have some effect on the sediment flows from the catchment coming into the estuary. So you're quite clear, is it time now that we start to look at the estuary itself? So many people have said in the past, no point doing anything about the estuary until we slow the flow of sediment. So do you think that time is now that we need to be looking at? Have you also had a look at other types of ways of dredging, like autonomous dredges and these sorts of things?
To be frank, no, I haven't. I do know there's a dredge at Bluff at the moment, and I'm doing some dredging down there. I gather what's proposed. It just seems like a solution to me. We've seen flood banks all over the world actually break. If there's enough water behind them. It seems like a simpler idea, but costly, logical but costly.
Thank you. Lyndall.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Christine. Just wondering, you're talking about the dredgings, right, and yes, possibly, re-battering the stoppings, the sand dunes. But also the nature of those dredgings is quite toxic, as you've said, it's in really unhealthy conditions. So have you thought about what we would do with those dredgings, that it can't be put in a sand dune, for example?
There's whole areas where the biosolids have been, there's a big area down that western margin of Sandy Point. They developed the dunes because there weren't any left after the rapids. They all grew away, but they developed those with cross wooden beams all the way down, and within 3 days there was rubble being collected by the wind, and they grew, and then they planted them over to the extent that they exist there still now. We have put a lot of toxic waste into our environment, and so that's why perhaps the dredging around the Waiho Pipe with its leads to the dump is not a good idea. But I'm proposing that we should think about it.
Any further questions of clarification for Christine? If not, thank you very much for coming in and presenting, Christine, and you will get a follow-up once we've deliberated. So, thank you. Right. John Turner, would you like to come? John, all is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and most of you know who I am, but I'm a retired farmer, now living in Giana. Having spent all my life on the banks of the Aparima River and its tributaries, I'm well aware of the destruction caused by excessive rainfall. Keeping your waterways clear of vegetation and excessive gravel is of paramount importance to all of us who depend on our climate for our well-being. For those of us who grow grass in Southland never lets you down, it just goes very close to it at times. So my submission is based on your long-term plan consultant document, 2024 to 2034. Now the main emphasis I have on this is investing, your whole document is investing in flood protection in my view. There are other attributes to it, but a lot of it's about flood protection. It is my view that to impose a capital value rating system is unfair, it's inappropriate and unequal. I strongly oppose such a system. Why not have a rating system based on area? All rate demands that I'm aware of contain an area of the individual holding. And heavy rain falling on 1,000 hectares of land poses more flood risks than water falling on 1,000 square metres. When using a capital value system, you are penalising those that try to improve the environment by erecting wintering barns, fencing of waterways and the like. All these improvements increase the capital value of a property, and it has no relation to the collection of water in relation to flood protection. A commercial property of, say, $10 million will attract a very high rate under your present system, but it may only have a small area and a few square metres that has a very low risk of causing flooding. By using a land value-based rating system, you could rate the Southland District Council. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Transit New Zealand for their roading network. You could also rate all the parks and reserves. Department of Conservation. There's no area that water does not fall on. Flooding is caused by heavy or excessive rainfall falling on a property. The larger the property, the larger the catchment, and the more risk of flooding downstream. By using this system, it is more of a user pays than what you are proposing under a capital value rating system that has no relation to the amount of rain or flooding. As a council, I believe you need to be brave and endeavour to get your rate collection as close as possible to user pays. Stop following what other councils do, or you'll rate yourselves out of existence. The compulsory ratepayer has had enough of this present bureaucratic system, and to make more, ratepayers should have been informed on an individual basis of any proposed to change the rating system. And I believe you're trying to push it through far too quick, much too quickly. There's been not a lot of thought. I want to stop there, Mr. Chairman. I've got 2 or 3 other points, but I just want to take any questions on that if there is any.
Well, we've only got 2 or 3 points. Perhaps make them, and then we'll go to questions, if you like.
Sorry?
Perhaps finish off your points, and then we'll do the questions.
You want me to carry on?
Yes, carry on. Yeah.
Right, okay. Reserves. Yes, the council should use them as they have been inflated away, in my view. There's no good reason not to. Increasing rates and holding large reserves is simply saying to your ratepayer, you can invest the money better than the ratepayer. Southport shares? Yes, you should sell down to 51% on I believe. Remember, it's a ratepayer that owns those shares. So if you do sell down, I believe they should be offered the first option to buy. Amalgamation. Your 10-year plan does not mention anything about amalgamation. It is high time, with the ever-increasing costs and decreasing population of Southland area, that the unitary authority for this area must be of prime consideration. I suggest you need to start the promotion before the ratepayers begin to do so. To continue as present, you will rate yourselves out of existence with your proposed increases, as will the Southland District Council, Gore District and the Invercargill City Council. At the present, the ratepayers see these councils as a bureaucratic dictatorial organisation that sets itself to control the ratepayers. It is them and us. Surely we should be all working together for the betterment of the region, and by doing so we can create a much better working relationship that will enhance the region, a one for Southland. Climate change. The climate has been changing for millions of years, and that's scientific proof of that. It is still changing, and we will all experience and will continue to do so. You cannot fight nature, so stop spending monies on hypothetical events. The biggest problem we have has been created by those that want to protect our waterways and do not allow the extraction of gravel. We as ratepayers need to start holding those responsible for these actions and hold them personally accountable. Pest control. For some time I've been concerned about the increase in possums and the risk of TB. I would like Environment Southland to ask all ratepayers by doing a survey about the prevalence of possums in their area and are they happy with the present method of control. Last Thursday I drove through 350 k's of Western Southland from Tiana right down to Tuatapere and to the mouth of the Waiau. And another guy and I, we counted 15 possums dead on the road in that area. Happy Valley had quite a few, but they're everywhere. And these possums were not just old ones, they were relatively fresh. And I think it was an explosion. In general, Mr. Chairman, councillors, to change the rating system needs input from those that pays the rates. Ratepayers are compulsory shareholders, and at all times they should be consulted on any change in the rating system. How it affects them on an individual basis. At present, the council is pushing this through without proper consultation, in my view. The lack of communication has failed, and its honesty with the transparency with its ratepayer is also failing. It is time to take more time and think it through clearly. On one of my properties, the proposed increase, the rates go up 95%. So I think, Mr. Chairman, that you need to rethink what the council is, what you're doing. Put it off for a while, draw breath, and consult with your ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Just a query on spending the reserves. We've had a lot of submitters saying a lot of those reserves are tagged to catchments, etc., and they're saying leave our reserves alone. Just like your comment on that particular one.
Well, if the reserves are tagged, they'll be tagged for a purpose. And if they have to do something, that purpose needs to be used, you should use them. My view is that there's no putting a whole lot of money from one generation in the bank for the next one.
John.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, John, thank you. Just interested in the amalgamation, and probably my questions around how do you see the structures or what are the current structures around the catchment liaison and community boards? Is there enough structure there for fair representation of community if we look at amalgamation, or we've got some changes to be made there as well.
Well, there needs to be a lot of change to be made. But the unitary authority of the Tasman has worked very well for over 20 years, almost 30 now. And I believe here, I mean, what's going to happen if we look forward? These offices will be too small. The way you're growing the business, it seems to be going like Topsy. Invercargill, Gore, it's only a small outfit, and Southland District. Why don't we have one big unitary authority with one chief executive, one lot of councillors, and all driving for the benefit of Southland? I mean, people say the farmers, they don't need Invercargill. You talk to a farmer on an individual basis, he needs Invercargill. Everyone needs Invercargill. Our hospitals, medical centres here, all those things. We need one another. We're going to stop driving this nonsense that we've got here at the moment, which I strongly believe, and I've talked to the chief executive about this, it's them and us. We've got to get away from that. We're all in this together. We're all trying to grow Southland for the benefit of its people and the next generation. So a unitary authority in my mind is paramount importance. And I'm quite sure if you as councillors don't start promoting it, it will come from elsewhere. Because you'll write yourselves out of existence with the present proposals.
I've got Peter, Lyndall, Jeremy, then Eric. Peter.
Okay, good. Just that question was just asked brilliantly and answered brilliantly, so I'll yield. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Lyndall.
Thanks, John. Kia ora, John.
Let me speak up a wee bit.
Just wondering if you have, on the amalgamation topic, if you have submitted to Invercargill City and Southland District and Gore District on that topic?
No, I haven't, because the submissions for the proposed environment plan were for this council. We pay you as councillors to come along here and think about the future, and I think you should start promoting it. That is your job. I really believe it is your job as councillors.
Just asking if you have asked them also.
But I haven't done that.
Okay, thank you.
Jeremy.
Just a point of clarification, John, thanks for coming in and make some pretty good points. Going back to, pro land value and sort of a use pay scenario, what, if we go to land value, the burden, like the reality is, well, you will understand the effect of the cost being put out into the rural area because that's where all land holding. I'm just trying to tease that out a bit, that what you're proposing.
Well, I'm not proposing land value at all. I actually think the present rating system is wrong. And I've actually got a lot of proof in the Te Anau area where it's proven to be wrong. But what I think you're proposing is also wrong. That's my view. And I think that you as councillors should draw a breath, sit back and find out, because I mean, the reality is if you've got an inch of rain falling on that bit of paper, and an inch of rain falling on this room, there's a big difference in the catchment. And to my knowledge, every rate demand has an area. So why not use that? Think about it. Because, I talked to Nicola about this and he said no other council's done it. But I mean, if every other council jumps off the cliff, do you all follow? No. I think you need to really draw breath and think about this. Because, as I drive through Southland, I do a really big case in my retirement, actually. And, you drive on heavy rain and you watch the rain coming off the local roads, the Burwood, the Gorge and all these places. And it's all over the place. And it falls down and all finishes up in the sea. And I don't believe the guy on the flat should pay any more than the guy on the hill to a degree. But it should be based on area. That's what we're talking about, is rainfall based on area, not rainfall based on capital value.
Eric.
Yeah, thank you, John, for your submission. I'm interested in your amalgamation issue, which others have raised. I note in your submission, you just mentioned the territorial authorities. Is your vision for amalgamation as a unitary council, would it include Environment Southland with the 3 territorial authorities, or do you see some?
With the 3.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, my view is that we should be all one. I mean, the reality is, if a builder or someone getting a consent, they've got to go to sometimes the regional council and sometimes the district council. So what I'm saying is we have one council for us all.
Okay.
All for one.
Thank you.
And then start to work together.
Thank you for coming in and presenting this morning, John, and like everybody else, you will get a follow-up once we've
I look forward to some positive results.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. We have Mr. Jeff and Susan Smith.
No.
In that case, we'll go to Fish and Game. Welcome, Jacob.
Excuse me.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name's Jacob Smythe, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Southland Fish and Game Council with respect to the both proposed long-term plan and also the infrastructure strategy. In this case, council proposes increased investment in Southland's flood protection infrastructure through its long-term plan. This includes an annual operating expenditure increase of $2.3 million funded by a new flood protection infrastructure rate. In reply, Fish and Game supports the intended part use of these funds for both enhancing data collection and analysis to understand river systems and mitigation measures, and secondly to build expertise within the catchment team. Fish and Game does, however, observe the plan provides for a substantial part of the additional funds to be spent on a capital works program for new flood infrastructure, including debt repayment associated with it. Fish and Game acknowledges that the council must address climate change projections for a more dynamic regional climate when managing Southland rivers, and that comment is made with reference to the 2018 report prepared by NIWA for both this council and other councils. It is clear that challenges are posed by bigger floods and narrowed flood corridors. Fish and Game's principal concern is that the plan does not address funding for improving resilience through less engineered means. Recent external advice to this council recommends, firstly, a strategic change in river management from a, quote, command and control, end quote, ethos to a, quote, living with rivers, end quote, ethos. Simply put, changing flood magnitudes and frequencies exposes vulnerability when design limits are exceeded. And secondly, that advice council recommends working with riverine processes in planning for change over time. And in this case, it's unclear within council what will happen in mid-2025 when the Ministry for Environment funding discounted for its Murihiku Slow the Flow project expires. In terms of monitoring, Fish and Game submits that useful monitoring includes using funds generated by the additional rate to, or should include, I should say, natural character index surveys for entire rivers in Southland to understand river type, extent, scale of modification over time, and potential or need for restoration. And this comment aligns with external advice provided to this council. Secondly, gravel monitoring to inform management of the same by council, including use of LiDAR at 5-year intervals or sooner following large catchment scale flood events. Again, this aligns with external advice to council. Current monitoring gaps with respect to gravel make it very difficult to fully understand gravel movement within catchments, including flux, to identify what sustainable gravel management extraction limits are and whether these align with river management goals. And in addition, Fish and Game considers that funding LiDAR analysis to identify areas suitable for wetland development or restoration, particularly in drainage district areas, is advantageous. Turning very quickly to the infrastructure strategy for healthy rivers and resilient communities. This is a 30-year intergenerational time span proposed, which is a very short-term focus on infrastructure. Passing recognition is made that it is not viable to build stock banks higher and higher, and an alternative is nature-based solutions. That said, little of any further discussion is made. In Fish and Game submission, this strategy could be improved by stronger recognition of why transition from the command and control ethos to living with rivers ethos is required, and further improvement with regard to how and when changes for this ethos is to occur. Currently, there seems to be a fundamental disconnect between what's happening in the short term and what needs to happen in the long term. Fish and Game submission is there needs to be a clearer roadmap to identify why that's required and how and when it is to occur. Now, I've said a lot in a short time span, so I'd welcome any questions that this council has in relation to those comments, or indeed in relation to the lengthy submission that was put before the council.
Thanks, Jacob. Morris.
Thank you, Jacob. At paragraph number 20 of your submission, you talk about wetlands. And I wonder if there's opportunity, if you have any ideas about how Environment Southland and the Life Fish and Game, maybe the Buyout Trust, could work together to enhance and encourage the building of wetlands throughout the region.
Well, I do understand what the regional forum said about wetlands, and I certainly agree with that. I don't think there's a need to go as far as having a whole task force devoted to wetlands. I think it can actually operationalise pretty simply. And certainly Fish and Game has had some very good experience building wetlands at a farm scale. I think that's where the greatest opportunity lies, is working with individual farmers particularly, rather than the idea of looking at large scale wetlands at the bottom end of catchments, which need quite significant degrees of engineering. Fish and Game's experience is that you can actually build smaller scale wetlands at quite low cost. We do get regular approaches for them. We've got a small subsidy scheme to facilitate that. But I think actually probably starting to work with catchment groups would be a really good way to do it. If you took the 30 catchment groups in Southland and you did one wetland with each of those to identify maybe something that could be replicated in that catchment or sub-catchment, that would be a really good starting point, because often seeing is the first thing. People need to create a vision of them in their mind of what is possible. And also I think what would be useful is provide some costings with those, because they can be done at much lower cost than perhaps some of the highly engineered structures that have been dealt, sort of recommended by NIWA, for example.
What I'm really asking is that I agree with all of that, that's good, but could Fish and Game help financially with the building of wetlands? I know you already provide subsidy for farmers, but could you work with, say, Environment Southland to do this on a larger scale?
Yes, we could. We probably couldn't provide external funding, but I think we could probably provide staff expertise and staff time. And I think that's probably what would be the most useful thing in the first instance, in terms of experience rather than large sums of money, which Fish and Game has limited money. So.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Eric.
Yeah, thank you for a very comprehensive submission. And I'm on the same theme as Morris, and I read on section 16 and 15, etc., of what you've got there, that you talk about ongoing loss of wetlands. That's surely not still happening, is it? Have we not got to the stage where that kind of happening?
Well, unfortunately, Environment Southland's own research shows that it has been happening, and there was a very comprehensive research piece done by Richard Ewins between, I think, 2014 through early.
That's history, though.
Well,
2024, we're in now.
We're talking within a single-figure digits of years, and there's been further research that has showed it's still happening. So I think the unfortunate answer to your question is yes, it is still happening.
Okay. Right. You know, that's very interesting. You mentioned command and control as a way of describing certain approaches to risk management, and then went on to talk about what I consider to be better. Who's advising you? Who are you learning from, Fish and Game? And can we get in touch with those people?
Well, look, this advice has been provided to Environment Southland by Ian Fuller from Massey University. That report was finalised in December of 2023, so last year, and certainly it's available on Environment Southland's website. So that is advice that's been provided, and it's here and it's available now.
Are there other sources that you were drawing from?
Oh, there's certainly international, national and also international research as well, which is recommending these changes over time. And it's really a product of the fact that current intensive management is neither environmentally nor economically sustainable. We simply have to look at an alternative approach. But the key thing is, if the approach is changed, how that transition occurs over time. I think in fairness to communities, there needs to be discussions about why it's happening and when it is to start happening, and what the implications of what it might look like in time is.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. They're saying that the Ian Fuller report should be a foundation in regards to gravel management. Cornerstone report.
Oh, very much so. I mean, in my mind, there's no point in asking for external advice if you don't want to actually even consider it. And there's some really good advice there about things that needs to happen in terms of improved monitoring and making informed decisions rather than conjecture about what may or may not be happening. I do appreciate, some of his advice is expensive, in terms of the monitoring that needs to occur. And that's why it needs to be provided from the long-term plan rather than just something on an annualised basis, because it needs to be repeated over time to look at trends rather than just a snapshot at one point. Yeah. Sorry, long answer to a short question. The answer is yes.
John?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Jacob, I just read through your report and probably just a question in general. As a council, we have responsibility for protecting lives and property. And I guess that's the conundrum we have, is trying to work through what we have to do tomorrow and what we have to do in a decade. And
yes.
Trying to see the balance on that. I guess
yes.
Trying to pick up where Fishing Games Balance's view on that is.
Yeah, I mean, with the sort of suggested change, I mean, that would actually help to address some of those things. So much of what's been done over time is actually speed water up to confine to narrow flood corridors. And when you've got a prediction for larger rain events, and that becomes harder and harder to assimilate. So some of what this is designed to do is areas where deposition areas, for example, or even things around increasing soil carbon with water retention as well. So it's not proposing that you change tomorrow what you're doing, but it's proposing change over time. And that's why I think that infrastructure strategy needs to look more beyond just the short term, given it's an intergenerational document. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jacob. And you mentioned the full report and slow the flow. So I look forward to Fish and Game working with us to actually be able to implement some of these things in the near future.
Yes, well, I have been involved with the Gravel Working Group, and I've also been to the workshop for the Slow the Flow project week before last. So we are, in short.
Thanks for taking the time to come in this morning, and we appreciate the comprehensive submission you've made on the behalf.
My pleasure. And good luck with the deliberations. I'm sure they're not easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have Lloyd McCallum.
I'm going to get a 2-minute stop.
Welcome, Lloyd, and you've sat on the other side of the table, so you will know the process. So the floor is yours.
I think, Mr. Chairman, it's very interesting listening to the conversations at the back, but my approach is probably a little bit different, and you may or may not like what I say, but I'll call it as I see it. I'm going to ask the silly question up front: how many of the submissions have you read in full, or have you just read the staff summary and just wait to see what the flow of the submission content is in the hearing? I was surprised that the long-term plan came out in the form that it did. And I'm not sure whether it's a staff long-term plan or a councillor's long-term plan. I believe that council has been captured by management. The councillors need more governance training. And when I've talked to the councillors over the last month, you don't seem to be on the same page. You're going to come under a lot of pressure when you come into the formal decision-making process. And this will be over rates, rating systems, work plans, and borrowing levels. I think you'll be told by management the following: that you need a capital value base, that you need another rate, that the 23% is what you actually need to make your books work, but I have a feeling that they will say now that we've found some savings and we can probably do it at 15%. So I want to stop the Southern Pest Eradication Society from doing its work and funding the way that it is through the rating system. They'll tell you that they want to sell down the Southport shares, so taking capital money and putting it into cash flow. They want to borrow much more money because the government's sending you work and not actually giving you the money to go with that work. I hope I'm wrong, but that's how I see it at the moment. My view is that if you want to change a rating base, that is not the issue. The issue is the transition from one system to another. And in this case, if you change to a capital-based system, you've got some big issues like the wire that you'll have to sort through. There could even be a legal case that comes up there as well. There's no need for another rate. But Environment Southland needs to streamline its business and business processes, including your support networks in the back room, what I call the back room data recovery, data management systems. I believe that the rate increase you should be aiming for is 6% or lower. And remember, I was here last time at the annual meeting and said to you that your rate of 25.5, you had broken the promise with the community, and you made $6.5 million as stated in your annual accounts. On your fees and charges, you are now proposing that you charge for a certified plan of $220, plus another $220 for an audited plan, and yet we're still working out what the government's got. You can't double dip. 90% of the farm plan, freshwater farm plan, you already have for my businesses in your systems. The only part that I understand you're missing is the cultural aspect as you update it. But there are many sectors out there that have no plan at all. I believe the Southern Pest Eradication Society should carry on. Actually, I asked them to come to my work and do a two yearly shoot on my property, but they can't do it. But that's how much I would like that system to be wider than just down there. I also think that the establishment cost that you had, which is very hard, actually you didn't even have it on your long-term plan, the cost structures with this, I couldn't even get it from further information. You've had your setup here, and now that should be reduced. The fees that you're charging to administer that should actually drop. Do not sell the Southport shares. You were given them by the setup of the regional councils back in the day. This, as I put in my submission, this is your capital spend money along with the infrastructure investments. When I was a councillor, we knew that this plan was going to be a debt reduction plan. I did not see it in there. Your flood banks actually handle quite good floods right now. There's some maintenance REM to do on them, but they're actually not bad. The risk you have, if you look around the world, is the super flood, which is a loss of life discussion, not a protect property discussion. We need to start thinking now about what happens when that super flood comes. I believe that you need to get your consents finished off through the river management system. And one of the issues you've got there with a super flood is looking at around New Zealand is what trash, what liability is lying on the ground that's going to block up the waterways and bridges and take out, as we saw in Canterbury, take out a whole pier of the railway system, of which on those railway systems, if not the main bridge, all your fibre optic cables sit. That's the community working. The government doesn't have money to spend on regional matters at the moment. It's struggling to meet its own commitments. So I'm not sure how you get the money that's stated in your long-term plan, where it's going to come from, and the amounts that you've given. I don't see that coming. Finally, I think the Environment South needs to be a leader, as it was designed to be, and not a follower. At the end of my submission of each section, you'll see there's a comment. Please read those comments if you don't read the rest of it. They actually give a summary of some of the things that I've talked about. Right now, you've got 4 pieces of work I understand that you need to finish. The material allocation, you only allocated $320,000 for that. I understand it's near $1 million, and you've still got some work to do. Alternate consent, that is going to blow up in your face again unless there is a major work done in the next month. River management, the fairway systems for each FMU. I understand that is actually further down the track than you realise. It's actually been signed off, but it's never been implemented. And you've got some issues on the wire. There are 2 things, probably if you looked at my consent, there are 2 errors in it. I hope you pick them up. One actually comes straight off your website. And the other one is I made a calculation calculation error, but the intent of what I'm telling you is the same. It's just to the degree of which I'll put it in basically the worst case scenario, but it's not actually what was in your plan.
Thanks, Lloyd. Morris?
Thank you, Lloyd. Yes, and thank you for your comprehensive submission. It's certainly, we've had quite a lot of those, and we've had over 300 in total, so it takes quite a lot of reading to get through them all. Regarding Southport, and I'm a bit surprised what you say there, because in the document it says that we will only be selling the shares down to 51%, not more than that, and only if we can get a good price. And the reason for selling them is so that we can invest that money, not use it. Income from investing it elsewhere in our share portfolio, you know all about that, gives us a better return, and it maybe less risk as well, because it's in a range of companies. So my question then is, do you not think that this is a sensible thing to do, what we're actually proposing to do?
The short answer is no. The other part is I do have some small investments other than my dairy business. And every time I get back to land investment and other investments go up and down like yo-yos, and I'm not confident. I think in the structure of Environment South, and you were given an asset like many others throughout New Zealand for the community benefit. When I break down what you actually do, you need to manage your business so that the rate take and the invoices generated from this business, that is what cash flows your business. And you're not doing that at the moment. Your capital fund money, structural money, the stuff that repays debt is actually Southport plus the money from your investment. That is substantial. And yes, it will go up and down, but that is the money that you can do the things that you need to do. That's how I would structure it if this was my business.
Thanks.
Further questions for Lloyd? Well, just on that one, you've been in this building, and the focus on trying to actually leverage our balance sheet. So the Southport, when we look at it, we're the only listed company that actually have 2/3 of the shares, but actually have no more influence. So what we'll put out is actually we wouldn't go below 51%, but the ability to actually diversify our portfolio and it's been very flat, as you realise, over the last 10 years. So that's why it's in there, and we've had feedback both positive and negative. You might like to comment on that.
I think one of the things that you deal with is that you have realised and unrealised value coming back into your balance sheet, and you know my comments on that. I think if it was my business, I would structure it differently. Somewhere along the way, you're going to have to borrow and pay back. It wasn't that long ago you were a debt-free council. Within the last 3 years, you were debt-free. The reason, as I pointed out in my submission, the reason you have nearly $19 million of debt and $1 million of cash flow out of your cash flow business is because the government's given you money, and it's a share of money, as I understand, that you borrow. If it wasn't for that, you would actually be in a far stronger place. You have to pay that money back. Otherwise, if you don't, it actually starts to snowball through the business, and decisions that you're making now will not be able to be made because you've got this debt burden sitting on your doorstep that is growing. So you've got to pay that back. That's why I made a comment about your reserve need to be capped and focused. You need to align your FMUs and your river liaison committees and your catchment all together so that people from the community deal direct with you at the table, not through third-party, fourth-party interactions. So I think there's a lot of savings sitting in there and a lot of stream work that should actually be done.
Sure. Thanks for your submission. Just in regards, going back to you're talking about the R&M on the flood banks and that, and saying, hey, flood banks are not too bad. Still on the flood banks when the floods are going past us. But, so that's a priority. I want us to make sure that the infrastructure that we have is doing what it's meant to do. It's about the extra that you're saying that may need to be looked at, so to speak. And from the budgeting, that's where the debt's coming from.
This is the discussion that you always have. Where do you put your money and how much do you put and what are you actually trying to do and what's the feedback and what's the return time on it and what is it actually going to do at the end of the day? Looking at the river when it gets up into full, and I have been on the Mataura and on the Reti at the moment. When you look at that river in full flood, it's mean. It's taking logs down there like it's unreal what it can actually do. You need to keep that away from a life-threatening scenario. But I don't have enough visibility on the river today on your monitoring systems down the river. The major bridges do not all have monitoring systems on them. So we've got our own secondary system that works. We're looking at rainfall in the catchment at the same time. But looking at the river, like there's a fault in the river bank at the Lochiel Bridge. Not many people know it, but the banks don't meet. They meet like this and there's a road in the middle and it floods across the road. We need to go down the banks and tidy them up. Now that R&M is quite different than spending capital. If you're going to protect Lumsden and Winton like I suggest you're going to do, and that's what we have talked about, and you do this to the banks, you may protect Winton or Lumsden, but what about the conversation you're going to have over here? That wasn't the deal he brought on, that he was going to be the floodplain. Also the flood banks, we need to know where to cut them. We need to know where to actually purposely breach them, especially around Mataura. Do we want the water going through Mataura, through that narrow gutting hole there? Or do you want to take the paper mill out and make it the capacity a lot more? Or are you going to bypass it round to the west? These decisions, when the water level goes up so high, will need to be real. If you go to the bottom of the North Island, they've actually got floodways sitting there ready to go. They farm them, but when the flood comes, that's where the water goes. Everybody knows that. They bypass the water away to take the pressure off the town. So it's about where's the pressure and how do I divert the pressure?
Any further questions for Lloyd? If not, thanks for coming in and presenting and giving us quite a comprehensive submission. So as we know, you will get a follow-up once we've deliberated. Thank you. And we will invite another former councillor to the table, Alan Beard, if you'd like to come forward.
I'll let you have a small break.
Made us thirsty, Mr. Beard.
Yes, yeah, they've got lots of questions maybe, are they? Or just,
Well, they're going to throw it in.
a missile that's going to.
Just here to listen.
Well, Alan, you'll know the rules. You've got 10 minutes and you can split it up that how you like. It'll be good to have a few questions at the end. So the floor is yours. Welcome.
I was giving Alistair a chance to come back. He asked me.
All right.
So,
Okay.
give me another minute. Give him another minute.
Enjoying life outside of the chamber.
How's the golf? I was going to ask you, how's the golf going?
Handicap's never been lower. How's it? Sitting a few days in. Right, first on. Mr. Chairman, councillors, your long-term plan process has been extensive. 14 workshops between June 23 and March 24, an array of supporting documents on the website. You have engagement with the community, 326 submissions to read and many more, many wanting a second bite with an oral submission. With some knowledge of the process, I have come back for that second bite. In my submission, I have covered several areas that you are seeking feedback on. I believe it's reasonable to condense my thinking down to 2 points. Your strategy to focus the organisation back to some of its core components has merit. Protection of the community is paramount. Nature is a fickle mistress, so infrastructure is needed to minimise the disruption following adverse weather events. Where I do differ from the council is on how new infrastructure spending is decided and ultimately paid for. In the next 3 years, 3 new capital projects were identified with spending of around 14 million. Debt will grow by 15 million and will close at 33.25 million at June 2027. For a council with no borrowing at June 23, that is an eye-wateringly large slump to indebtedness. And it does seem to be echoing what Lloyd said when I walked in. At this point, it is useful to remind the council that in October last year, we had a general election, and the party that showed blatant disregard to debt, its accumulation, its effect on fueling inflation, was comprehensively voted out. This 10-year plan has the hallmark of that rejected Labour administration. Debt-fueled capital expenditure on projects that will not fund themselves. An insatiable desire to draw in more revenue from the community and spend it. My submission to you, Mr. Chairman and councillors, protect the community, but not by encumbering them with a mountain of debt. Revisit your spending priorities and levels of service. Consider a spending reduction in line with that imposed on central government ministries. A 6% reduction on your 2023 annual period operating expenditure is around 2.6 million. This would be cash expenditure of around 41 million, a full 10 million less than what you have put forward in the 2025-year plan. Mr. Chairman, councillors, this plan is overheated with expenditure and debt growth and needs a large revision. You are fueling inflation at a time when we are all experiencing austerity as we attempt to rebalance the economy and live within our means. My second point can be covered more quickly. The Southland Regional Council was entrusted with the assets of the Southland Harbour Board. Environment Southland did not invest in these assets. Mr. Chairman and councillors, you are the guardians of this strategic asset for Southland. You will see from the table in my submission that you are not alone in experiencing a market value decline in port assets. I am levelling a big chunk of the blame on central government, the previous one. This decline does not affect your balance sheet as the asset is recorded at historical cost. A 4.7 million dividend on an 8.7 million asset is a 54% return. Why on earth would you consider selling down? Mr. Chairman, councillors, understand this asset and what it means for the region. The strong port company will have a reflection of the province as a whole. Profitability brings dividends and choices on how this money is used in the region. Offset rates if you must. A wiser option could be the way forward to fund new infrastructure investment and not accumulating a mountain of debt. You have a lot to consider.
Thank you, Alan. Questions for Alan? Just on your last comment, if we didn't subsidise the rates with that dividend, that would lead to a substantial rise on an individual basis. And the reason we have considered going to 51% is the fact that it's flat, and so the ability to soften the rates has reduced. That was never any attempt to be a fire sale. It was just asking the public, do we need to hold more than 51%?
Well, from a cash flow angle, you are getting a stronger dividend, and there's no certainty that that dividend will be beaten by investing or putting that money into a managed fund. In a managed fund, you're talking maybe a 3% return. That's what indicated in your report. So I know it's not 54% in real terms, but that's what it is on your balance sheet. I mean, the asset was worth about 70 million more than what it's currently worth. Is it a good investment? Well, I think, well, is it a good asset to hold? I think it is. As I say, if the port is doing well, Southland is doing well. You make the port do well, and the province will follow. And there are plans that you set infrastructure that you put in to facilitate that port. In the case of roading, there are things that this council can do to ensure that Southport is a thriving business.
Yeah, just one correction that may not have been in there, that we were talking about utilising a 3% return, but obviously we're expecting to get 6+ going forward, but we won't get into a debate. I've got Eric, then Lyndall.
Thank you, Chair. Alan, thank you for your comprehensive and your straightforward way of presenting it. That's appreciated. And certainly being conscious of the fact that if we were to reduce our expenditure, you mentioned staff. I'm just wondering, do you have some comments about flood protection, or what other areas do you see that we could prioritise savings?
Yeah, without complete knowledge of the business now, I still have my spreadsheet of you know, how we staff numbers have grown, and I know it's a staff heavy business. Not saying that's the wrong thing about being a council, because the staff is the asset of this business. But I just feel that there seems to only be a one-way trajectory in the growth of staff in this organisation. I know other councils around the country do the same. They seem to be able to grow numbers over time. All the efficiencies that we ask for don't seem to come through. We just seem to be building our staff base. And technology, surely the technology, well, there is some technology there that can mean fewer staff keep this business going, whether it's at a farm level, and what level of monitoring are required on staff. Can more technology come into on farm, so that instead of having to send people out to look at a water take, that information is just sent through to council. I mean, some of the bigger takes are all in that method, but there's many that are not. I mean, I'm conscious also that your fees have elevated for water monitoring. These things are points that rate with the community, where it's costing $600 for someone to come and sample my water. I think I agree with the council, as I said at the beginning, that the flood protection is what this council was known for initially, and the requirements that central government's put on it is greater now. You've got the coastal environment, you've got air, obviously we've got water to work through, but it just surprises me that we can't do more with less.
Thank you.
We've got Lyndall, then Jeremy.
Kia ora, Alan. Follows very similar path to Councillor Roy's question, actually, but from the work program perspective, as far as if you're suggesting that we are more austere and have to be careful what work we are doing, what work programs would you suggest we don't do in the short term?
Well, I just think, where are we now with the banks? I mean, have we not invested over $50 million in upgrading some of our first line of defences at the coast, and obviously some of our known areas along the Mataura where we are in trouble? Is it not a chance to sit back, at least to monitor more, rather than actually going hard with spending? I know Lloyd commented about the $10 or $14 million worth of the 3 projects that you've identified. Could they be deferred? Could they be pushed out? Yes, without ultimately compromising, because as I said, we have spent over $50 million in the region to upgrade some of the defences.
Jeremy.
Quickly, thanks, Alan. Enjoy talking numbers. I've always got a fairly good knowledge of some of the numbers around here. Using reserves, you understand the reserves probably better than most, so your feelings around using some of those to do some of the work program instead of having it in managed funds.
Where there's, and I know that the River River Liaison Committee are going to talk more about how they see reserves. And some of the things you've suggested, I kind of support. I mean, there's having rainy day reserves and then having issues with the banks that are not being addressed. That's, as a person who lives in the community and looks at the riverbanks and sees some of his fellow farmers, how they're handling and looking after them, they are important issues to maintain. Those banks that we've got, they are a big investment, and whether it is a few more $100,000 a year to, you know, David Rose is going to come and tell you about fixing the grade 5s. I mean, that's a small dint or fault in those banks that are not being addressed is where you'll get a breach. And my family experienced 2 of those breaches in the 80s, and we had water around our house. So I know what it's like to have a flood around our house living rurally. We got over it. We got new carpets. An ill wind, but no one likes it when you see water rushing around your houses, and they start with a breach of the bank. So if you have to use your reserves to fix up those grade 5s, no qualm from me.
Peter.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Very comprehensive submission. Enjoyed reading. And I trust you're very good financial attributes. With the staffing and the increase of staffing and the trajectory you talk about, what are your thoughts on amalgamation? And of course, the whole point of amalgamation would be to consolidate and decrease and improve levels of service with less staff.
Interesting. I don't know whether I've got time, Mr. Chairman. Have I got time?
Sorry.
Briefly, I've got one more question. That's probably off.
I just feel that if the council's not careful, it creates that outcome, and maybe unintentionally, that if the community sees 20% rate rises every year, not every year, but too many, they are the catalysts that say, well, is that enough is enough. We just can't, as a community, fund all this council. How can we look at other ways to get the infrastructure that we need, get the service that we need, but not have to have 4 councils? And so, as far as some of my thinking, I kind of support we're heading in that direction, because in some ways the community can't afford all these councils.
Final question, Peter.
No, I'll just give you a question. I think that's a really good point to finish on. And I just want to say, so basically, just for clarification, you're saying that councils, we need to organise ourselves better.
Well, we do provide a service that the community wants. Councils do provide that service. At a point in time, they will begin to push back and saying that the level of cost to the benefit is starting to be out of alignment. And I feel that we're heading that direction, particularly with, well, I know what the TAs are confronted with. And they are going to be putting big capital spend on their ratepayer base, which is the same ratepayer base as this council is rating. And that's my point. There could be $200, $300, $400 million worth of debt in this region, because all councils go after the capital spends that are in their plans.
Thanks for your comprehensive submission, Alan, and you will get a follow-up, the same as everybody else will, but thanks for
your time. It's not supposed to be too much of a lecture.
Okay, next up is Dave Marshall. Come forward, Dave.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this motion. And I'm speaking as a long 43 years as a leasee on council ground. It's coming 60 years since we farmed that farming that property. And it's not going to be a polished submission like some of the ones I've just seen, but I have a few concerns regarding the change. It doesn't worry me about capital value. We've been rated on capital value basically anyhow to a degree, but I do wonder how hard we've looked into the options of our rating system and why there wasn't more options put in front of us as for us to see the different things. I've sat through some of your earlier meetings and I was under the impression we were going to get 2 or 3 options to sit through. But my main concern is, while I was digging through a bit of information, I have a rates demand here from 1964, which was our first rates demand on this property. And it brought something to my mind on the Soil Conservation or Soil and Rivers Control Act in 1941. And I thought, well, that'll be long gone. But I see it's been superseded and it's been extended and it's been updated in December 23. But what I did wonder about with the change of going to an all-in-one pot, we have a catchment called the Otakau Stream Drainage Program, which is a 2,500 acre pond area that was developed in the 1940s, or it was dug by the council. It was one of their first big projects, and it was completed in 1956. And then in 1964, they decided, or 1965, they decided they'd rate it. And it developed 2,500 acres. Now, this is going to be more of a question time for you people, for me, because I'm curious to, and I've read the plan, but I'm curious to where we're going to sit in these small, I've been told by Tony, we have 140 rating catchments. So what's going to happen to these small 2,500 acre areas like this, that is actually that we contribute 3,700 a year to? Is this all going to be money put in a big pot? And are we 2,500 acre area? Where do we stand with this drainage program if we change to the way we are? And are we going to lose sight of some of our works within that area? Because if we do, we then run into a lot of area. And look, I realise that when David Fraser walked the Southern Plains and rated all these areas, and there was great debate on it, but I still feel that we need some of his figures and data on where we're going and where we're moving forward. It doesn't, you've struck it on a harsh time. People do not have money to waste money. And I'm concerned that all of a sudden we're going to see all these streams in this catchment that are on a 2-yearly cleaning program bumped out to 3 and 5 years to make ends meet, because all the money's in one pot. So I would need some reassurance from the council that if the money goes into one pot, how do you decipher this? Also, when these farms were taken by the council in 79, 80, 81 in the Taramau area for the ponding, the first lot of money was government. 66% of it come from the government coffers. And basically the properties were taken under the Ministry of Works Act. They were valued by Ministry of Works, and they were taken at 10% below government valuation, because this is going to be our floodway. Now, as we have progressed, people have got, they don't appreciate what's there, how big a necessary thing the Taramau ponding area is to this council. And it has actually turned into a wee bit of a gold pot for the council. And I know what Jeremy's going to say. The reserves, they were funded by the people in the Arete. They need to stay in the Arete catchment. I'm afraid I'm going to argue with you for a long time on that, whether this, whichever direction this changes it. I would be very upset to see those reserves end up in something like Stead Street Pump, which we still have not really had an accountable explanation of a $9 million expenditure. Look, I'm not going to get long-winded. I'm passionate about where I live, and I would actually like a few answers. What is going to happen to those small catchment drainage areas?
Paul, to start. Then myself.
Thank you very much. We heard from one of the earlier submitters regarding the catchment and the money for each catchment not going into a large pot. And if I remember rightly, the terminology they used was seepage. Would that be what your thoughts would be?
Yeah, that would be my concern. Yeah.
Because through the catchment committees at the moment, there's a little bit more control.
Yeah.
But if it goes into a large pot, that term of seepage was
I don't
something
care.
that stood out.
Yeah, I don't care if you have one bank account that you put it in, but
Yeah,
the money needs to be retained for in that catchment.
Okay.
Yeah. It was generated in that catchment. It needs to be retained in that catchment.
You made quite a few points there, and I guess one of them, it sounded like you were saying you might like to see a transition rather than a full change. The other one is on the local decision making. Under the current system, 30% comes from the general rate. Would you be comfortable if only 20% went into a central pot, the rest actually stayed with the community?
I'll have my say in a few minutes more time from the liaison committee on that. Look, I'm not too worried about how you split it up in that sense, personally. I just don't want to see too big a changes, and I don't want to see some good history. There has been some very good work done in the last 40 or 50 years on how those catchments were going. I don't want to see us throw that all out. I just want to see us use a part of that or all of that for striking our rating and for our expenditure in the banking system.
I'm sure you've talked about lease land money. I think Jeremy might have some comments.
Not today. Not today. No, you do make some good points. Thanks, Dave. I was just going to clarify, you have no problem with capital value, personally, but it's more around, and I've written down here, transparency of where it's all going.
The nuts and bolts of it, Jeremy, is that I believe that we have been using a part of capital expenditure anyhow. So it's how the weighting of the system works. And that's that we would need some transparency on how you're going to weight it. And that is why we'd like to see more options on and some examples on if some of it was changed.
Peter.
Mr. Chairman, you talked about those options. You mentioned 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I went around to went to every one of the meetings and other meetings around the province, and I found even one option with 3 consultation documents embedded in that was enough to lose the room on some occasions. And I just wondered if we had 3 options with 9 documents. So in lieu of that, I guess we've got a process like this that we're involved with it at the moment. I do know what you're saying. So how do we get that complexity down and distill that down into something that's simple for people? That's my question.
I need to be a wee bit careful how I answer this, that I'm a lessee here with this submission, and I have sat through a couple of meetings that we weren't at, and I felt that at those meetings that you went to, where there were a lot of just ratepayers at, and as we've gone into this deeper, we've seen that there's been, as the chairs and that of our action groups and liaison groups have looked at some of those options, they are more understanding than what Joe Blob was at those meetings. And look, if I was there just as a ratepayer, I would have been a bit lost too. And so what this submission is from me as a ratepayer, as a lessee, the nitty gritties dealing with the chairs, I think there needs to be more discussion with the chairs on what direction you take.
We have a supplementary question.
Very quickly.
So you're highlighting something, Dave, that seems to be a key theme that I'm picking up, is that the landowners adjacent to the rivers that you've been for many years, have a deep knowledge and have deep, strong view of where those monies shall be spent. You seem very, as a group, very happy to spread that rating burden across the region as a capital value, but yet you still want to retain those constraints and that control. Do you think both can happen, or is there a line there that you can have both? Or it seems a balance, something of a balance to be found there.
Answer this diplomatically without digging a hole for myself. I think there is a balance, and I think as a leasee, and I think we need far more meetings, and we need to dig into the depth of things on where the river's going to go a lot deeper. But I still think the money from those reserves or whatever each catchment can be used within our own river. So I'm not answering what you want to say.
Look, I'm going to have to cut it off here, but
look, thank you very much, everybody, for the opportunity, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. Chris Anderson, would you like to come forward?
That I could have the opportunity to walk and something to seize up after an hour's drive and then listening to some pretty impressive submissions, of which mine probably won't be one of them.
Welcome, Chris, and you've been here before, so you know how it all works. So.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the chance to come and talk to you. Now, I won't read my submission. Presumably you've got it in front of you, or it's now papered out, or in the rubbish tin, whichever. But I thought I might talk a little bit to the submission. As you'll notice at the top there, I have a background of not only farming, but other things. This came out in 1972, and that was when the Club of Rome was formed. And it talked for the first time about the limits. You cannot keep expanding an economy on a finite planet. There are limits to growth. And as we now well and truly have to agree, everyone, even the cynics amongst us, we've hit that fan. And so we really now have to think about how we move forward. This other one, which I often quote, Designed with Nature by Ian McHarg, was a set book when I was at art school. And one of the things he mentioned was the only people who should be living on a floodplain are those who want to see themselves on television regularly. Now, this was also in the 1970s. It tickled me, but then I remember the Mississippi flooded, a huge flood last 11 years. And the insurance company said, no, I'm sorry, we're not going to restore your town down there. You have to go up on that cliff. And that was the first time that I've been aware of how much influence insurance companies had. And of course, now we'll have even more as we confront things like Cyclone Gabrielle or the odd flood around Afghanistan or Texas or fire in Australia. So I'm old enough, I know you'll find it hard to believe, but I'm old enough to remember how the Waiau was over 50 years ago. It was the second largest river by volume in New Zealand. It was never a braided river. It has been created, the braided river, by the dewatering of the Waiau. In fact, it was interesting, one of the emergency management ladies who was at that last meeting in Tuatapere for the Blue Cliffs people, she hadn't realised what kind of river we had lost. So when I went to Blue Cliffs, I realised the dilemma that the councillors were in regards to what to do next for the people of Blue Cliffs. And you'll see it in my submission that we need to shift that river back to its original course. And not only for Blue Cliffs, but also for Tuatapere, because it's going to inherit the raised bed and the continued aggregation of gravel. And also the people who live and work on the floodplains. They're all going to be recipients of huge flows at some stage, which will be catastrophic for that whole area. So that's why I wrote about redesigning and looking at restoring the main stem and the outlet. The only requirement to follow that, of course, would be a constant flow of at least 500 cubics to shift the gravel and fines and maybe to scrape off a bit of the riverbed over the next millennium. Which of course comes to Meridian, who I have quickly read through their original, their submission, and they would like to be let off quite lightly in regards to any rating implications. But then they are a state-owned enterprise. They're not a private company. The government has 51% of their shares. So I think after 50 years and the money that's come from the smelter and all the other things that the government of the day has taken, there's probably payback time. And the people of Southland shouldn't have to pay for this particular crisis. They need to look to the government now for enough money, including that 7 million already set aside for that unnecessary channel, to restore that river. It's dying, and that's not even dramatic. It's everything. We've been monitoring it to death for the last 50 years, or at least for the 30 years that I've been a Waiaroa Working Party member and member of and a guardian. So it's now time to pay that back. I'll just quickly go through some of the other ones. I went to a meeting about wool, at a woolshed meeting just recently, where an Associate Minister of Agriculture dismissed environmental concerns such as SNAs as airy-fairy. So I warn you now that anything you're trying to do with agriculture or environment, you may not get much chop from at least one of those Associate Ministers of Agriculture. The other thing, you know that I've talked about other climate initiatives. I don't know if they fit in with what you're dealing with right now, but because you are always talking with politicians, these other things really have to be taken into account as an overall thing. Because I remember Nobby Clark talking about all councils getting together in one building. And I thought, yes, a farmer's building. Then I thought, no, it's already leased out to somebody. H&J Smith's would be a perfect example of what you can do to retrofit a building for earthquake proofness. And if you're all in one place together, there's a chance to everyone work together in an integrated fashion with all three councils. Got a car park across the road, couldn't be better. And the ratepayers would all know it's a one-stop shop, and they can come and visit you and talk about a whole lot of things at the different councils in one place, which will be bliss. So here we are. I think that's all I wanted to say at this stage. The emphasis I did have on was upper catchments as the first port of call, because pre-RMA there was a section 32 or section 34 which gave absolute protection to upper catchments. And over this last 30 years we've seen the erosion of that protection. And of course the latest iteration was Cyclone Gabrielle and Te Rāwhiti and all the horror that came from that. And it seems we have to have a crisis before we actually do anything about things, but I think we've had enough crises in Southland to know that we have to get these things sorted before any more happens. And so I have great faith in this council that they'll make the right decision on a whole lot of things. I'm heartened by the wetlands group and the gravel group. I think that's a really good step in the right direction. Long overdue, but never mind. Good things take time, as that well-known New Zealand philosopher Rachel Hunter said.
Thanks, Christine. I've got Peter, then Paul.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks. I'm just looking at themes that are coming through, and we've had previous members talking about council amalgamation. You brought up something about H&J Smith's building, and if you start to live together, you'll start to work together. Is that what you're saying? Could that be a catalyst?
There's a lot of misunderstandings or doubling up of activities and things, or decisions made by one council which go against another council. All sorts of things could be integrated, and I think it's got a really good working environment. And if everyone's working on special things in the council, I have no qualms about staffing or anything like that because they're doing good work.
Thank you.
Paul.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you for your submission. You're a very good advocate for the Waiau. While listening to your submission, I was reviewing photos of the Waiau.
Yeah, good photos.
2.5 years apart, and the gravel build-up, which I've forwarded to Morris, our chair as well, just to show the changes that happen in a very small part of the river.
Yep.
And if we rely on LiDAR and science, that LiDAR and science is done every 5 years, this will change 3 times within that period. So I would happily forward the 2 photos on to you to show you the difference.
Like that. I also saw a really good one down at that meeting about the fact that pushing through that barrier didn't work because there was a rocky outcrop, whatever.
Yeah.
And there was a really good photograph of where the original mouth was,
Yes.
all covered in gravel. And of course, that was where there was an exit point through that barrier because that's what happened traditionally. It went straight through, punched straight through. But the trouble is, you can do all that, but if you don't have a constant flow, the sea brings it back again. So there's a dilemma here for you because you haven't got coastal processes sorted yet because of the imposition of this regime, and the government, because how much longer can we use this so-called sustainable energy, which is killing a river and a coast and the ocean and the people who live by it, for the sake of so-called green hydrogen and green databases and green smelters, which we're subsidising.
We're running out of time, but I've got Morris, Robert, and John. Quick questions, and yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm sure we can cut into our lunchtime a little bit. I too have that book from Ian McHarg. I got it at university back in 1980, so it is a very good book, very well, good read. I want to know, your submission was, in my mind, a little bit vague about what exactly you were wanting us to do in relation to our proposed plan. Do you agree with the capital versus land-based rate? Do you agree with the proposal to spend this money on building infrastructure to protect people, or what?
Well, we're looking around the world at what works. Somebody just lifted their house just recently to allow the water to go under his house because he knew that inevitably there'll be a flood hit some stage. Gadsby's at Dipton had to endure those 300-year floods in succession, and then they went up onto the plateau just above the river itself. I think with rates, the big caveat I have is what happened with the district council. They said, would you agree to even out all the rates over the whole of Southland to allow places like Wyndham to be able to deal with their wastewater and all that thing. Thanks to that, we got limited with a $26 million, project to shift waste products from Te Anau to Manapori, which I thought was immoral, and also a huge waste of money. So I'd be very wary about whichever way you decide the rates go, that they're fair and that people actually get a proper say in consultation for any major works, because otherwise that was just a waste of time, that whole consultation process with the district council.
Right, thank you.
My eyes glaze over when you talk about rates, Morris.
Robert?
No, we just stop. It's 10 minutes.
John, did you have
Just quick, sorry. You talk about wetland groups and
Sorry, I talk about
wetland groups.
yes.
Yes, probably just a bit of clarity. Like we've talked a lot about it, but I'm not aware that we actually have anything formally planned. And I guess your opinion on is that a council role to do the drive the wetlands, or is that a community role?
I think, well, communities are already doing that, but I think with involvement in Environment South, and I did read that somewhere, I'm sure, it would be good because there's expertise in Environment South also, and you make sure that you get all the important places, because I was aware of an oxbow that was lost down just below Headshot because Environment South weren't involved, and it was quite a special place. And I think that integration or working collaboratively with your group and community ones would be the perfect combination. There's a lot of goodwill out there, a lot of expertise that can be kept into.
Thank you for coming in and submitting, Christine.
Thank you, Neville. Do you know that some of the most intelligent, good-looking and modest people are left-handed?
What was that?
So did you know that some of the most good-looking, modest and intelligent people are left-handed?
Left-handed. I'm left-handed.
You grab that, councillor. You grab that and stick to it.
So was Hitler.
We'll invite David and David to go forward.
Yeah.
Welcome. You guys have been here before, so no need for a preamble, but the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicole, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. I'm not going to read the submission, it's only 2 pages, but we're just going to highlight a few things and just put a summary at the end. So on the change of rating system, we oppose the change to the proposed one-pot capital value rating system. We believe the proposed system will lead to less transparency and less accountability. And we believe liaison committees have proved their worth with common sense input into budgets and plans, giving significant savings, efficiencies, and better service provision has resulted. So under the proposed rating system, a single liaison committee would be a logical outcome, diluting local scrutiny. We would like ES to explore other catchment rating options. There are plenty of ways to spread the load as you talk with rates. The existing classification system in Eyre River could be tweaked with a higher FCAS contribution, for instance. You know, capital value, well, we've actually got capital value now. The general rate's 30% capital value. So the more consultation is needed with catchment options model, also giving ratepayers transparency in proper consultation rather than the railroaded single model. With that, what we're saying is it was really, really difficult in the documents to actually understand what the status quo would be. So when you're comparing two, you might have, and in one place on one page, and all the pages that actually mentioned that there was the other option was the status quo, but there's no numbers to show what that would mean. Reserves. We oppose any of the already reserves being used in any other catchment. We are really shocked that the draft reserves policy would allow any of our reserves to be used south and wide. Money from the already must stay in the already catchment. We oppose the draft reserves policy in its current format. There was no consultation, no mention of liaison committees and other reserve documents that has been. I'll skip over the capital, we'll go back to that bank condition. It would seem little is going to the Rural Stock Banks over the term of this LTP as urban issue focus. The already catchment liaison committee requests that at our AGM that a greater focus be put on grade 5 defects on stock banks. And we believe, and we struggled to actually find out how many there was on the already at our AGM and have tried to put a focus on that. And we believe, you know, the catchment division only has 12 staff from the document we obtained as at March 29th. And we have asked in the past for more staff for the catchment division. And to be clear, we're not talking about new staff, we're talking about redeployment because staffing has grown considerably. We've also mentioned that at our AGM that we're open to the use of some of our lease reserves being used for pilot projects to get on top of the worst of the grade 5 historic defects on the stock banking system. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing our job. We're really focused on doing a good job for our ratepayers. Tough times. While your ratepayers are cutting costs wherever they can, we do not feel you've done the same. With a massive change signalled in signalled in government policy and a directive that you go back to core business. We believe there are many areas where savings could be made, and we, you ratepayers, do not approve a spending plan to indebt this council to the tune of over $73 million over 10 years with a lack of detail in this plan. So further to that, we would say that it's pretty clear in the document that was circulated from the auditor's report that there's a qualified opinion, which is unusual, on page 33. And it's saying that it's unreasonable in the policy from year 4 to 10 of the big capital spend, because if it doesn't go to head, there's no idea about what that would mean, unable to quantify the effects or assumptions, and not lead to more debt and more rates. Goodness knows. We need to know that stuff, so we can't, we oppose it in its current form. So we go from there to, we're all in this together. So you heard yesterday from Waiau, Meridian are busy saying that they'll only pay 50% and no other payment, and that from the Waiau Liaison Committee that they just want status quo. So you've already got people that are opting out of the system, and that just gives you a reflection of how each catchment is totally different. Makariri Liaison did in their submission that they aren't talking to mention that we had a combined liaison meeting and that we were keen on exploring capital value as an option, or more capital value. But I've talked to them and that wasn't about a single pot. So it's pretty clear in submissions people want more options, or they want it delayed for a year in proper consultation. On rates increases, they're too high, is what people are saying, rejected in the submissions, go back to core business. That's what the government's even saying. On Lake Hawkins, $9 million, it's pretty clear that that's about the airport, and Invercargill City Council and the passengers that fly in and out of the airport as the beneficiaries of that expense should be paying for that. Shouldn't be put back on ratepayers. Again, on the bank condition, we're saying have some more staff in catchment and have some pilot projects. And, you know, we've done things on our river to help. We have full funding of Riverworks, and we're involved in the gravel group, so we're trying to find ways of saving money to do things better. I guess on the rate system, unfortunately, it needed a separate consultation, because throwing it in with your actual increase in rates has made it very hard to understand what the effect of that is. It should have been a separate consultation. Maybe it will be, given that you're going to have to go back to the community. So with that, I'd just like to say we want more transparency and accountability. Always work with you. It's where we come from. And at the end of the day, around flooding, there's nothing surer than Mother Nature will have the final say. And I hope that we're in a position to react when that happens. We haven't spent all our reserves, gathered debt to the point where we struggle to react. Leave it open to questions.
Thank you. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, David. I'm puzzled by a comment that you made regarding the government having sent us a directive to go back to basics. What are you referring to?
I believe you've had a couple of letters from the government around going back to core business. And there's definitely more changes coming in the RMA. That's been clearly signalled. So you know, it's where the government's going. When I was here 3 years ago, one of the things you made quite a strong point on is you have to follow what the government tells you you've got to do. So governments, that's what they're telling you at the moment. So I hope that you're listening to them.
I won't argue, but thank you.
Thanks for your submission, David. The second submitter, it's told us they don't think the airport, or the only beneficiary of the airport work is people in the Cargill and the immediate area. Why can it not be a regional asset? Why can't you see it as a regional asset?
No, I'm sorry. do see this as a regional message. But when you look at rating options, you need to look at the beneficiaries for that are the passengers that fly out of the airport. So that's how, there have been other airports have an airport tax. Interestingly enough, I am aware that there's something like 375,000 people fly through that airport. So it's an easier way to fund it than it was to put it over paper. And we all know that it's been growing considerably from what it started at. So, we need to look at other ways of funding it, and that makes the most sense. I mean,
We're running out of time. We've got Peter and Lyndall. Quick questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Did you were part of, you two guys were part of the group that come in the conceptual stages of this proposal. Were you quite happy with your involvement right from the very start? Because basically, in any plan, it's setting up the foundation and the concepts that drive it forward. Have you ever had that involvement before at that level? Or were you happy with that involvement, or would you rather next time around sit outside of that?
Yeah, you can go.
Look, I think as liaison chairs, we were involved greatly at the start, but somewhere along the middle, or not even the middle, we got 2/3 through discussing things, and all of a sudden we weren't given the full lot of information. We was basically stepped aside, and this is where we're going, and that disappoints me. And I'm pretty sure David feels the same. Like at the start, we were 100% in with the consultation of what was happening, but then somewhere along the line, when we started to come into a time factor, this is what we were doing. We were not there for what option we're going to take. We were never given that choice.
We're disappointed about the options that were put on the table. We expected more options all the way through. We called for more options. And we're, as Dave says, shut out to the point that the Makareva Liaison Committee had their meeting on the morning that they, 2 years or 3 years after they got the document, which is a complete surprise to us on where it was going. So, but absolutely want to be involved. I mean, if we can help bring some of their knowledge to help you make better decisions, absolutely we want to be involved.
Final question, Lyndall.
No, I don't even know what time it is. Afternoon, gentlemen. Just wanted to clarify for my own benefit, really, whether you traditionally your committees approve the work program for your right. So have you done that for the coming year? Have you seen your work program?
No, we haven't.
Right.
The reason we didn't is because it's out for, it was only presented as out for consultation. It may or may not happen. And so we couldn't approve it in its current form. It had several things that were in it. For instance, we traditionally have money from our lease reserves, and that was taken out.
But the work program itself, you've at least had a look at, and you're aware that there is a planned work program.
Well, we haven't seen the flood warning, and we haven't seen some of the capital works that are done because that was taken out. We were told that was going to be dealt with in the single pot. So it's outside our control. Now we take that very seriously, Lyndall, because when we get the big flood, and I'm talking 1910 flood, it went from Argyle Corner to Wallistown. So just for those that don't know that, the stock banking system wouldn't have a show of controlling that. It would flood into Cargill. The early warning system we have in Lumsden is going to be absolutely crucial to people, telling people in Cargill that Glassmere will flood, and not giving them as an S-Valley half an hour or whatever to get out. So really concerned that it's got to be done properly.
Look, unfortunately, we're out of time, but thanks, Dave and David, for your comprehensive submission. There are some fairly common threads coming through from the catchment liaison committees, and we will eliminate all those when the time comes.
Always available to help and give some opinions. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The last submission this morning is Forest and Bird, Mrs. Jen Miller.
Online now,
Oh, she's online, okay. Hi, Ian, can you hear us?
Hiya, sorry.
Hi, Jen, welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your running behind. So I will try not to waste too much of your time. My name is Jen Miller. I'm acting on behalf of the Forest and Bird Regional Manager who's currently on parental leave, Chelsea. I live in Christchurch, so I don't have a close knowledge and understanding of the Southland landscape, although many of the issues are not dissimilar to ones I do know well. But on that matter, Brian Rance, who's a member of Forest and Bird and is submitting in his own right this afternoon sometime, if you had any specific questions about some of the funding requests that are made via this submission, then I've spoken to him and he'll be happy to address them because he really is the expert, as it were. So I'll just go through these very quickly. Forest and Bird, firstly, considers that making room for rivers and using wetlands as a tool to manage water and flood management, as we've currently got here in Christchurch, incidentally, is a really good way to help mitigate, as well as cost effective, clearly, and also is a very useful. They're very useful in terms of managing climate change, particularly wetlands and forests. So the capital works that is proposed, we're seeking that the council considers the way in which introducing some of these measures could be done at the same time. And I know that you've acknowledged those things, the room for rivers and the importance of wetlands as flood management tools, along with climate mitigation. I know that that's been acknowledged in the climate strategy. I guess we're saying that this is a very good time to now start, just where there is opportunities, rather than maintaining the built infrastructure, start thinking about restoration, enhancement of wetlands, for examples, and opportunities where the floodplain can be managed better than using the built infrastructure. So I'm assuming you have read the submission where I've spoken a little bit more around the roles of making room for rivers or extending floodplains and wetlands. And I'm not entirely sure, I meant to check, but I think maybe our Tom Kay from Forest and Bird may have presented to you on making room for rivers. If he hasn't, I know he would be very happy to. I think the role of the importance of the braided river system, not only because it's one of the most unique, is a very unique river system throughout the world, so it's not a common ecosystem. The function of the braided rivers helps the managing water flows, and so the more you confine stop banks, and so the more you combine those banks by stop banks and other confinement, then you're actually undermining the braided river habitat, and you're undermining the way in which the river flows in a more natural way. And wetlands clearly have a very, very good function as managing floodwaters, along with increase in biodiversity. And of course, they are renowned as carbon sinks, and particularly really, really effective carbon sinks, actually, and particularly the peat wetlands, which just looking at looking in southern, you appear to have some, which are actually, once again, really uncommon now. So we'd like to also just quickly have council ensure that the money that was made available through the Jobs for Nature program, the COVID and shovel-ready's money is budgeted still, so that the gains that have been made through this extra funding is retained. I understand from Brian Rance, he's an ecologist of many years and a volunteer, as I said, he speaks very highly of the work that Environment Southland has been able to do as a result of having extra resources, having a biodiversity team and so forth. So we're really keen to support council to maintain that level of funding. And also the ongoing, the sort of maintaining the funding of the conservation groups that exist within Southland. Obviously, Forest and Bird manages 2 reserves within Southland Rohi. QE2 clearly has an important function to help you manage some of your special places, as does Catch Lankia and catchment groups. So then they're really important, these partners, in terms of reaching your climate, the aspirations that you set out in the climate change strategy. The councils have set out in the climate change strategy. I just want to briefly talk about SNAs, or significant natural areas, or whatever term they use. So the areas that councils identify as being of particular importance to Indigenous vegetation and habitats for Indigenous species. I understand that the current government is kind of given a heads up that there can be pause on some of this work in identifying SNAs, but I do want to just point out to council their legal responsibilities, in particular the National Policy Statement of Indigenous Biodiversity, obviously Section 60 of the RMA, and also Section 31 with your requirement to maintain biodiversity. So really want to urge council to identify the areas that are of importance and set out the some measure or means or policies to how you can better protect them. Just very quickly on sort of biosecurity matters. Obviously, the exotic pests, as you will all know, has a profound impact on our biodiversity. New Zealand's Indigenous biodiversity, and as you will also know, our Indigenous biodiversity is at a crisis point, and with the increase in climate temperature and climate disruption, and the added sort of climate, the weather disruption that will happen, the need to manage some of these pests that help to undermine the Indigenous biodiversity is really important. So I've made a special point about ungulates, deer, and Southland. They have a profound impact on our forest ecosystem, particularly their browsing and the understory of forests being destroyed. They also, and clearly forests have a very important role to play in terms of, well, not only the sort of specialness that it remains within the Southland landscape, but also act as a really good means of managing floods and mitigating for climate change. So we was just seeking that adequate funding is set aside to manage ungulates and to manage and to acknowledge the impact that they will have with increased climate change, and you also have species that are likely to migrate further south. Likely they will be sort of border escapees, but there is that added pressure coming our way. I think that's about it. Sorry,
thanks,
it's a bit of a
we
blur.
are running out of time, and I appreciate that, Brian Rance might be able to answer some more questions. I've got one. I'll take one question. I think, Peter, you have a question.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Jen. just on your last point, you talked about ungulates, so I better know them better as deer. And you talked about increased funding for control. The Department of Conservation has a part to play here. We've got a local example on the Hokanui, and the Hokanui is one of the highest concentrations of wild deer in the country, in case you didn't know, that those blocks are poorly funded for control, and they actually act as a seeding area for the surrounding properties. So where you find those private property owners are engaging in control with suppression, that those Crown blocks are not. Is that a discussion that Forest and Bird could have?
Yeah,
should have?
it certainly can. Well, it has. It's been a very strong advocate for more funding for pests, and in particular browsing pests in Department of Conservation managed land. But you will sadly be aware that, well, there is a move by, Game Animal Council and so forth to say that they can manage these pests as a sort of game animal, and clearly in some cases that's not the case. It is a point, if I did not make, I meant to make, is that added cost to landowners. So for instance, for Forest and Bird, it's with the reserve, the Lens Reserve down the Catlins. It's on the border of Southland and Regional, Otago. But Southland Forest and Bird work very hard at trying to manage deer there. It's obviously Forest and Bird has limited funding, and a lot of that money has been spent managing the deer that adjoin Crown-owned land. So yes, absolutely, it's a problem. I guess you'll also know that the Department of Conservation is undergoing some severe budget cost cuts in just to not only to staff and resources. So that's going to be an added problem. I'm just hoping that through the review of the RPS and other mechanisms that council can acknowledge the importance of keeping these species. I mean, personally, we'd like to see them eradicated, but at least to manage those species so they're not doing the harm to our natural systems and to landowners as well. Yes, and I do appreciate what you're saying, Peter. I hear landowners talking all the time about the deluge of these species coming off conservation land. Sorry, it's a long answer.
You're going to have to cut things off there. I'm sorry we were late.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I really appreciate your time. I know you're all busy, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, we will now break for lunch, rather late, but we will be back here to start at 1:30. Kia ora, welcome back to the submission process. We're about to start the afternoon session. Just running over a few things again. The table. The meeting is being live streamed. The hearing panel with the council as well received a full copy of the submission and will have read it. 10 minutes total, which can be broken up into 5 minutes speaking slot and 5 minutes for questions. So it's up to the submitters, and everybody will receive some notification on their issues once we've actually gone through the deliberations process. So the first up this afternoon is Mr. Ron Baxter. Welcome, Ron. Come forward.
Jack off a bit high here.
Right.
John, the floor is yours.
Basically, I can't really talk about what I suppose I should be talking about here, because I was supposed to be sent in the mail the documents to read, so that I was sort of pre-warned, pre-armed, but nothing arrived, so I've got no information to talk on for that. I just basically, we've been paying for 21 years the rates and seeing the increases that have happened and they've doubled with Environment South in the last few years. And I actually don't know what you guys do. I've got no idea. I've got no idea because Sandra, my wife, and I, we live in Nightcaps. We've got no idea of the benefits of whatever you do for us in our area. And I would love to know, basically, somebody enlightenment.
Look, in this forum, we're not allowed to get into a debate, but basic areas are water, coast, and air.
Right. So you provide our water for us?
We monitor. But look, some of your questions we'll probably be able to answer during once we've done the deliberations, but we can only actually ask questions of clarification. That's the way the process works.
Well, you can clarify for me, how is our water tested?
So again,
how is our water tested?
It's if it's for a domestic supply, there'll be testing done on behalf of the district council, etc. So there's probably quite a comprehensive testing regime, the same as for farms.
And how as a ratepayer do I get access to what is it actually tested for? There is a reason for this, yeah?
So we're getting into question and answer, but if you contact our staff, give you a location.
I tried that, and that's why I funded up at a meeting, because the last time I applied to you guys was a while back, and I said about trucks arriving at the Ojai mine early hours in the morning that were laden with stuff I believe that was from the tower, and it was right at the time when all that stuff was removed from the tower because it was going to explode if it got wet. And I asked about that, and I was actually told that I needed to go onto the land at the Ojai mine and collect samples and bring them in before anything could be done. And that sort of qualified for me, and I thought Environment South India is supposed to be here to look after us, to make sure that, you know, our environment is safe to live in. And obviously things like that are not addressed when people bring them up. The other reason I ask is because lots of people in our area are actually dying of cancer and dying of other diseases. I myself just stopped coming to council meetings because I got cancer myself. I had to recover from it. Ojai Nightcaps is the poorest area, I would say, around the Southern. And we have the highest rates. Our rates now with the Southern rates are nearly $4,000. It would be actually nice to know what that money is actually benefiting our area, how that money is actually benefited our area. As we get, you know, if I'd moved to Invercargill recently, I was checking on houses to move, and a similar property with half the land area would have been $2,200 rates. So it's a huge amount extra we end up actually paying. And it would be actually nice as a ratepayer to know where this money's going and what benefit it actually has for us, because we've had a water filter on our water for 21 years now, and we boil our water. It's unusable out the tap. And there's two reasons for that. One is it tastes absolutely foul. And two, when they put the chlorine in at the local pumping station, I don't know whether they put too little or too much in, but it comes straight through in our water. And it's undrinkable. Then we get the other problem of, we live in an area where there's mines. Yeah, everybody understands that industry has to go on, but we get no benefits for that. They come in, they take everything from our area. All we get is, there was supposed to be 10 trucks a week going out with coal. Now we get 40 to 50 trucks a week leaving Nightcaps because they have a lame excuse that they can't get the railway back online. Yeah, make the coal people pay for it. There's no reason why we should have to suffer with the trucks leaving. And then on top of that, we've got the fly ash that flies all over our village all the time. And, you know, it covers our dog bowls that we feed our dogs water outside. It's been doing this for years, and it's got to a stage now where we can't grow vegetables. nothing will grow in the soil, it just dies. All the apple trees that I got off Robert years ago, 80% of them have died. And they die with, like, they rot. You know, you just can't grow anything in the soil. I'm really here just to ask, can we please have some help? You know, we're in an area where we pay the highest rates, we get the littlest done, we get no liaison from anybody, we've got no local council to go and see, you know, in our area. We've got nobody to actually fight on our behalf and actually help us with situations. I mean, we got the most dangerous roads coming in and out of Nightcaps that you've ever driven on. Nobody cares. And this is all down to industry in the area. Right, you guys have got a huge job clearing up for the people that are allowed dairy into our industry or our local area. Because all you have to do is go back to the records of the UK from 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and you would find that what an absolutely devastating effect that the dairy industry had on the UK. And now it's having the same effect where we are here. I mean, there's lots going on in our communities that people don't get to see, and you know, you guys don't even get to hear. You know, and we need help. And it would be nice if people actually came out like the olden days and actually visited our towns, sat down with us, made some time for us, and actually said, yeah, we're here to help. What can we do? You know, we don't get anybody. I mean, I got into the local meeting that they had at the town hall the other day, and I made some suggestions there. Funny enough, they were out the following day doing stuff that's been waiting for 2 or 3 years to be done. You know, so it shows that things can be done, but there's no two-way communication. There's no, we're here to help, like the old way. We're all here to help our elders and our betters. People above us on poverty lines that can't speak for themselves. I mean, give you a for instance. A friend of mine in Irvine tried to commit suicide about 3-4 months ago. Because he can't pay his bills, he can't pay his rates, he can't pay his power. Yeah? That's absolutely horrific and shouldn't happen in this day and age. And he's got probably 40 or 50 people in our area that are on the same poverty line that he is. And nobody even cares to help. You know? And I see a lot of wide eyes around. People obviously care, you can see it in the eyes. But is there any way somebody, you've got my details, can get back to me and so we can sort some of these problems out? I mean, I hear horror stories like the old Tinkertown mine. That was a huge pond up there. That was let straight out into the river. What knock-on effect did that have? All those pollutants that were sitting there for 50, 60 years suddenly get put into our fresh waterways, you know, and then we've got to drink it. And you read all the other horror stories from overseas of these mines that 20 years later they find out that all the chemical stuff they've been using have leached into the water table and have been polluting us for years. And it's, you know, I try to go into the local health sector and find out how many people have died of cancer and died of other illnesses that could be related to that. Sorry, Privacy Act. We can't tell you. Yeah, so I can't even get any relevant information to bring it to you guys to turn around and say, can you help? Because it's a sad world we live in now, where industry and money goes over the lives of human beings. And it's human beings, like everybody sitting around this table, that we've got to look after. I mean, I would love it if somebody could come to me via email after the meeting and say, you've got to go and see this, this, and this. Yeah. And people I can actually talk to that will actually answer an email or answer a phone call. There's no use giving me saying if I can't contact them. You know? Because we need desperate help where we are now. There's, I don't know if you realise, Ojai Nightcaps are mainly beneficiaries. They're mainly people that have been in trouble with the law, seem to end up there. People that are outcasts. all seating up there. I didn't know that when I bought my house. And I've lived alongside them for 21 years and tried to help them where I can. But if you realise what I actually get as an income, it's so damn low, and I can't wait till I retire in 5 years because it will go up by nearly 50%. And I'm on medical benefit now because I can't work because I had a neck operation and they can't insure me. You know, so I'm stuck on this benefit that I actually get, and this benefit is really, I'm grateful for getting it. I really am grateful, and I'm pleased that they give me it. But with these increasing rates, and I hear that you guys are putting up the rates yet again, and so is Southland District Council. And I've got to say, enough is enough. Where does it end? You can't get money out of people that physically haven't got it, and the rates rebate that they give isn't anywhere in line with the increases that they've made in the rates. This needs to be addressed. So I don't know who it is, but it's probably not your department. But I'm hoping that one of you guys knows the right guy to go and ring it at Parliament or wherever it needs to go to try and get this addressed. I mean, we've got no problems with paying bills as long as we get money in enough to pay them. And I can tell you what's going to happen. If you guys increase your rates again, and the Southland District Council do the same, a lot of the people that live around Ojai Nightcap, they'll be on the street because they just will not be able to pay the rates. And people that have lived in their house for all of their lives would lose their properties because the council will turn around and say, here's your rates bill, you haven't paid it, so we're going to reclaim it against your house and force them out by selling their house to pay the rates. I can see that coming to mind. I mean, it's already been suggested around our area that if we can't pay the rates, we've got to go and liaison with the council. It's got to the stage now where I've got to speak on behalf of a lot of people that cannot afford to pay the rate. We need to be targeting the people that are rich and causing the problems, right, and make them pay, like the farmers, the people that dig the coal, the forestry, all these areas where they're making billions and billions of dollars a year together should be paying for these. Not the people that have worked all their life and have got no money left. You know, you guys are all going to be in the same boat as me sooner or later. Yeah, there's a lot of people that you know, relatives, that would be in the same boat. Help them now while you've got a chance and you're in power to do so, and use your power wisely because it doesn't come often. And start helping these people. And like, it's my estimation, you know, that councils are supposed to be there to help people. They're not just be there to sort problems out, they're there to help people that pay by paying their rates. So please, can you help?
Thanks for that, Ron. And it sounds you will get some answers, but I suggest you also go to the district council because some of the issues you're raising are theirs.
You just keep getting,
and the rates permission thing is certainly
you just keep getting fobbed off. It's like everybody's got a job to do, but none of their jobs is actually to help people. None of their jobs is to actually stand up for the old, stand up for the people that are injured and can't work, stand up for the people that just haven't got the money to pay these rates. And I know one of these next meetings you guys are going to be having is how much your rates are going to go up. You've got to think really wisely. You've doubled it already with South District Council. It was 100, now it's 200. And you've got to think, how do we more constructively spend the money we already have? Do we need extra staff? Do we need this? Do we need that? Well, I'm sort of begging you to go back through and get somebody who can quantify all of that and find out whether you need all these. Do you really need to change your cars? All this sort of stuff. Right? Save the money where you can do, and don't put the money. And I'll be having the same conversation with SDC, because all these poor buggers that are around where I live now are in tears because they can't pay, because they're people that have paid all their life, they're proud, all right, and they just can't fund it. So it's up to you guys as a collective to get together and find solutions to these problems whereby you don't put the rates up. And if the government are kicking your butt to do so, put them up, somebody stand up and say no. It's about time somebody did. Enough's enough.
Thanks, Marlo. I don't think we have time for questions, but you've made quite a powerful submission.
Questions are not important to be answered, it's solutions.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Right, next we have Back to Health Limited with Diana Pears. Welcome. The floor was yours.
Thank you. I'm a bit nervous, so I've written it down rather than just speaking freely. We're a very small population here in Southland, and you can plan to spend millions on flood banks. What is there now hasn't been maintained, and you plan to do more. It will only take an earthquake to weaken your remodelled banks, likely in multiple spots if that happens. When they break and that floodwater flows down toward a more populated area like Invercargill or Otatara, the same banks that hold the water in will be the same banks that prevent floodwater returning to the riverbed. I am in favour of halting this plan in the present economy, do urgent repair work to conserve the banks that exist, listen to projects that work and people that have hands-on experience, like Mataura Slow the Flow, which will add another more natural level of protection. A living working model that allows the river to breathe. Please listen to our farmers who live on the land, live alongside the river. Use options like gravel extraction that will provide funds towards the work while helping to keep the river down in its bed. When it floods, our land managers are on the job. They have a plan for their stock and their land and a plan of sorts for the neighbours too, a network. They possess an inherent instinct they can read what needs doing, yet their common sense and experience are being overlooked here in favour of untested science. If it has not been critiqued vigorously by peers, then it's not science, it's data. Standing up under peer review is what makes science science. Civil defence. Eve Poole said after the 84 floods, the lessons one learns from our experiences for regions throughout the country to review and update their civil defence. Many lives were lost in the Hawke's Bay because of their inadequate civil defence. Their lack of readiness was a disaster, and that review that followed backs this up. Evaluate civil defence readiness, please, and report back to ratepayers on priorities and their affordability. Timing. The timing is well off. Lockdowns, mandates, and much fear porn about COVID-19 has seen many businesses close and jobs lost. Mental health seriously declined. We've just heard to that. Depression increased and resulting suicides went up. It put huge pressure on people socially and financially. You have a burden there, socially and financially. And now, just as the financial reality bites deep in our economy, Southland ratepayers face the possibility of servicing an almost threefold increase in debt. Threefold. Ratepayers cannot afford it. One-income families, young families, retired people, they don't have enough now. By comparison, based on your 2023 annual report, the average wage paid here at Environment Southland is 45% above the national average. 45% above the national average. Ratepayers are continually cutting costs wherever they can, but there's nothing obvious to show that is happening here. Maybe I'm missing it, and I apologise if I am, but I'm not seeing it. In this financial climate, the adoption of your long-term plan as it stands will see some families forced to sell their homes. What will that do to their emotional and financial well-being? And what will it do to Southland's real estate and economy? You suggest a government grant will help, and that's wonderful. Except last time I looked, ratepayers and taxpayers were the same people. When the economy is bleeding, surely you feel a responsibility to work within your ratepayers' ability to service the debt. Recent survey your staff uploaded and submitted reveals your consultation process reached 6% of ratepayers. 6%. Realising ratepayers were not informed, we went out into the community. We set up networks and information tables, places where ratepayers could complete submissions on main streets. We went into pubs and onto netball courts and footy grounds. We did your job. And from that, I can assure you, many ratepayers still do not have any idea about this long-term plan. I leave you with this quote. When a council shuts the door on most of its stakeholders, doesn't listen, doesn't take advice, doesn't mingle with people or community-based representatives, it loses its grip on reality and can't be expected to know or understand what is going on in the real world. These are the wise words of your CEO, Wilma Faulkner, and her colleague at the time. You come to this building in your role as an advocate for your ratepayers. You may hold other passions, but your role here in collaboration with government employees and partner agencies working in this system must be the voice of ratepayers. I implore you, please hold this plan. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions? Peter.
Mr. Chairman, in your submission, you talked about, Diana, you talked about Southland civil defence is not up to standard. How did you come to that conclusion? What's your basis for that?
Just chatting to people that I consider would be in the know, no solid proof, but just chatting with people that I'm pretty sure would know. A lack of each department or council knowing where their role is.
Morris.
Yes, thank you for your submission. You said you got people to make submissions by going to people, which is what we tried to do, but maybe not as effectively as we could. But when you went to ask for those submissions, and I see there were a lot of submissions from Tautau, Wairio, Tapri, that area, mostly pretty negative. And I wonder what kind of information you provided them with to get them to.
We just answered questions basically. Well, I answered questions. I'm only one person. I can tell you though, for sure, you're right. The feeling was very negative. I was very quick to tell them I didn't work here. I can tell you that. They weren't happy. A lot of them didn't know, and a lot of those people didn't feel ready to do anything. Some, not a common comment, but comments that we did get were, I wasn't going to fill one out because they won't listen anyway, but they did fill out for us. I won't say here what was said to us, but I couldn't say here. They weren't happy. People honestly can't afford this. Just look when you go to buy your groceries and you'll see mums there with little kids and they've got calculators in their hands at the checkout and they're giving stuff back. And that's mild. People can't afford this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in and presenting, Diana, and the affordability issue is a common thread that's coming through. So thank you for making the time. You will get a reply after we've deliberated. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, Invercargill City Council. Welcome, Michael.
For those who do not know me, I'm Michael Day, the Chief Executive of Invercargill City Council. And I speak to you here today on behalf of the council, particularly in relation to questions of the council's proposed approach and change to the rating policy. I will touch briefly on a couple of points in the submission before leaving it for questions. We're all aware of the challenging economic times that councils are operating in. How we fund what the community needs going forward is on the minds, so I'm sure it's on Environment Southland's mind, and how you work through the complex rating approach is timely. We've heard a lot from the Invercargill community about how the cost of living is trying to keep costs down, which is a key focus of our council. Hence our submission on behalf of Invercargill community to request that Invercargill Environment Southland to consider further whether the change in the rating system has gone too far in reweighting costs to urban and residential communities. Something which can inadvertently happen when you shift from a very complex rating structure like this. I draw your attention to the inclusion of capital funding for the flood protection rate on utility services. This will have a significant increase in the rates which pass on to those network users, i.e. power, phone and water. In most service providers, an increase of over 150% on their ES rates. There are ways this could be reduced or phased in, and we'd ask you to take the time to consider options such as the differentials that you already use for the regions to address the change across the different ratepayer categories, in particular considering a 3-year gradual shift of 1/3, 2/3, and then a full shift. This will afford ratepayers to have the time to plan where required and budget for those proposed changes. Secondly, I've been asked to note the importance of councils working together in order that the best decisions are made on the flood protection investment. We are pleased to work with Environment Southland on the Stead Street Stock Bank, and it would be good to work together further to determine how to do the last stage of that project to limit the impacts of seawater and incursion into the Waihopai. The council would like to understand further the plans for the timing of the flood protection investment to protect the city. So thank you for the opportunity to speak and ask questions.
Thank you, that's Michael. Questions for Michael? Lyndall.
Yes, Stephen. The last paragraph in your that city submission is about the Clean Air Loan Scheme. But I wonder if you were able to comment more widely on what might be possible in encouraging improvements in that area, given point of sale for urban areas.
To answer that question is a bit tricky. There are different ways of doing it, and yes, point of sale is one aspect in relation to that. There are a number of grants in relation to and we're working ourselves as a council to try and get some funding from government to help support it as well. We're doing it in our own program for our own housing, but from the perspective of the actual scheme, I can't talk any further than what's essentially in this issue.
Might be the capacity for some more collaboration in this space.
Absolutely, we're willing to, as I've noted previously, willing to work with Environment Southland.
Eric then Neville.
Yeah, thank you for your submission. I note you're suggesting a graduated process change to the capital structure. What would be the benefit of that? To operate on a graduated basis.
Thank you, Councillor, for that. The reason for that is because it does create the ratepayers' time to plan. We can understand why you want to go to a simplified model, and our council itself has gone to a simplified model, and we used differentials to try and shift that gradually across the city from the different ratepayer types. it allows those ratepayers to actually phase in, taking on the burden of those increased costs that are coming through. In some areas, that's a 10 to 11% shift in the rates from different areas. So that's quite a significant change for some. It might seem minor in dollar terms, but when it comes to like some of those network providers, it's quite significant.
Thank you.
Neville.
Just a question about those clean air loans. Do you know what the uptake is at the moment? People wanting to take advantage of that system?
It's fair to say that that's not highly advertised in relation to clean air loans, because it's very low. Very negligible.
I suspect.
I think it's close to zero at the moment.
Peter, then Robert.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So in essence, do you believe that the ICC agree in principle about a set of more comprehensive protection measures across the city? Do you think that in essence that is a good thing?
Yes, Councillor. The council has been very strong in its views around protecting the city from flood protection. I think the previous submitter talked about the floods, and council is very mindful of that and understanding our water flow from that perspective, both down the river and also up the river in relation to sea level rise, and we're very supportive and want to work with Environment Southland to make sure that we're making the right investments and right decisions for the community.
Thank you. Robert.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Michael. Just you were mentioning the use of rates differentials. Am I right in thinking that you saw the advantage to commercial entities through a differential rather than low wage Southlanders?
No, quite to the contrary, actually, Councillor. In Invercargill, we specifically used it to try and soften the blow in relation to the residential and the lower economic component. That was quite, we were quite vocal about that when we did it from our perspective. I was highlighting urban and residential. So when I talk about residential, it's not necessarily Invercargill region, it's also going into the Southland District and because residential, if you focus on a differential for residential, it's soften the blow slightly there. Not suggesting you don't do the transition to capital value, and in our submission we are saying that maybe look at ways to ease that change of approach in, because a change of approach can be quite hard doing it all at once.
Could I just supplementary to that, I don't quite understand how easing someone into, because the payment will be the same eventually, somebody on a low wage, deferring that payment to later on. I don't quite understand the philosophy.
There's difference between the increased cost and actually planning for that increased cost for someone like that. There's mechanisms where they can go and seek grants from government in relation to it, and they've got the chance to actually go out and seek those, investigate where they can get different funding sources from. They can also look at what they do about accommodation, etc. We did have some that looked at that as an option, and they actually changed where they were living in relation to that. That's not common, but the odd case. But they are options that are not afforded to them if you do it in a hard change.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in and presenting, Michael, and like all the other submitters, there will be a reply coming back after you've gone through the deliberation process. So thanks very much. Right, we have Mr. Gavin and Fiona McCabe. Welcome.
That's just Fiona, my husband's not coming.
Okay.
I too have written it down.
The floor is yours.
Okay. I am a born and bred Southlander from the rural sector. Firstly, I would like to express my disappointment in this consultation. For an LDP with such huge changes, financial implications, I believe the consultation process has been very rushed, poorly organised and poorly advertised. Most of the Southland ratepayers are still unaware of it, let alone understand your LTP. The enormous hike in rates, change in rating, increased flood infrastructure with a consequential $73 million debt, a rate increase of over 100% in 10 years have not been communicated well, nor have the ratepayers received detail in the LTP to fully understand it. There is a lack of solid evidence of where and what expenditure is involved, except for 3 years of modelling. Modelling is putting random assumptions into a computer program until your desired result is achieved. There is no consideration for the extremity of this assumption. How about, rather than models and using staff with little or no knowledge of our province, the council get out and from behind their desks and go and speak to the locals. The locals that have grown up in this province, they know the rivers like the back of their hands. They have more knowledge than you are giving them credit. Perhaps somehow coordinate this through fed farmers or local liaison groups. In the first year of this LTP, you propose an increase of 7.75 full-time equivalent staff with a salary of $749,000. How is the staff worth calculated? A Southland average wage is only $70,000. As evidenced in your 2023 financials, your average staff wage is $100,000. Your LTP is all based around a potential government funding and lending with no backup plan. A change in government or a change in government budget can change dramatically. As outlined on pages 26 and 27 of your consultation document, the council proposes a significant increase in its capital expenditure program. The council plans the government will fund 75% of the improvement cost from years 4 to 10 of the long-term plan. This is an assumption because the government funding has not been confirmed. If the government does not provide funding or provides less funding, what then? Half-finished projects or more debt? As per your annual plan 2023, the council borrowings are all from LGFA, of which this council is both a shareholder and loan guarantor. Is this not a conflict in interest? As at the 30th of June 23, LGFA had borrowings totalling $16.31 billion. In the event of a loan default on either interest or capital, local government legislation enables councils to levy a rate to raise sufficient funds to meet any debt obligations. Potentially, could this rate us off our properties? What collateral is used for this funding, and where does the LGFA source the funds from? There appears to be a little consideration of affordability in this plan. At a meeting I attended, it was repeatedly said, this is only $1.20 increase a week for most people. I'm yet to find anyone that has only a $1.20 a week rate rise under this plan. You seem to not understand. Most people currently do not even have an extra $1.20 a week. Not everyone has access to a flexible income. Many are on a fixed income and have to make it work. They cut costs and they go without. It is the children that are going to ultimately miss out because of your extra $1 a week. Extras are being cut now, which means no hobbies, no sports, no holiday, no school camps. Have you noticed in a local supermarket? My observation is many people now walk around calculators as they're putting items into their trolley, then they shop with a basket rather than a trolley. And on more than one occasion, I have witnessed people putting things back at the checkout due to insufficient funds or the total being over what they've budgeted. Retail shops will tell you times are tough. People are not spending. The only shops with an increased turnover seem to be the second-hand shops. Businesses are struggling, farmers are struggling, Southland is struggling. Current wage rises, if you are fortunate enough to get one, appear not to be at the same rate of current inflation. In your plan, if it goes ahead in its current form, the debt increase over 10 years is 286% and the rate increase is over 100%. How accurate do you really think that is? In the 21-22 year, your rate increase was 20% when your plan had been for it to be no more than 9%. This increase was to balance the books. How often are you going to need to balance the books over the next 10 years? The airport has been given extra protection by replacing the Stead Street pump station, which we now know has cost Environment Southland ratepayers a $9 million debt. A large blowout from the original budget of $750,000. Why not make this a user pays debt through the airport? The 2023 annual report says 320,000 passengers per year. Even at a rate of $5 per person, this would repay that $9 million capital in 6 years. When you buy a property, due diligence is expected. If you choose to buy and live beside a waterway, there is a risk of flooding attached. This risk is usually reflected in the price. I do not agree that we should all have to pay for all flood protection. Not all flood protection benefits everyone, and some flood protection should, in my opinion, be a user pays option. Whether it be a cost to that land developer on the newly developed sections renowned to flood, or the house owner that buys the property beside the waterway. An example in Invercargill of this is a very recent subdivision allowed at the end of Renfrew Street, or housing along the Waihopo. A capital to land rating change, although may have some merits, also has a lot of downsides. A greater capital value does not relate to a greater affordability or cash flow. A change to this rating method would need a little bit of fine-tuning and maybe some thought. I have done some random calculations on commercial properties, and a lot of properties are looking at close to or more than 100% increase. These costs will not just be absorbed, they will be passed down to the consumer, thus pushing the cost of living up even more and making that only $1.20 a week even more unobtainable. A farmer doing the right thing by maybe building a wintering barn will be in fact penalised by having to pay more rates. I believe a capital rating does not encourage people to improve their properties. A consequence to the improvement is a rate increase. A forestry block is looking at a minimal increase when they are one of the main contributors to damage in a flood disaster, with their slash and logs being washed into rivers causing catastrophic damage. This is evidential in the recent Hawke's Bay disaster 23. Should a forestry block not be paying more? Would a better LTP plan be to bring all flood infrastructure and riverbanks up to a level 3 standard minimum and then keep all maintained to a minimum of a level 3? To give this a good kickstart, I'm wondering, is it possible for money to be extracted from reserves in the relevant areas where the work is needed? As at the 30th of June 23, there was close to 35 million in reserves across your restricted, special and district. Also, should civil defence be considered in your long-term plan? The main point highlighted in the recent Hawke's Bay review was that civil defence was not prepared or ready for the disaster. The civilians were let down. How would Southland Civil Defence stand if we had a disaster of any kind tomorrow, whether it be flood, fire, bomb, tidal wave? Your LTP may, in your mind, be a good one and best for this area, but it is not an affordable plan for our population or in the current economic times. There's too much reliance on possible government funding and borrowing.
Thank you for that very comprehensive submission. I'll take a couple of questions, if there are any. One of the things you talked about the debt. I think what may not have come through clearly is that if we don't secure government funding, the small population isn't going to be able to do that. So, but we great submission, and you will get a response the same as everybody else when we finally go through deliberation. So thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Martin Silver, who's going to be on Zoom.
Just admitting him now.
Thank you. Welcome, Martin. Can you hear us? You're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Welcome, Martin. The floor is yours.
Okay. Cool. So, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And my name is Martin Sleva. I live in Tianau. First and foremost, I want to address that significant forecast debt outlined in the planned infrastructure strategy. So I would suggest to find a balanced approach to manage the costs related to the upgrade of the old flood protection and the new plants effectively. And I would like to highlight a few things maybe you were not talking about. There is nowadays there is potential for soil management and flood protection basically included, which is not mentioned in the strategy. At least I couldn't see it. So recent scientific advancements have highlighted the importance of good soil management in flood protection. Healthy soils with rich organic content and thriving microorganisms can store significant amounts of water, thereby reducing flood risk. Moreover, such soils can act as carbon sink, helping to mitigate climate change. Since farming is a major contributor to water and soil degradation, I would suggest promoting sustainable farming practices that improve soil health and water absorption capacity. This dual approach will enhance flood protection and contribute to environmental sustainability. And also nowadays, I know that this is you are aware of that we are embraced by science, and it can perhaps use real-time with flood protection, risk assessment, efficient resource management, and also to build smart infrastructure, implement smart systems that can adapt to changing conditions and providing real-time data for better decision-making. And nature-based solutions promote the use of wetlands, native plantings, and restoring natural floodplains as cost-effective and sustainable flood management strategies. So these things, I think, are what can be maybe helping to reduce costs of the future significantly increase or proposing or your proposal to increase our financial burden. One more thing I found in debate with locals, even though we live in New Zealand, very few people have awareness of regarding our native fauna and flora. So even though we talk about recovering of natives locally. Many people don't understand how it works, which plants are good or not, or what's happening. So maybe some education locally would help to get people included in that discussion. This is just an idea which could maybe help other people, because there are many, lots of natives can help with vegetation, with floods as well. So these are the basic things. I think that you are already talking about financial management and private sector involvement. So I wouldn't discuss these issues, but yeah, my primary concern is the financial burden on not only on the council but eventually on the ratepayers in the future.
Thank you, Martin, for that. Making similar points to a number of other submitters, but I've got a question from Robert Guyton. Robert.
Thank you. Hello, Martin. If I heard you correctly, you were earlier talking about soil management processes, building up organic matter in soil as a primary defence for flood management.
Yes. One of the processes.
Yeah, in your travels, have you seen exemplars, very good examples of this in the real world, in actual practice that you could refer us to?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's well, you can see such practices in Europe. So basically, EU is providing financial incentives for individual countries to recover current farmland, or basically land that used to be wetland and eventually was drained. So they bring it back to its original state. And according to local data, it works. I'm not a scientist, but from the project that exists over there, they proved that such protection helps. So it's for mutual benefit. It's not only as flood protection, but it actually holds the water locally. So if we are facing prolonged periods of droughts, it would help to provide water for this period. So eventually for farmers it would as well. It will keep locally. Currently, all the flood water is just flushed to the river and eventually to the ocean. So yeah, I don't have direct data, but you can easily Google it.
All right. Thank you, Martin. That's very good.
Thank you, Martin, for taking the time to submit, and like all other submitters, once we've deliberated, we will respond to you. So thanks for taking the time today.
Yeah, thank you, and all the best.
Right, well, next up is Alfred. Would you like to come forward?
Councillor Little, councillors and staff. Yeah, I don't know whether you had time to read Thriving Southland's submission. So Thriving Southland is looking for support for its ongoing work on the ground. We now currently manage and support 37 catchment groups throughout Southland, and that's grown in the time, in the 4 years that we've been really operative from 18. We have a ground-up approach. Our catchment groups are all independent, so what we're seeing is community responding to the support they're getting. I think in the current climate, when we're seeing regulation, not as we're looking at action on the ground from communities around change. The catchment groups are really, I suppose, they're looking at the challenges they've got ahead of them, but they're looking for solutions and solutions that work for their communities. So we're looking, I suppose, we're looking for ES to support Thriving Southland financially, not totally, but to actually input into the work we are doing. And that will, as we seek further funding, it's important that our regional council is also saying to support the work of Thriving Southland as we're seeking funding. It's made reasonably clear to us that we also need to have your support alongside the funding that we source from other areas such as MPI, which we're currently funded through. We also source funding for projects that are, again, they're ground up, they're driven by the catchment groups. I think in the, so we're looking for funding to support coordinators towards the work of coordinators. We've now got to a point where with projects running, there's quite a lot of pressure on to fulfill those projects and to keep the support in amongst the groups. I think one of the key roles that the coordinators play is when within each catchment group, there's probably 4 or 5 main key players that drive those groups, and to keep the momentum going, those people need support, and if that support's not there, you see things fall away. And then once you're running a project on top of that, it certainly becomes quite difficult for people, farmers and communities and the people with jobs who are out there earning a living, and to actually put that burden on top of them. I think that's what I think the difference that Thriving Southland has made is to make that easier for them to actually do the work they want to do and get involved in the science they want to do. Our key role is not to do the science, it's finding the people, bringing the science in, bringing the information in to those groups. In the regional forum, the work that came out of that, we looked at, there was a recommendation of our regional task force. What we're already seeing on the ground are groups that are looking at wetlands and really keen to make sure they're in the right place and getting the right outcomes for investment. And that's using the science and using the people around that. But there's a key need to actually support some of that work to get it started. Farmers we've already got farmers who are invested and at their own time and money in that space, but actually it's really key that we're seeing to support that work going forward. I suppose thriving's the key is we're about the tools, not the rules. So we provide the tools that are sought by our community to make the change. And in this submission, we're seeking funding for seeding projects in the wetland space. And as I say, we've already got several groups working in that space. And then the extension and facilitation work. Some of the work we've done to date beyond regulation has been done in cooperation with farmers and looking across the landscape, looking across farm systems, a holistic approach to change. And there's some really promising, when you look at all the levers available and also look at your financials in those models, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit there and farmers are keen to get involved with actually managing that. But as I say, to push that work forward, we're looking for support from council, among others. So, yes, that's my submission, or I'll speak to questions. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for that. I've got Robert, followed by Jeremy, followed by John. So Robert.
Yeah, no, I'm interested in your presentation, what you're asking for, indicating, and then wondering about your perhaps change role with central government. And I'm wondering, are they helping or hampering Thriving's efforts? So I'm thinking of things like changes to SNAs and to farming rules? And not just financial help from them, but are they impeding your progress? What are your thoughts?
I've been reasonably surprised by the change of government. I thought the thought would come off the accelerator, but we've actually seen groups that have got far enough into understanding the landscape and understanding the opportunities. They're actually still driving that forward. So yeah, I would have thought it had slowed things down, but I think when you work with farmers and their communities, they actually get the need to the opportunities that are there around change. So yeah,
good news. Thank you.
Jeremy. Yeah, a couple of things. Thanks, Richard, for submitting. Just in regards to the funding, a couple of things. You talk about leveraging the funding. It's always good to have the seed, so to speak. What sort of leverage can you get for $1? You know,
that's a good question.
$1 for $1 for $4.
I mean,
you know,
we're funded through central government, and we think that will come back. And so we Thriving Southlands probably we're thinking we need about 1.2 million to operate, and a lot of that money hits the ground because it's coordinators working with farmers. So, but I suppose the key leverage is that we've seen the support of the council to actually say we believe Thriving Southlands worth investing in. Yeah, and with yeah.
Yeah, and that's
your number.
The other question was just in regards to having ES as a regulator. It has been talked about saying, do you want us there? You know, that's a
we work with your sustainability team. We work, you know, we work with we talk with the management team. I think it's important because the direction of travel has to be clear. And we also we're funded through MPI, and when we first started, farmers all went, "Whoa, you know, so you're funded through MPI," but we are seen as independent in between, and we sort of sit in the space in between. So we've got the trust of catchment groups at this point, and I don't see if you fully funded us, that might be a different matter, but actually supporting Thriving Southland probably was, I see that as a positive.
John, followed by Alistair, Peter and Morris. John.
Thank you, Richard. I applaud you guys looking at trying to facilitate recommendations, especially around living task force and such like, being that we're community-driven solutions to the problems we're challenging. Just wondering if you've got any, like engagement's the biggest issue, regulators and industry bodies struggle with at times with farming sector. Thrive's been very successful. Have you got numbers around engagement and how that looks?
Our engagement sits between 1,500 and 2,000 farmers around events, getting involved in projects and working with resources. So most catchment groups sit between around about 20, I would say 20 to 30 people, and a project would when it's quite a fluid community sort of when there's a catchment group's got a project, they'll get greater engagement, and then they'll back off. And I actually think that's part of the process of catchment groups. They shouldn't be. It's a long-term piece of work. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And our catchment groups operate like that. And to be fair, if all 37 groups were running projects, we'd be swamped. So, but there's a good ebb and flow of people getting involved and new people coming in.
Alistair.
When does MPI withdraw its funding, and do you see them moving a little bit of funding moving forward?
So we're funded till 2025, June 2025. We haven't had any indication from moving forward from there, but we just recently they've moved the catchment support lead into on-farm support. So we're not sure where that's going to fall out, Alistair, but we think we're in quite a strong position with what's being delivered in the region.
Supplementary, because the system's really good. User pay, have you investigated that at all?
Yeah, we've spent a lot of time looking at that. One of the challenges around that is, as I say, the burden falls on the few that are actually doing the work and getting out and getting involved. So, yeah, but we have investigated that, and we're going out to catchment groups to talk about that. We're looking at sponsorship, etc. Looking at all funding avenues. Yeah.
We're out of time, but I've got Peter then Morris. So quickly.
Just want to pick up on your idea around the pilot, around wetland creation. Are you seeing the momentum building or going faster outside of the council than it is inside of the council? And it's a bit of a loaded question sitting here, I know, Richard, but what I find is that communities actually move ahead of regulators. So just a quick comment on that, please.
It's probably not one or the other, Peter. It's because the council sets the direction. But we're seeing when within some of the projects that are being done, as soon as the community see the way forward, they move. So that's what we're seeing within the catchment groups themselves. Yeah. But we're also getting support from the land sustainability team.
Morris.
Thank you. Yes, thanks, Richard. I think we all know that you guys do a really good job. If we were to put this extra funding effort into thriving, what kind of performance measures would we expect to see and return for that further investment?
The way we work with those that invest in is we'll look at the outcomes that you're looking for and the areas that you want that to be attributed to, and then build the, I suppose, we do have a ground up model, so you have to the work we do, we leave with the groups, but the projects, it might be the specific projects that we fund in say in the wetland space, that you monitor that and the outcomes, and we share the information.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in and submitting today. And one of your last points was on collaboration, and I think we all agree we've got a small rate-paying base, and we need to work together to get the outcomes we all want. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Jenny and Terry McNamara. Yeah, come forward. Welcome, Terry. The floor is yours.
Thanks for having me. I came to the previous meeting here and I found, and it was all about money and how you're going to get it and rates and so on. I'm about to say also it's all about money. To make happen what I'd like to see happen, you need money. You won't be able to get it through your rating systems and so on. You're going to have to appeal to government agencies, in particular Kiwi Rail, who I think is the main culprit in all the things I'm about to say. Because what I'm talking about is the risk that Gore faces about flood protection. Now, I've been down here nearly 40 years. I'm not a Southlander. But just before I came down here, there was some work done on the Gore stop banks. There's been absolutely nothing done since then. You're living on borrowed time. It's not an if, but it's a when Gore's going to It dodged a bullet in 220, and it sort of dodged another one last year in September. I don't think we're going to be lucky the third time. And I look at Eastern Southland. It's an area that really is it was not affected by COVID. The industry was not affected by COVID, just sailed on as if nothing happened. Right? But if Gore is flooded, it will be catastrophic for the industry around here, and also for the transport that goes through Gore from Southland and points north. And I think that the council here needs a reality check, needs to get on to do something about it. All right? The flood banks at the moment are showing their age. They've all sunk. I don't know by how much, but they've actually sunk and they're uneven. I cycle over them, so I know what it's like. And this is on the Gore side, not the East Gore side. There's evidence where there's been pipes through and it's been poorly fixed. We're getting this sort of thing all the way along. The 220 near miss, it was that far short of going over the top. I've got the photographs to prove it. And I'm not impressed that nothing has happened. I've been to all the consultations since that event. There have been promises and they're just empty. Okay. Last year was the promise there's going to be some work done on the true right side, all the way down past Gore on the stop bank. Empty. I've been told from time to time, we need to go and find a consultant to actually tell us, make a decision for us. I think it's time, guys, you've got to start making some decisions for yourselves. All right, about things. All right. This is quite a pricey. You've got it, you've read it, I suspect, of what I think, right? There's not one thing that will be the thing that will solve the problem. It's a combination of things. I believe there needs to be work done on sorting out the true right banks, ones like Gore, because they're about yay short and they need to be fixed and strengthened. The more important thing is you've got to get out there and you've got to get people to clear the flowway of all the trees. The ridiculous thing you did last year by just looking at one part on the River Street thing was laughable, right? I heard from people within your organisation, people didn't want that to happen, the Gore people, because it would affect the view. I think they've got to grow up, because the view would be disastrous if the place is flooded. So you need to get people to actually clear the flowway. I can't believe how long it was before that, and the 220 thing, when that container, which was wrapped around a tree, before that went. At the moment, nobody's done anything about the trees and the stuff that are against the actual road bridge. And I would have thought something would have been done on a regular basis. Soon after this stuff gets there, you clear it. So, what I think is that it's a combination of things. You've got to do something about the big thing here, which is the railway bridge. It's too low. It's virtually impossible, I think, to actually raise it in its actually original place. You actually have to have a different course taking a shortcut. And meet up again by the oxidation ponds. By taking that will be able to be done while you've still got stuff going through on the railway tracks. Having an existing place is virtually impossible. I sit there and look at it. I'm a mathematician. I make the estimates, and it ain't going to happen. Right? I suspect sometime you're going to have to raise the road bridge. Remember, the levels of the actual asphalt is slightly lower than the actual stop bank. Right? Bit of a joke. I think there'll be the other thing which needs to happen is you've got to cement the idea of up in the cattle flat area that you can have flooding take place of the farmland with an absolute guarantee that when that happens, the farmers get the first cattle off the rank for remediation. They buy that, they do that. Okay? That's going to happen. But in the end, I think none of these things are going to actually permanently solve the problem. My solution is another channel through East Gore. I'm led to believe, well before all those immigrants sort of populated the area, there was a channel that went through, extra channel that went through East Gore. I've had a look at the Church Road area, and I was even there yesterday and had another look at it. That's where you could have a channel, lined and so on, that could actually take close to half what was actually of the flow going, and would go around and meet up around about the oxidation pond area. The problem is there's about 15 to 20 houses that potentially would be affected. My view for that, as I've said in my submission, I'm just sort of repeating myself, but I'll say it so it's on camera. They can be relocated at Matai Ridge, the Gore subdivision there, which is slow to actually fill up. And I think if a decent deal was done for those people, they would probably do it. There's a bit of selling needs to take place, but I think that is the only solution that would solve the problem. You've got a couple of extra bridges, you've got another to do further up towards the Hamilton Street area. You won't have to worry too much about the height of the railway bridge, because that will be solved by doing this channel. It'll cost some money, but it'll give a permanent solution.
Thank you for that. Questions? I've got a question from Eric, then Lyndall.
Thank you, Terry. Interesting concept. In your submission, you mentioned Churchill Street. I think you've corrected
Church
that.
Street.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought so.
Apologies for that.
Mitsubishi Garage.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Interesting concept. How does that fit with the lower end of the Waikaka stream? When you talk about release down about the oxidation ponds, you're going to reroute the bottom end of the Waikaka stream as well?
Probably.
Yeah.
The only thing I mentioned about the Waikaka stream, because I cycle along that area on the side, it needs to actually have some work on the rubbish side, the actual dump side, because it was actually eroded quite considerably, and some of the interesting things that were buried in the dump went into the Waikaka stream. I thought joke of the week was the only work I've actually seen significantly was on the opposite side where the road is. There was some actually strengthening or putting rocks all the way along there. I dare say it was to keep the people at Mataura Valley Milk happy. But nothing significant was actually done on the other side. But yes, there'll have to be a rerouting.
Thank you.
Lyndall?
Just to help me understand the channel, are you talking about an overflow channel or diverting the entire?
The overflow.
Peter. Yeah, thanks, Terry. So your concepts that you're putting out to us, and I think everyone would agree that critical infrastructure going across that river, you highlighted the Maui Bridge and the bridge itself, very important to this province, isn't it?
Yep.
Would you think that the rest of the region should share in that keeping those areas, or it should just be the Gore residents?
No, I think it's a self-employed problem. Because I see the amount of the stuff that comes from Edendale and Point South go on the railways. They've got 8 to 10 trains a day go through there, one way or the other. And there's a huge number of trucks that are going there. I live on Main Street, and there's a fair bit of traffic going that way. And no, I just don't think the burden is fair on the Gore ratepayers. It has to be wider than that.
Thank you for coming in and submitting. There, you'll get a reply once we've gone through the deliberation process, the same as everybody else. We will learn about stay. We have.
Below come tomorrow. On Friday.
Right, okay. Okay, we will now go to Brian Wright. Welcome, Brian. Come forward.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Brian Rounds, so I'm a Southlander, ecologist based in Southland here with 35 plus years experience. And so, thanks for the opportunity to present my submission. Sort of the summary is that I have a particular interest in biodiversity and biosecurity, and so I wish to encourage the council to continue the support of their biodiversity and biosecurity programs. I commend Environment Southland for the growth of the biodiversity team and the program in recent years. And I know that some of this has been through contributions from the Jobs for Nature funding, but it is really important that those current budgets and programs are maintained. So I'll go through a few of my sort of specific points and requests through the long-term process. In terms of biodiversity, the first is to maintain or ideally even enhance the enhancement fund. I understand it's currently oversubscribed even at that much increased rate that it's been running at in recent years. It does support many groups and individuals to undertake important biodiversity work. So that's pest control, weed control, restoration, site protection, and there's been some great outcomes out of that work. The secondly is maintaining the biodiversity team, so it's growing as well. That team provides great advice and support to community groups and landowners. And it also oversees that environment enhancement fund and does much more as well. I'm in support of increasing the knowledge of biodiversity in Southland. So this includes both undertaking biodiversity surveys and assessments. Information is critical to having good information, and there is a need to better document that diversity that's found. I would challenge people here to say, show me a list of what the resources for the birds of Southland, the plants of Southland, lizards of Southland. So if you don't have basic information, how can you manage it or know what is happening with it? I think there's a place for fact sheets, reports, and more information to come out. It's important that Environment Southland undertakes state of environment assessments, and that's for the key terrestrial ecosystems as well as wetlands and freshwater systems and for species. So it's important to know what the threats are and the trends in order to address these threats. The next one, I think ES can do more in terms of leading by example. So some initiatives could be on its own land in the Lower Riki and the Parra Valleys. It could expand the work of the Biodiversity Southland Forum, and it could partner more with other agencies. An example that could be the QEP Trust, which has a great reputation in supporting landowners to protect and enhance areas on the properties. The last one on biodiversity is supporting predator-free initiatives. So that's both the Stewart Island Rakiura project, but to have I think a major mainland project as well. And I'd encourage more work in the Bluff Amaui area, which has potential to expand to Tiwai, Waituna wetlands, and Sandy Point, Ototara over the longer term. In terms of biosecurity, again, I support, ask for the continued support of the ES biodiversity team. They have an important function in supporting landowners and community groups with advice. They undertake monitoring and control of weed and pest species. Your ES needs to be proactive in responding to biodiversity incursions, and no doubt with climate change, those will continue or probably increase. And of course, during the term of the long-term plan, the RPMS will be due for updating and replacement. So again, that's another important thing to be undertaken. In terms of some key planning initiatives, I note that the environmental planning is a key function of ES, and it often takes a lead for the whole region in that environmental planning. Congratulations to the council on the approval of the Southland Land and Water Plan, and much effort and consultation's gone into that. So it's important to get on and implement that. Other things I think are important for the future are climate change and considering future land use change and the effects of those. And just finishing up with flood protection, I encourage Environment Southland to take a holistic approach, looking at those nature-based solutions, initiatives and solutions, including things like slowing the flow, making room for the rivers, but also considering the impact of flood control infrastructure on indigenous species and ecosystems. There is a legacy impact from that work, and there's cumulative effects on that. So taking that into consideration in that need for future flood protection works. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. I've got Robert, then Peter, then Morris.
Thanks, Brian. Brian, I know that you've got an expert finger on the pulse of all those issues that you've described there, and particularly biodiversity. Can you give me a feeling for how you feel we sit at the moment, not our organisation in particular, but countrywide, given a government with a different point of view?
Yeah, I think we're struggling to maintain things, and if you look at the new updated threatened lists that come out, the number of species that are in those threatened categories increases each time, and I think that's a key indicator of what's happening. Initiative I've been involved with, the Otago Regional Council, is work with a panel to come up with 4 plants, which is more my expertise. What is the resource, and working out the Otago approach there. So what are the threatened species nationally, how are they going in Otago, and which other things are threatened? Otago, and more so Southland, has a lot of endemic species. No one else is looking after those. If they disappear here, they're gone for good, really.
Thank you.
Peter.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for that, Brian. So in your support for the Environmental Enhancement Fund, you're seeing obviously the outputs around the region as you travel around. Would you support it to carry on past its current shelf life that fund has?
Yeah, certainly. And you guys are all aware of the increases numbers of projects that there are in the community, and there's that increasing demand on that fund reflects that. But where else do you go? There could be projects in the next year or two that'll fall over after 20 years of good results because of if that funding goes back to 50,000 that it had been, I can see lots of projects falling over because there's limited funding sources for those.
Morris.
On part of your submission, you talk about undertaking an expanded biodiversity enhancement project in Lower Mataura, linking existing areas. I wonder whether you see any value in exotic forestry in a place like that as a transition to native forestry ultimately, but in the process earning some money for the council, both from say carbon credits and ultimately from the timber that could be cut down, and then after that native forest in order to come through.
Yeah, I think there is a role for that, and I know we've talked about that before as well, but it could be another method to speed up regeneration. And what is needed, I think, is a good trial with a small group of select species to prove how well that works. And existing planting out, it's tried and true, but it is very expensive and labour intensive. So EES does have land of its own and down there, and it could be an ideal place to look at some of that work. It could be something that is a major boon for the future for other groups to consider. Yeah.
Right on the bell. Thanks very much for coming in and presenting, Brian. Much appreciated. It's not an excellent so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wendy Joy Baker.
Adjournment.
Oh, adjournment. Okay, we have two. Michelle, you paid. I thought we should have one. So we are adjourning till
3:20.
Somebody confirm we're now live streaming? Screen's telling me about it, but. Okay. Welcome back to the final session for the day for the hearing submissions. Just run through some of the preamble for a start that submitters at least have asked for more time, get 10 minutes, which can be broken up into 5 minutes to speak to your submission and 5 questions. If you want to speak long, I'll see this for questions. The councillors will have all read your submissions, so you don't need to read your entire submission out. We're not allowed to debate the issues, but we can ask questions of clarification. And all submitters will receive a notification follow-up after we've deliberated. So, Wendy Joy Baker, would you like to come forward, please? Welcome, Wendy.
Thank you very much.
Just do whatever you feel comfortable with.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And thanks for letting me present at your meeting. You would have had a look at my submission on page 16. Firstly, I'll discuss rates increase. I managed to find the rates invoice for my Nightcaps property for 2017 to the 2018 year. And it was for $89.41. And I understand that my proposed rates for the 2024 to 2025 year will be $237.15. That means that my rates will have gone up 147.74. And as stated in my submission, I question what value I get for rates paid to ES at present. What specific things do ES do in Nightcaps? What have they done over the last 7 years? I don't even get your Enviro South publication delivered to me like other ratepayers apparently do. So your council needs to look at, please, what value your rates give to small rural communities. And what specific community engagement are your ES staff and the relevant council representatives doing in Nightcaps? These are just questions that I'm asking, you know. When I worked for a regional council, I was out doing positive things and connecting with people in the community. There was education and innovative giving back to the community projects. Good stuff, proactive stuff. So other things in my submission include more pest control by ES, please, in particular possums and ferrets. And I just had a browse through some of the other submissions and I saw there was something about pest control somebody else had brought up. I'm moving on to some of the photos that I put. Not, they don't do it justice, but it is about the enhancement of the Wairio stream edge in McGregor Park, Nightcaps. There is a beautiful bushwalk with lots of bird life near the stream. So I've put some of the photos there. And has anyone been on this short bushwalk? Anybody know it? It's really pretty. It's got lovely little birds with bird life on it. And but it needs a tidy up. And it also floods the track, which gets degraded. So it would be good if ES staff worked alongside SDC, which own the land, obviously, the reserve, to have a joint project to enhance the lovely area along the Wairio stream, please, because it is relevant to working together. And I'm not too sure how far you guys do up the Wairio stream, but I was talking to Craig King at ES and another lady from here about the possibilities. So I just think that it's a lovely area and it needs to be enhanced, and our environment is a special place, and each community has unique ecosystems to be treasured and protected. Parks such as McGregor Park with the Wairio stream are to be enjoyed by everyone. You'll see my little poem I included with my submission about McGregor Park, and it details the importance of this park and nature's beauty. I run in this park and I love the little bush area. And I just thought I'd just show you this book. You'll know it. I got it 40 years ago. I won it at school. Life on Earth, David Attenborough. And I think, you know, just to treasure our environment, to treasure nature, and like I said before, it's just about protecting and caring about our special little places within communities like Nightcaps, which hasn't got much bush, you know, and that we can all enjoy, and enhancing it and working together with other stakeholders and other people. Thank you.
With the questions, I've got one from Eric.
Thank you for your passion and your, especially for your area.
See you.
That's cool. Your submission's a wee bit of a paradox. You start off by saying these increased costs are a burden we can't tolerate. Then you ask us to do more, to go and clean up the stream and go and catch more possums and stoats, which has a cost to it. How do you kind of make that balance?
Well, I didn't actually say it like you said it.
No, I know, but that's how
I'm just going to put it like that. I was actually very polite and that, but I'm just saying, what are you doing out in
Right.
Nightcaps?
So you're saying the emphasis is on other areas and we've neglected.
No, I'm not saying you're neglecting. I'm saying just needing to enhance things, and you know, every dollar for some people is important for them, you know, and times are tight, and it's increased so much over the 7 years, and yeah, like I say, what are you doing out in Nightcaps? Thanks.
Well, thanks, Lillian. We can't enter into debate, but
No.
you've obviously been talking to some of our staff. If you bring your concerns or requests, it'll go through the system. In some cases, it may be talking to SDC as well, because they'll own that land there. But we've got a lot of staff who are quite passionate about improving the environment too. So, well, we can't go into a debate here, but keep asking those questions, and if you don't get an answer, come back to us.
Yeah, but it's the Wairio stream is surely part, you know, your flood protection and all that. You should be concentrating on, you know, your smaller streams as well as the big rivers. So that's where I was trying to get at there. And like I say, you need to look at what's in a community and the special uniqueness there. And if you can, like, it's not my, you know, I do enough volunteer work. So it's just be nice if you talk to Southland District Council, not me, because I do enough.
Thank you, Lily. Can I?
There you go.
Thank you very much for the information. And good to see we've had a couple of submissions from the Nightcaps region. It's just brought up quite a bit of stuff for me as well. So it's good to know. Good for you to ask, and it gets more interest from council.
Yeah, actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
I've got Lyndall followed by Morris and Robert. Lyndall.
Kia ora, Wendy. Just wondering if there are any community groups or a catchment group in that area that we might be able to assist.
Well, you you would know probably more.
Well, I mean, community groups, are there any groups that are wanting to work on the stream, for example, or?
I don't know. That's something that Environment Southland staff should be, asking maybe. And your representatives for the area, the council representatives, please.
Wendy, a few years ago, possibly even 10 years ago, there was a discharge of sediment, or dirty water going into that stream, just downstream of that bridge. Do you remember anything about that?
No, I've only been here about 7 to 8 years.
No, okay, must be longer than that. So you don't have any problems with any dirty water discharges or anything like that going into it at the moment?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Okay.
It would be good to, it's got a lot of weeds along the side, so maybe it just would be good to tidy it up and plant it and stuff like that, just to.
Not really,
Oh, I'm talking about blackberry. Pardon?
Definitely bring them.
That's exactly right, yes.
No, the point I was trying to get to was that if this was a problem in the past and it's been fixed, so that's good, so somebody must have done something about it, I suppose. Yeah, okay.
Robert, just quickly, I just wondered what's it like biking from, say, Tuatapere to Nightcaps? Cycling on the road there, because I see you sometimes.
Oh,
yeah, because my other
I've done Nightcaps to Otau numerous times.
Yeah.
Numerous times.
Yeah,
but I haven't done the Nightcaps to Taperi.
I made a mistake. I mean,
Okay.
Toto, yes. So I just wonder how you feel, is it safety-wise? It's a genuine question. But I'm also asking because do you go the other beyond Nightcaps? Because there was a question earlier about the condition of the road, and there's a really serious problem on that road. I just wonder if you are aware of it. Being on a bicycle, you'd see it right in the middle of the road, outside of Nightcaps towards Ohai. No?
Whereabouts? Is it how far?
A third
of the way from Nightcaps to
huge
Ohai.
ridged lump in the middle of the road.
There's huge ridged lumps quite in a few roads.
I just
Agree? Sorry. No, I don't know. No, I haven't done that road for a while.
Take advantage of your local knowledge.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you for coming in and submitting today, and you will get the follow up the same as everybody else.
Yeah, well organised too. Thank you.
Mr. Bertram Hammond. Bertram Hammond here? Apparently not. There was Dave Riddell. Is he coming in on? Oh, he's down the back. Would you like to come forward? Well,
Just a bit like stepping back in time coming here. Just by way of background, I joined the Southland Catchment Board in 1983 as a hydrologist, coming from a few years with the Power Design Office and Ministry Works in Wellington. And I came here on a 2-year contract to do a hydrology study on the Matara River in preparation for the Matara Conservation Order. And of course, in January 1984, we had the floods, so I got diverted on from doing the flood calculations and the frequency estimates and all that sort of stuff for the scheme designs. So we've I'll just quickly skim through my submission. I've really only concentrated on the bits of the plan I disagree with or have concerns about. First of all, I don't really like the idea of the capital value rating system. I think there's benefits in sticking with the catchment-based rating systems. It's been around a long time, and it's something that needs to be thought of pretty carefully before dismantling, I think. No doubt there can be some tweaks to it, but change to capital value for a sort of a land-based activity, mostly land-based activity in terms of catchment, river protection and river works more or less. Plus, I think just listening to people's comments at the meeting in Invercargill the other night, there's obviously going to be a lot of inequities in changing to the capital value rating system. And I think it's going to impact quite badly severely on businesses, and perhaps farmers are going to be subsidised a little bit by commercial operations. Southport, I never did agree with council selling shares in Southport to begin with, and I can see merit in selling them now, maybe, and investing it in a balanced fund type thing. But then again, I see the council as custodians of those shares, and I think probably well keep the remainder of them, although the risks with dividends and what have you going forward as well. Maybe if the dividends have been invested rather than used to subsidise rates over the years, the council might be in a better position to have funds on hand. Council operations, the size of the council, I won't go into that. When I was here, there were about 50 staff, and when I left the regional council in the late 90s, well, I don't know more then actually, but obviously a lot more now. Probably the main thing I want to talk about is the flood protection infrastructure. I can't support the proposal. There's really no detail. There's no detail on what the work's involved, no detail on the individual costs. Talk about modelling what? So yeah, I don't know. The only things I've gleaned from my reading is that there's a proposal to make another detention dam on the Waihopa, and I can't see the logic for that, can't see the reason for that. And improve the stock banks at Winton and Lumsden. And again, I'm not terribly familiar with them these days, but to my mind, the risk isn't that great on the reading. The other thing, I've had a quick look through the flood records, and really since 1984, when I did flood frequency estimates for all the rivers in Southland, the 100-year flood hasn't really changed much, the estimate, despite another 40 years of data. Okay, we've been through a decade or two where there are very few floods, probably related to the interdecadal Pacific Oscillation or sunspot activity, who knows. But we're obviously back in that flood phase now, maybe for another 10, 20 years. Floods might be a little bit bigger, maybe the likes of the Gore one's slightly bigger than the previous. But really, the other 100-year estimates aren't much different to what was done back then. So, yeah, I don't know. Just seems you've got to be pretty careful to spend money unnecessarily, perhaps. But at the end of the day, that's always used to be that when the government were funding the schemes, like in the 1980s, they would funding 100%, they would fund up to a return period of 100 years for the urban areas, and I think it was 20 or 40 years for rural. A bit different now, of course. Yeah, so anyway, I think in the Waihopa return period for that particular flood was, the rainfall was a 1,000-year return period. The flood was, initial estimates were something like 500-year return period, but it had to be politically manipulated in order to get the return period down, in order to get the government funding. So I think we've done a good advisory sort of read on. Just financial, I disagree with the proposal to fund future works by debt funding.
I think if we can't fund the works now ourselves, then it shouldn't be done. And it's all very well to take government money, but the government seem to be, whether it's this government or the previous government, they seem to be pretty good at throwing out a carrot, half the funding or 3/4 of the funding, and letting local authorities borrow the rest if they haven't got reserves to make up the difference. Of course, the same things happen with Three Waters, the same thing happens with cycle trails and whole works. And what's happening all around the country is these councils are getting into serious debt. And going forward, the future generations are going to be spending their rate bills are going to be, first of all, going to pay interest on the debt. So, as I say, it's easy to take on debt. Thank you. Thanks for that. And, you know, being a former hydrologist, that has a bit of an impact. You're just talking about government funding. From memory, it was between 70 and 75%, which was later written off, but there's always a local component. I guess that's one of the questions we're asking submitters is if there's government money available, if we haven't got something in our LTP, we can't access it. So, yeah, no, it's a trade-off between risk and protection sort of thing. I think it's very nice to be able to protect the absolute, but it just doesn't make economic sense.
I've got Peter, then Jeremy, then Phil, isn't it? Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Dave, for that. So, just reading your submission here, and you talk, you're not in agreement with this infrastructure spend, and is it fair to say that it all comes back that you don't believe it needs to happen? Just reading between the lines, well, not even between the lines, you said here at the bottom, I believe there is nothing to suggest that climate change per se is exacerbating flood risk in Southland. Another quote, there is no real evidence. So that's the basis of that need to not do.
Well, the approach I take is that design is going to be based on data. You look at all the data you've got. You know, there's 40 years more data now than there was in 1984. And the frequency estimates for a 100-year flood haven't changed very much. It's not to say going forward they won't change, but you know, you're doing design for based on past experience, what might happen. To do that's just costs too much money. Nice to do, but thank you.
Jeremy, followed by Phil, followed by Alistair. Jeremy. Yeah. Thank you there for the submission. Certainly, it's interesting reading, and it's and especially with someone like the experience you have from the Southland perspective involved in rivers and things. So the question around, obviously, you'd be obviously pretty happy that we make sure we look after the flood banks we have. Like certainly invest, make sure what we've got is going to do the job for those. It's about the extra stuff that we're doing, but I take it if we can find more different options, not necessarily building more flood banks, but if there was slowing the water further up country and things that
yeah, well, definitely that's the way to go. And I think everybody's on board now that there's a risk in building stock banks higher because sooner or later they will get overtopped probably by these extraordinary events like Esk Valley and what have you. So I agree completely. Cool.
Thank you. You've kind of answered the question, design based on data. And if we assume that, I guess, the flood is not going to shift until there is some significant flood events that give us a rearward looking data. Given that, does it make, if we're not going to invest in enhancing flood protection, what are your thoughts on interventions upstream in the catchment that represent slow the flow or flood mitigation events in the upper ends of the catchments? Your thoughts on that sort of investment?
Well, I think there's good alternatives if you can find ways of doing it without, maybe you could build detention dams up above the depth. But it's,
I guess, is that at scale? At
what sort of scale would you need that to actually make a difference to?
Pretty reasonable scale, but even little bits here and there and everywhere, of course. And of course, probably one of the benefits of perhaps having gravel build up in the river is it allows it to flow out of the channel and slows it down. So,
Thanks, Chairman. Kia ora, Dave. Just wondering what your concerns are, and I need to understand what your concerns are about computerised modelling, and and
just-
what you would suggest if we don't use that kind of information.
well, there's no detail. It's probably what I'm getting at, and I don't see the benefit. There's a lot of data, as I say, a lot of data between sites on each river. So I don't know what modelling is going to achieve in this.
Alistair, when you talk about data, I'm sure you didn't have a LiDAR and all sorts of things then. How did you get it? Because when I read your submission, it's pretty accurate.
Just from the flow recorded data. And you compare one side against the other, and compare one catchment against the next catchment. So you're looking at flows on a specific area basis, per square kilometre basis, with comparisons between catchments, and it helps put things in perspective.
So you were out there and really understood the flows of those rivers.
Well, I was in the office. Analysing it all. The field teams are out there collecting.
It seems to be accurate.
Last one, take Paul was the last one.
So from your experience and what you're saying about extraordinary events, with perfect data and perfect funding, would Esk Valley have not happened? It would have happened.
It's such an extraordinary event.
Yeah,
But it's a bit like the 1984 flood in South, an extreme event. Well, I said at the time, well, I didn't see another one of these. Not in the way, or anywhere, or the area that was affected. And so it was a climatic change type event. That's a risk, you go upgrading infrastructure somewhere and you'll get hit somewhere else. And I think this day and age, there's more sort of thunderstorm type events where reasonable size areas get hit, but they get hit really hard.
So would your thoughts be to do remedial works ongoing and what we can compare?
Until there's evidence. Unfortunately, the evidence probably comes after an event, but that's the way it tools out.
Yes, calling the race after the horse as well, isn't it? It'd be a perfect world. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in and submitting today, and like everybody else, you'll get a follow up after we've deliberated.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. David Riddell, is he coming in on? Yeah, right. I'm happy to touch you. Michelle Fraser? Michelle here? No. Steve Meyer?
So he's unwell and Ms Fraser hasn't arrived, so whether you wanted to see the ground.
Look, Sue, would you like to come forward? We've got one or two that may turn up, but they haven't yet, so welcome. Yeah. Round 12.
Okay, Sue Allison.
Yeah.
Time, she'll go. This doesn't have time.
You can't, you've got to work hard.
Councillor agenda out tomorrow.
Just relax. We can be your boss for the day.
45.
Look, it's pretty much their,
Oh, no, actually, next year, never change. Canisters of oil.
we,
Yeah.
it's not here yet.
It's a roadkill.
But if we can,
So, that's actually.
That was.
In Southland, I'm Town Marshal, I'm the sidekick, my support person. I'm a first timer anything remotely close to this, so just bear with me. So I've actually got a slideshow on the go. Is that up there?
Only pays the hours, is it?
Nicole, you have a copy of it in front of you.
I have, yes.
Okay, we have made several points in our submission. However, our focus for today is the spending, the perceived climate change, the sustainability with Environment Southland, and the system that seems to be in play throughout society. All are really well woven into the 2434 LTP. So firstly, we'll start with what's been a hot topic, which is the river management within the province. So I've taken some photos. Oh, yep. Okay, so in 1984, Otaria was inundated in water. To prevent or mitigate the impact of this happening again, there needs to be some maintenance work obviously done on this stream. Next one we have is the Aparima River, just up above Otaria. I've picked on the Aparima a bit because that's where we live. Yeah, it's my closest point. And in 1984, that affected our farm significantly. So in the bottom left, I am standing in the middle of the Aparima River. The top right, you can see that the water is actually, you can almost see the curvature actually of the gravel. So that tells you how low the water is. And how that needs to be cleaned out, basically. It's quite simple, quite obvious. And then I went up to Raised Bush. I've got a disaster waiting to happen. I actually personally think they're all a disaster waiting to happen. So if you look at the top left, you can see that the river's actually eroded the riverbank. And those willows are waiting on just one more weather event, really, and they will go downstream and into the bridge. I've got 3 photos of Raised Bush, and I have stood in the same spot for all 3 of them, just spun around. So looking upstream, you can see where the maintenance has been. They put rock on the riverbank to try and stop the erosion. But if we go to the next one, you can see the build-up of gravel in the middle of the river. So, yeah, to me, or to our group, that's clearly quite obvious what needs to happen there. This one I actually thought was a nice photo someone sent me. It's the Waimatuku Rail Bridge, and I think it speaks for itself. The situation in our waterways is the same wherever we go. A major weather event in the current situation leaves our communities in a very volatile place. The climate change narrative has lost all its logistics to the cycle of planet Earth. And just a couple of questions to ponder. Have you guys ever questioned the climate change narrative? Have you ever drawn a line in the sand and said enough is enough? And would you ever say we in Southland are not implementing policy or legislation that you think would not work in our area? The event will inevitably happen one day, and in today's society it'll be blamed on climate change, when in fact the problem is within the maintenance of our waterways. Climate change is an ideological term that generates income that is not used in a practical way. The system. So, Environment Southland. I went into your website and I put in the words climate change, and I got 1,020 different options to go into. I then went into your proposed long-term plan, 2434, and I came across 67 links. And I actually started reading the extraordinary meeting of council to consider the adoption of consultation document to the 2434 LTP, and it was 356 pages. Members of the community just can't get their head around that sort of paperwork, really. The proposed flood protection, go back to that. We had 713 hits on your site with that, and one of them on the first page had 15 supporting document links. Okay, so I went into your gravel management in Southland document, and it had three sections: a collaborative approach, science-based decision-making, technology, helping build a clearer picture. So your recommendations were for further studies on how channels respond to vegetation lock-up in Southland, and further trials assess the viability of using gravel management options intended to unlock channels, including bar top and beach skimming. So the Environment Southland action required for this, or suggested, was the report highlights several trials already carried out by Environment Southland, and further trials are being planned, including a focus on ecological values. Now, I've picked these out because this is what the community is reading, and they are looking at those photos that I showed at the start, and they're reading stuff like this, just not getting why the photos at the start aren't being attended to. So one more. In the long term, allowing the river room to erode will increase the geomorphic and habitat diversity in the river corridor and improve resilience in the face of increased flood magnitudes. And your action plan for that was floodplain management will create the opportunity to explore options to giving the river more room to move. That to me, or to us, highlights the questionable spending within the system. Mental health, we have all sectors within our communities are heavily stressed in today's recession, and as a group we've witnessed the angst amongst the public with yet another proposed cost of living increase. So I ask you, if the rating structure was to change from land value to capital value, can we expect costs from business to pass their increases on to the consumer? And can we expect the rural community or the rural producers, the meat companies and the milk companies, to pass their increases on to an already financially stressed farming community? I've debated taking this one out, but it's still here. So a quote from an article dated October 2023. So last month, the Regional Council was granted $370,000 for a 2-year climate adaptation project aimed at identifying ways of better protecting high flood risk areas in Southland. $370,000 on your budget, we realise is not huge, but it's still huge to a lot of members of society. Maybe that could have been spent on the ground targeting the issue, as opposed to the continuous paper shuffling. And just finally, as a group, we appreciate that you must work in with other interested parties. One of those is Fish and Game. Some of these groups' interests are not in the best interest of the human species. For example, And I think it was in 2021, Environment Southland applied for a global consent. And I think it was initially turned down, correct me, it may have been granted late last year. But anyway, at the time, Zane Moss from Fish and Game said that as an affected party, Fish and Game had not signed off on the global consent for gravel management because it wanted the regional council to take a more holistic approach to river management. And yeah, this is a classic example of process hindering progress. So in summary, if a major event was to happen next week, people in our community, some people would lose their livelihoods, some would lose their homes, some in the farming community, there would definitely be stock losses and heaven forbid, maybe human life. As a group, we support a focus on the attention to detail of our civil defence and other community groups that will be called upon in the event of a disaster. We will never win against Mother Nature, but we can mitigate the outcomes and the impact by being well prepared. Well prepared includes a well-maintained river and streams in our province from a simple common sense approach to flood protection and not senseless wasteful spending on a politically correct process. So maybe we could break away from the nonsensical approach, the questionable spending. All businesses should be viable, and in this situation, we, the ratepayer, who is also the taxpayer, we cannot continue to support Environment Southland to the degree that we're being asked. The system has gotten out of hand, and is it possible to go back to basics, a common sense approach, and maybe even approach flood protection with a digger? Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? I've got Robert, then Morris.
Thank you. You mentioned Fish and Game expressing the desire to have a more holistic approach to river management.
Yeah.
Are you meaning that you don't think a holistic approach should be taken?
I think that Fish and Game need to sit back and look at the human species as well. So my understanding or my impression of Fish and Game is that they are looking after fish and the birds, etc., etc. But what about our homes and our livelihoods and our business in the wake of a massive flood like we had in 84? Because if 84 happened today, it's going to be way worse than what it was in 84 because our rivers maintenance is behind schedule.
Morris.
Two questions, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, about Epirema and flooding. Are you aware that recently, I can't remember when exactly it was, within the last 6 months, that the Epirema River had the biggest flood ever recorded, and there was no flooding in the Tautau. There was some people down at Thornbury or at the Whitebait stand that came a bit close to being in danger. You're aware of that?
So you're telling me it was bigger than the 1984 flood or the 1978 flood? No, you got me on that one.
Well, you should check that out because that was a very big flood, and there wasn't, any significant damage. The other thing is about climate change. What you say about climate change, you'll be aware of the Paris Accord, I suppose, and that 196 or 197 countries, which is virtually all the countries in the world, have signed that, so they agree to reduce their carbon footprint to the net zero by 2050. So if virtually all the countries in the world think it's a problem that we have to do something about, you're suggesting that we should not do anything about it. Where do you think that would put us?
I think that the climate change, looking back over time, we've had ozone layer, we've had global cooling, we've had global warming, and now we're on to climate change. Whatever you like, but I think it's just a revenue gathering money machine that has taken off globally. And it is just the natural cycle of the planet.
Peter. You made your views very clear on climate change. I'll just ask you a question. What if you're wrong? and all conventional science that we use in this council and institutions across this country and around the world. Just to say, no, right, and you're wrong. Is there a possibility?
I go back to the fact that I've probably at least I'm 59 years old, and I've probably been told at least 3 times during my life that the world was going to end within 10 years. We were told that with global warming and then there's ozone. I think there was acid rain at one stage was bandied around. So some very, very clever people out there in the world that are revenue gathering off such things, fear-mongering, yeah.
Any further questions for Sue? If not, thank you for coming in and presenting. I know you've gone to a lot of trouble and you have encouraged a lot of other people to submit. That's good for democracy. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Chantal.
No, right. As you know, I'm here with Sue on behalf of Groundswell Western Southland. I am here specifically to talk on behalf of the 950 people that signed our petition. So I will try to stick to that. If we ask questions other than that, I take that hat off, put my personal hat on, and happy to answer them. But listen, I have personally spoken to many of the people who signed this petition, and the census out there is that we simply cannot afford Environment Southland running as it currently stands. You receive 23 million of income and rates, and wages salary bill is 20 million. And you've got a proposed wage increase to cover inflation as well. So it's no longer a sustainable business model. The figures show that you now rely on central government expenditure. That's not a place we want to be in, and other streams of income to get any actual work done. On top of that though, in the first 12 months of this long-term plan, you're also proposing to add another 7.75 staff at 750,000. And this is still without getting any work done. This is just in consultation and paperwork processes, legislation. You can use all the excuses you want. Right, so we simply cannot afford you any longer. We're not saying that you're not good at your jobs. It's just we cannot afford you. And so the solution to that business model no longer being affordable is not to take more money off us. It's to look within your budget, tighten your spending, stop wasting spending. And even you, unenvironmentally friendly, really, plastic. This is what we're offered at our meeting. And this is what our rates are paying for. This is wasteful spending. I know this is minimal. Every dollar counts. You guys are saying, oh, it's just minimal increase. It's only going up $30 for some people. You know what, you're wasting money on this sort of stuff. This is what people are seeing, right? This is the engagement that they're getting. Right, and so with that said, I want to talk a little about some of the people. You want to fund what I will call this exorbitant expenditure that's proposed. So I've spoken to the people from both residential and commercial. And so there were pensioners out there that were actually currently unable to make ends meet. Now, I know you have heard this and you're going to hear it again and again, and you're probably going to hear it again on Friday. But we've got to keep saying it because it's real. It's what's out there. And I do urge you to go out and talk to them. Talk to them for yourself because it's heartbreaking. And this is what's put us here. This is what's given us a passion to get this petition, to make their voices heard. You guys have your process. It doesn't reach those people. They don't have anything. Some of them don't have smartphones. Yeah, I was there during the COVID-19. I was having to sign some of them into the local force week because they can't even write their name. And they didn't have anything to scan it. And so they're not going to be able to follow your process of submissions. Hence, we had 950 people sign the petition. So we can't expect people to live like that. We really can't. Unable to even afford a cup of coffee, really, and trying to support their local businesses. So with all due respect, I don't wish to personally offend anyone, but some of you can surely relate, and I'm sure that you want to be rated and taxed out of your own home, expected to be in a retirement village by age of 80. Right, lose your independence. It's not fair. And that's just how they feel it, and it's not fair. Right, so it's not, of course, the luxury items will be affected. All businesses will encounter an increase in their rates, and they have to pass this cost on. There's only so much business can absorb, as you guys are telling us. So from the local dairy garage, I already pay a $5 environmental fee to my garage when I get the truck serviced. I assume that's gonna go up. The medical centre, that's already gone up last month, they're probably gonna go up again. Right. And then, and so what we end up having to pay, we pay more and more. We don't just pay the rates increase, we pay it again, our everyday spending. And you've already heard from, well, if you haven't heard, Invercargill Stockyards, they've got a submission in. They're worried about their suppliers passing the cost down to them. So if the business is worried about the business above them, who's going to end up with the cost? We all know it's going to trickle right down to the consumer. Yeah. So, yeah, they will have no choice but to pass this on. There's already nationwide reduction of small businesses by 36% due to unsustainable. So this is only going to bring that number up. And some businesses will not survive it. And if they do, the consumer using the services will no longer be able to afford to even buy from these places. So with all that said and done, we came back to the same scenario. We can no longer afford these as they currently run. So the flood protection infrastructure, as we've heard from Sue, there really is no need to spend the millions on modelling to try and determine what Mother Nature will throw at us next. We need to take the gravel out of the rivers. Aquatic and bird life on the rivers are not more important than those of the lives of the people living alongside the rivers. And by not taking the gravel out of the rivers, you're already allowing them to swell and rise with every significant rainfall, which is common. It is common down here. And as we saw in only September last year, when the rivers flow all the way just about to hit the Ataurau Bridge, and that was September, all the nesting bird life is gone. So you're decimating it anyway. So why not take the actual gravel out and let the river flow? Climate change, I won't go into climate change. I think we've spoken enough about it. And there was already the submissions on Friday, which I found absolutely, they had the knowledge, they know what they're talking about. So we did propose in our petition that the long-term plan, draft long-term plan as it stands, be delayed for 12 months. I'm not saying delay your work, I'm saying you just can't take any more money from us in 12 months. You have to look within your business for it. Now, look, I know you've got people up here asking for more money, but maybe the grants have to go. Maybe they have to be cut down. Aren't we already funding to the tune of 90,000 every quarter to Thrive in Southland, and they want more? I'm not saying they don't do a good job. I'm not saying we don't need them, but those are the things that need to be looked at. Can't be looking to us. I do have one last point to make. To the councillors, you individually and to yourselves, you have been elected by the community to represent us. We need to see you do this without fear. At the end of the day, we hold the power as to who will be sitting in front of us next time. And if you no longer have the fire in your belly to do this job with the passion that we require, then please step down, don't reapply. Let someone else in, someone that will give us a voice. We need strong, resilient councillors who will listen to the community and fight for us tooth and nail. I appreciate it, Tom.
Thank you, Chantel. I have Robert, John and Alistair. Robert.
Thank you, Chantel. I was just wondering, when you were objecting to the, the bits and pieces, the pens and paper and so on, I wondered if your own group, Groundswell, has any giveaway.
We're not an environmental group in the sense that we don't take money from the ratepayers, and we're not spending ratepayer money on anything like this.
Do you have giveaway merchandise? I'm just asking that question.
No, Western Southland, no, we don't.
Thank you.
John.
Yeah, just a question around Thriving, the 90,000. Not sure you've seen that number or heard it.
I have heard that number. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no funding from the yes.
Thank you.
Alistair.
I'd just like you to be aware that I divided what my salary is on this job here by the number of hours I did in the last 12 months. Came in at $6.72. Now, we have to have a fire in our belly to carry on, because why would we do that when we could actually earn a whole lot more?
Your question.
My question is, I just want you to understand that.
So it's not a question, it's a statement to me. Thank you.
Peter.
Yeah, thanks very much. Gravel out of the rivers, it's a reoccurring topic. So am I right to assume that you just think that that's the one big thing to do, not a part of many?
There are probably many things to do, but what we do know is that the gravel build-up, you've seen it in the picture. You come around, come all together, hit the bridge, and go around again, like the logic of it. So take the gravel out. That's obviously give the consent to the farmers to take the gravel out instead of taking it out of their paddocks. Having the farmers take the gravel out under a consent, surely it's got to be cheaper than the millions you're going to spend on consultation. If there's a flood in the next year and you haven't done anything, well, you've got some paperwork of what you might need to do in the next few years.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that what you're wanting us to do, I was just looking at the petition here in regards to, we must legally put a long-term plan in play, but it's actually about the budget. And the money we spend is what you're sort of targeting, not around the capital value rating or the change of the rating system. It's just purely that, hey, you're spending too much, the community can't afford it.
Well, by putting a request in to put a hold on this long-term plan, then yeah, we're saying obviously that in turn we'd say you're not going to move from land value to capital value if you put a hold on this.
Well, we must do a long-term plan. We're not.
We understand you must.
Just
Yeah, we're not going to debate now. Though,
No. I'm just saying. I'm just clarifying though. It's more around the money being spent. The budgets, like it's cost money.
About finding the money within your budget and not coming back to us as the ratepayer to keep funding more and more and more.
Thank you for coming in. The points you're making about affordability in the current climate has been made time and time again. We appreciate the work you've done to come and present today, and you will get a follow-up once we've gone through the submission and deliberation process. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have any of the people that were due about 4 o'clock here, but or we go straight to Federated Farmers? Okay. Is your analyst available online? Rach Thomas? Yeah, I think she is. Yeah. So is Rach going first, or are you guys wanting to present first? Okay. Come forward then, Jason. And welcome.
I've got a whole thing here.
I can sit in here. Oh, yeah, no, we will. That's where I don't see you out there.
Welcome, Jason and team. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Nicol, and the wider council, and Wilma as well for inviting us here today to talk to our submission. So I just have some quick talking points on our submission, because I'll take it our submission is read. All right. So today I emphasise 3 points which are evident as a result of the submissions received on the LTP. Number one, the council cannot proceed with the preferred option that was presented in the rating system, as the majority of submissions strongly oppose this change. There has not been enough discussion around the alternatives. And if the council's preferred option is adopted, you'll be undermining the feedback from your community. You will lose the trust of your ratepayers and this could impact your ability to be re-elected next year. The second point is the process council has undertaken has been deeply flawed. It has not been best practice. People feel railroaded as only the council's preferred option has been fleshed out. There has been a lack of transparency, and transparency is a key word here if you want to develop trust. The rating change should have been consulted on prior to the LTP consultation. We believe that two of them needed to be separated instead of lumped into one. Having the rating change from capital to capital from a flat rate, in my opinion, or our wider opinion, is divide and conquer rule. Okay, by dividing the community 50% one way and 50% the other, because some save in ratings and some get charged more, right? Third point is our main recommendations for the rating systems are to maximise the UAGC instead of reducing the UAGC. It should be increased to its full potential of $229 per rating unit. The UAGC is important for influencing the distribution of rates across the region. Owning a farm is not a good reason to pay thousands of dollars towards work which seems an equal benefit. Abandon the regionalisation approach. The rivers and communities within Southland are all unique, and a one-size-fits-all approach is not appropriate. And we keep banging this drum continuously from poor thought-out regulation, especially coming from central government. Reduce council spending. We don't have the confidence that council is trying to tighten its budget in this tough economic climate. The audited opinion also highlights concerns with council spending for years 4 to 10. We're calling for council to listen to its community, conduct a proper review of the rating system, and engage in the community before making any decisions. Give people more than one option to consider and utilise groups like Federated Farmers to socialise options. And now I open up the floor for questions.
Thanks, Jason. I have Robert. Number one. I just wonder, you'll probably be aware that central government claims that they have a mandate because they won the vote. And given that we were all elected to these positions, do you feel it would be the same for us to claim that we have a mandate to do what we feel is necessary?
I believe you should be doing what's in the best interest of the people, not your own personal opinion. That's why you're all elected in here, to get the wider view of your public. And that, from my role in Federated Farmers as the president, I represent all of our members across Southland. My own personal view has to stand aside here, okay? And I've got to get a collaborative approach right across the board. And I believe that's what you guys should be doing as well.
Surely the whole point of the consultation is to check the mandate.
Exactly. Good, well said. At all levels, I would have thought.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. We had an earlier submitter representing the city and chief executive of the city, and said that this proposal unfairly burdens his residential ratepayers and shifts that burden from rural to urban. You obviously see it the other way around.
I'll give Rachel to answer this question if I could, please.
That was in general. You spoke in general terms about that.
Good afternoon, councillors. So yes, I would agree with the statement that there's obviously going to be shifts within a rating system that burden particular groups. However, what we're calling for is for you to review your rating system in line with the community, so to slow down in this process. We fully understand and acknowledge that you have to adopt a long-term plan as of the 30th of June. But what we're asking for is you, in the meantime, to conduct a review of your rating system, which would consider the needs of urban and rural residents, conduct that over the next year, and then review your revenue and financing policy next year, and carry out an amendment to the long-term plan. Because we really feel that this whole process has not taken into account the views of any of the Southland region residents. And we really need to slow down and look at what is best for the region.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eric? Yeah, you made the comment that we've got a one system fits all for river management. Can you give me some examples of how you see that playing out?
The river system is a modified system in Southland. Okay, we've modified the system and we're not maintaining it. In fact, there's a common narrative that keeps getting stated to us that the river should flow naturally in its own right. Well, we've already modified them. And when you modify something, you need to maintain it, and we're not maintaining it. I've lived here for quite some time, as you all have, and I've seen some dramatic changes in the rivers as well, as for everybody that is sitting behind me as well. Okay, we do need to do better river management than currently what we're doing. Going back to the statement earlier on river flows, yeah, we had river highs, but we didn't have record river flows last September. But the height were there. Why is that? You've got to ask yourself that question. It's on your website in black and white. Look it up.
I think there is one other thing too, around one size fits all. Obviously, we had Waio here yesterday talking about how most of their water goes out through Manapori, 95%. And so that dramatically affects how that whole river runs, the sort of expenditure, whatever that's done. I think it is a substantial amount of money from Meridian, around 420k. And if they have the one size fits all, Meridian here saying they walk away from that and they want a 50% differential on the rate. So they're going to miss out big time. As well as our river, in particular my river, the Ariti, is 180 k's of stop banking compared to the Matera that is intermittent. We have only 4% E-class, they have 45% on the Matera. So each river is quite different, and the Makaurau is quite choked up with willows in that. It slows the flow and allows more flooding, so there is a bit of work needed there as well. So each of them has to have an eye on how, rather than having all of the funding in one, you'd lose that transparency, accountability and input from locals.
So it's a funding issue, not an operational issue that you're referring to?
I'm referring to the one, putting a capital value across and all the money in one pot.
Yeah,
that will change the whole way that the dynamic works.
One would lead to the other.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We've had some feedback on having a phased change. I'd be interested in that. The other thing, we've had a couple of times talking about increasing the OAG to 30% at 229, which is not correct. Maybe it's 329, but that we've been at 225 in the past, I think. So that figure is probably not right. But I'd be interested in how we would feel about a phased approach, and because the feedback we're getting is there's a whole lot of changes and the projected rise. People are just saying don't do any of it, and so I'd be interested in your feedback on that.
I think the concern is that not having had the ability to explore a range of options. So if it's hard to answer, would this approach work without being able to dig into it, which is why the year to explore a range of options and figure out and be able to help you come up with some alternative solutions. But when one's been presented and only information around that, it's difficult to dig in further. Rachel might be able to add to that too.
Thank you. I will just add, with respect, that figure actually did come from your finance officer. We tried to dig around through the documents to calculate it ourselves, but found it rather difficult with the information provided on the website. And yes, just as Bernadette has said, what we're really asking for is engagement with the community. So yes, it may be a good option, but let's go out and ask all the community what they think, as opposed to just coming out with one preferred option. And the theme seems to be that we're all in this together, but yet the UAGC is being reduced. And the UAGC in principle is everybody paying towards something at an equal amount. So we'd really like to see some modelling around increasing that.
I think the other point that would have to be raised is that even in your own council workshops where your expert was there talking about rating, you mentioned that you should narrow it down to 2 or 3 options. You actually ended up with only one. It's really hard to do a comparison when you've only got one, and even the status quo that probably is your other option. I only saw it in one part of the plan. The figures weren't comparable, so it's really difficult to understand apples for apples and do the comparison.
With Paul, then Jeremy.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you everyone for turning up. Just because we'll be deliberating on this and everything else, I need to understand it more and need to get as much information from everyone. So I understand where you're coming from. It should have been 2 things. The change of rating and the long-term plan as two separate proposals, given and I understand that totally. Your thoughts on capital value over the current system, and obviously including catchment liaison chairs. Was that enough? Did we include enough stakeholders? That's the question. I haven't really heard that much from many people that we included some stakeholders, but it would have been good maybe to include federated farmers. Maximising the UACG, the GS, and there's a common thread here that I'm hearing from a lot of submissions about reduced council spending and proper review before coming up with a proposal. So you're all in agreement on everything that I've just repeated from what you've said, just so I can make a determination as one councillor on this council.
Can I just add a point of clarification? Yeah. The point of clarification would be, it was as big a surprise to the liaison committee as it was to anybody else out there that we ended up with one option. So that's how much we were in the know over where you were going with this. While we were there at the start, we definitely didn't have input into seeing the numbers in front of us on each one. There was some broad stuff, but not the detail that I would have expected. And I'm sure that's what the ratepayers would like to see.
The same opportunity for everyone as it is for catchments.
Well, clearly we're seeing groups like, the urban as well, like it has a massive impact across the spectrum. So picking individual groups or small subsets to be involved is challenging.
That's why I want to discuss it a bit more.
The other point of clarification would be, we've changed our rate once on there already. We went up to 40% F class. It was a huge consultation thing we went through for that, took it out, sent it out to every ratepayer what the difference would be. And that was just a minor tweak. An F class from 32 to 40, we're talking about major systems and a whole lot of unintended consequences potentially in here that you've never even thought about. So, that's why you need the input from every ratepayer to give you a better idea, but they haven't had that opportunity to think about the other systems. And to put it back on us to come up with a system, we've got to need to model it better than we have.
Jeremy.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out my questions so we don't get into the debate. Simple questions. Do you think this has been too much of an overload for the community to understand? And in the rural, representing rural area. If so, would it be a lot better if we had obviously the compounding effect from having a rating review and then a large increase in budget has confused the debate around capital value? Should it have been separated? Maybe you were indicating years, but actually just even in this discussion, it should have been separated to see status quo, and this is where we're going, add the budget with rating review. So, sort of put in there, what's your opinion on how it should have been?
Yeah, Rachel, would you like to contribute to that question?
Yes, I will. So with other councils, what is common is that you consult on a rating review well before you write your long-term plan, because you're writing your long-term plan based on a budget which you're assuming the community is going to go for. So we would have liked to have seen at least 6 months of consultation on the rating review with different options for each change. So you have a lot of major changes in there. In the background, there's also the regional climate change strategy happening. So the community is really feeling consultation fatigue at the moment. It's very confusing. There's a lot going on. And in an ideal world, you would have consulted on this probably a year in advance, had your preferred option from the community and use that to write your long-term plan, and then you consult on your long-term plan. But at the moment, the only kind of solution I can see is you adopt your long-term plan and then you conduct a rating review and you amend your long-term plan next year.
Can I just add to that further, from a farmer point of view, that with the amount of documents that I've read over the last 3 weeks to a month, there's a lot of confusion, and a lot of farmers would read that because it goes outside their brain power, okay, so to speak. It's too confusing, and they'll just sweep it to the side and forget about it because is too confusing. It's an information overload.
And I think just adding to that, over the last 6 years, we've had a government that threw a whole lot of stuff at us, and so COVID on top of it, I think we've had that information overload, which is, yeah, in a perfect world, we would have had the time to perhaps done a little more earlier, but we've all been through what we've been. Morris.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important discussion, and thank you for bringing it up. It's good, it makes us think. But the question I wanted to ask, there were two questions. First of all, Jason, thank you for pointing out the difference between height and flow. I will check that out and see about that on the Aparima. The two questions I have, the first one relates to the UAGC, and I did ask this question on another submitter. You say that it should be at the maximum amount, 30%, but businesses, including farmers, I assume, can claim the GST portion of that back, and they can also claim that cost as a business expense, so end up paying less than an urban person who can't do that. So the urban people are effectively paying more. Now, it doesn't matter what level the UAGC is at, but if it's at its maximum, then there's more of a disadvantage to people that can't claim that back. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I guess that's why it's capped at 30%.
Yeah.
That is probably enough of an answer, actually, unless Rachel wants to add anything. That's why there is a cap on it.
Yeah.
But the capital value of a farm gives no indication of a farmer's ability to have, or of a farmer's cash flow. And it also gives no indication of them gaining extra benefit from the service, which is why the UAGC is there. But yeah, the 30% cap, I think, caters more than adequately for the business ability to claim back. Rachel, do you want to add anything to that?
The only thing I would add is that the rationale and the justification and the narrative around flood protection seems to be very much based in favour of a UAGC, but yet there's no UAGC component there. So it talks about sharing the cost across ratepayers, but yet there's no UAGC component. So that's quite puzzling, really. And I think that's where a rating review would be really beneficial, because you'd look at exactly how to fund each activity through a first principles approach, and you'd be able to really determine who should be paying for each activity that you provide.
Thank you. So the other question is in relation to river management. We have a lot of advice from people, you guys and others, about how rivers should be managed. But you will be aware that this council, of course, has quite a lot of expertise in this field, and that we employ contractors such as Ian Fuller, who some of you will have met. Gary Williams is another person, and these people have international and national experience in managing rivers. And what they are telling us is that, you know, gravel in the rivers is not a big issue that people think it is. But what is an issue is that the rivers have been over-confined, that we have to try and slow the flow. To do that, we have to expand the stop banks in some places and do other things, create wetlands, detention dams, stuff like that, rather than doing things like digging out the gravel. So my question is, should we take advice from people who can dig out the gravel, or should we take advice from international experts who have studied rivers all over the world, including New Zealand, and they're coming up with the reasons, you know, with methods for us to try and prevent the flooding, because that is what not the flooding, the damage from flooding. That is what we all want to do. We want to prevent damage from flooding. We want to do it the best way possible.
So I'm going to try and hold everyone back from actually answering this one, because I'm pretty certain they'll climb over the tables to answer it. I'll put my 2 cents in, and then I think I'll pass it over to Chris. But I think I'll trust a local over an international person who hasn't lived here all their life. Personally, watching the rivers do what they do over a certain period of time. That's my opinion on that one, Chris.
You've got a massively under-resourced rivers management team. They're not doing their job because of one organisation.
Can I add one thing to that too? I think First Apollo is one part of it on gravel working group, as you're aware, Morris. And we're going to go out and look at some case studies because it's fairly evident that the gravel round bridges is putting them at risk. And some of the silly rules and the distances that you can claim. So we don't want to end up like the East Coast. And for a long time, nothing's happened on the river. And so we've got DOC even coming to us and say the channelization on the river is no good. It's leading to more sediment, it's leading to more river works for us. There's a whole lot of reasons that we do have to do more active management in the river. But it's not like we're just going to get in and dig all the gravel out. But there are areas, for instance, in 2020 on the Arete, it overtopped the banks in an area where it never had before, and that was because of gravel build-up and willows choking, etc. So these things happen, and we had a submit earlier today with photos showing within 2 years how gravel can build up. And it depends on the floods, as you know. We haven't had a lot of floods. Between 78 and 87, we had 800-year floods in 10 years. So as you get bigger floods, you move more gravel through. So yeah, you have to, where there's none, all of a sudden it can be a lot. I had a neighbour's paddock in one flood that ended up with 4 hectares a metre deep in one flood. It's amazing what can happen. So you've got to be on time.
Look, do you want, Rach, one or two questions, but it was a double slot. Rach, would you like to make comments before we don't lose up all your time?
I think was that 20 minutes? So yeah, that was the 20 minute.
Anything quickly you'd like to say, Rach?
I think we've made our points very clear. Thank you.
Well, Alice, you haven't had a chance to have a question, so I will allow that.
Hang on, I'm getting a bit of opposition here, but you guys have come from all around the province as farmers. What was that communication like going into the South LTP? Right, next question.
I think personally, we were anything more interested in it than any other general farm.
Information.
No, I think it would be safe to say most farmers became aware of this process through our communications, not through Environment Southlands.
My second question, you as farmers, on your houses and all your private stuff, you still pay GST on it, do you not?
Absolutely.
Yes.
We'll probably wrap it up there, but look, we really appreciate the effort that Federated Farmers put into putting a very comprehensive submission together. Occasionally we get a bit of a caning, but we rely on you guys at times with the Environment Court and other things. So your input is certainly respected, and obviously the same as everybody else, you will get a follow-up after we've been through the deliberations. We'll have a lot to think about, and so thanks very much for coming in.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Just for the last comment on the day is we do represent over 1,200 members right across Southland. And the last time we sat here for a LTP or a rate rise, we said we wouldn't stand for it again, and we still stand by that. Okay, the last time it was because you didn't have cruise ships. Cruise ships are back. Thank you.